All right, we live. We live. Get these invites going, man. New people coming in. Go ahead, hit them likes, the usual. I gotta say it every time. Hit them likes and shares. As I share right now. Let me see. Let's see. A few more people I gotta invite. Oh, man, I said the 15 people already? That's crazy. Let's see your blazing persuasion. What's the deal? Let me see. I'm over here trying to send some invites out right now. Get this day started real quick. Let me get him in here. Get a few of my mods up in here. Let me see. Let me see. I'm missing some people. I think I am. All right. A couple more people here. I can bring a video. Can't bring none of my emotional friends up in here. It's like that. No, I need them all up in here, man. It's part two, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, Gail. I could have sworn she was just live. Oh. I didn't mean to laugh, though. That was perfect time. My bad. But they just called me off guard. I'm like, hold up, I just left your live. Huh? She said, yes, yes, emotionally led people reported other people's lives. Oh, my. Oh, I thought she said reported Joe live. I'm like, oh, no. So I know your live was, that's weird. Your live had like 1,000 people up in there. I couldn't even keep up with the comments. I was like, man, I feel bad for the mods. I feel bad for them. Man. Yeah, today we talking about them right now, man. Got to. I already know this about to be a sweaty thing today. I already know. Cause they gonna read what they want though. That's how I be though. They only read the certain parts. But it's a problem. It's most definitely a problem, no matter how we want to get around it. I had to change it though because last time I said emotional people, so I changed it up around because everybody got times they might be emotional or something. So I had to change it around a little bit. So yeah. Yeah. We already know them the main ones. Looking for them. I need a person that's emotionally intelligent. Oh man, I messed up the last couple of letters. Whatever. Nah, I'm emotionally. It's like that. Did you look up emotional intelligence? Oh, yeah, I've been looked that up a while ago. I already know what that is. So what I got out of it is like 5 pieces to it. I think the main part that they get out of it is the empathy part. I noticed. So the people that be asking for it, they always like if they don't get the empathy the way they want it, you know what I'm saying? They don't see it. So that's how it is. They take that one part and inspire parts to emotional intelligence. You can't empathize with me. You don't have emotional intelligence. People be funny to the bug. Hey, that one video with I think her name Kitty or something like that, man. I gotta say that I dang near wanna. I want that video like I want that like I gotta find her video though and see if I can put it on here. I want to like paste it on my page because that was she broke that down though. But she like, you sure you want an emotionally intelligent man and all that stuff? Yeah, she laid this boy. She said that jump perfect. I know she done got all type of threats. Like, why do people like that get threats though? They don't even be saying they be speaking the truth and they get threats. Like what the they be showing it like, and I don't be like saying that, but it be just seeming like people just be demonic though. Like why do you have to take somebody's life because of how they speaking? That makes no sense. So it's like cause people exposing your manipulation tactics and all this stuff. Now you gotta unalive somebody like that. Jump be crazy. Why you gotta threaten somebody for speaking their mind? That don't. And then I don't know. Same way they did Kevin Samuels, man. They was so happy he unalived and all that stuff. That's why I asked every last person I talked to how they feel about him. Because I want to see where people heads is at. Because one thing is emotionally led people is not listening to that guy. That's one thing. So, you know, should just throw that in there. As soon as I get one of them in the box today, we'll see how I go today. No, everybody don't be trying to. My room don't start going until like when I'm about to go to bed. People be funny though. Yeah, I think I let you up here. Just it ain't let you in though. That's not weird. Let me see. I got you.
Yo, what's up, man?
There you go. There you go. We good now. We Gucci.
What up?
How you feeling, my brother? Yeah, we getting on the emotionally led people, man. See, I know.
Emotionally,
I, I
emotionally
haven't.
led people,
Huh?
bro. They honestly, in my opinion, emotionally led people
Mhm,
are like the most unpredictable because the thing about it is when they lead with their emotions, it's like okay, you can be happy 1 minute and you can be mad the next over the slightest little thing. And it's like,
mhm,
how can you make a logical and serious decision if you're acting like this?
mhm.
And I just, I don't know.
You said
I
that
guess
perfect
it's
too.
the, I guess it's the way I was raised. I was
Mhm,
raised that you're supposed to think logically, not emotionally.
mhm. I think that's
But,
actually how we kind of teach our children.
mm-hmm.
Because they move off impulse and all that, you know what I'm saying? So we kind of teach them how to control their emotions. But somehow as we become an adult now, all of a sudden that just goes out the door. I gotta
Yeah.
justify my emotions now. Cause that's gonna be crazy.
Mm-mm. Me, no matter what, even if, I'll say this, even if a woman tells me, oh, I want you to be more emotional with me. I want you to be able to open up to me. Thing for me is no, because if it comes down to a situation to where I have to think logically, I can't
Mm-hmm.
just sit there and be like, well, I feel no. In my head, I've got to be able to turn around and say, okay, what's the situation? What can I do? What can I say? What can I this to try to get us in like out of this situation or get us
Mm-hmm.
further in in a good situation?
Yeah.
And that's just the way I was raised, and it's like emotionally led people they can tend to be a problem.
Yeah. Exactly. There's no other way around it either. That's the sad
Mm-mm.
part. Them are the ones that's and I kind of mentioned that about last week. Them the main ones that get manipulated, right? Then they get mad
Mm-hmm.
because they get manipulated by somebody else and take it out on the whole entire world. You know what I'm saying? Just because they couldn't keep their emotions in check because they so led by their emotions, they couldn't see past reality. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people get
Mm-hmm.
signs because emotions block it. You know what I'm saying? When you feel a certain way, that don't mean your feelings are. I mean, you could feel how you feel, but that don't mean that is is
Correct.
yeah, it's basically not correct. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it don't mean it's correct for the right person or the right situation, the right friend, the right job. Everybody be like, oh, lead with your heart and all this other stuff. That's like one of the biggest lies we ever got in our life. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
See, I can understand it to a certain extent, but it's getting so bad that it's getting dangerous now. Cause like you should lead with your
Mm-hmm.
heart. And what's the deal, my brother, man, and this boy, you know, how you feeling, man? My brother,
Me,
humble.
me and this is just me. Like, there was I'll give you a personal situation. Whenever my granny passed,
Hmm.
I mean, I was around her all the time when I was little and everything like that. And honestly, when we went to her funeral, everybody else sitting there crying and all this kind of junk. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, damn. And it's like, yeah, it's basically all that was going through my head was, damn, I can't believe this happened. But I just wasn't sitting over there, because it's like, I knew this, we all know this day is going to come for everyone. So I understand other people being upset and crying and showing their emotions, but at the same time, it's like this is going to happen to everybody.
Yeah.
So it's inevitable. So why is it upsetting you so much?
Hmm.
And that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with, let a show and stuff, but don't just be led by it. Sometimes, it's a
Hmm.
time and place by certain situations. Don't let
Yeah,
that
like
make all your decisions.
I met this one girl, and we talked for a while, and she told me about her ex and said, "Oh well, one night me and him were out, and this guy come up and he tried to rob us, and he said my boyfriend didn't do anything about it,
Yeah.
or my ex didn't do nothing about it." And I said, "Why not?" He said that he was scared, and I said he was scared, and she said,
Hmm.
"Yeah." He said he was feeling scared. And I was like, "Man, first thing that your ex should have done is either chase that dude down or just beat the living crap out of him, because he's supposed to protect you, not feel scared or anything like that. He is supposed to react." And
Hmm.
it's like, dude, what the hell? And that's where being emotionally led will get you.
Hmm.
So, it might just be a thing amongst guys that we were, some of us older gentlemen, we were raised not to show emotion, to not make our decisions based off emotion. And I think that might be where it comes from, but I'm not entirely sure.
Hmm. Yeah. Depending on how we raised, how we were trained to control it and stuff. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it
Like
made
I
me
said,
think about that because I think somebody was talking about that before. Like, I think we was talking about that yesterday about how, or I might have been in somebody's live where they was saying like how a lot of people are, because some people are mature at the age of 10, 7 and stuff
mm-hmm.
across the sea because they got that, it's the way they got brought up. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
that's why, they train them to basically control their emotions and control and take, life serious. You
Yeah.
know, goes, and that's why I'm saying we like babies over here in America, especially. It's just sad because we so spoiled, but we one of the most free ones. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
crazy to me. And they be
Yeah.
trying to, but we want to clown the people that got their stuff in order because we out of order. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That junk it'd be
Straight up.
crazy, man.
We look at people, and I like I said, I know some people don't like this dude, but they look at somebody like Andrew Tate, right? And
Yeah,
he's got all his stuff together. He's making money, all this kind of junk. What do they
yeah,
do? Bash, 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 bash.
yeah,
And it's like, if you would get your life together, you could be in that position if you wanted to be. But you want to sit over here and bash him because he's got everything under the sun that you wish you had. And it's kind of like, dude, no, no, just no. Nobody believes that crap you're spewing. It's
yeah.
just because you're jealous. And it's like, man, come on.
That harsh truth, man. People don't
And
like it though.
Yeah,
We
and
got
that's
warned when we
another
was younger that
thing.
the truth hurts. Nobody don't want to hear
Mm-hmm.
that.
And the thing about it is now, people, and I use this example all the time. People
Hmm.
are in this fantasy unicorn candy land, and whenever you come up to them and you basically say, "Hey, no, look, all this is gone now. Now you got to live in reality." They don't like it. They want to go back to that candy world where nothing bad happens. And it's
Hmm.
like, oh no, 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 buddy. This is reality knocking at your door now. Now you got to see the real world, and it is not your friend.
Right. Exactly.
Because like I said, I was raised to where if I fell down and scraped my knee or my arm or something like that, and I started crying, my dad would look at me and say, "Shut up. You're not hurt. Shut it up. You're fine. You're a boy."
Yeah.
And it's like that.
Toughen
Yep.
you up, man. They toughen you up. And you see how this world kind of going now? Because even with that, right? Now that we, because I believe, I feel like it's supposed to be that, man. We need to toughen up because the world is tough itself. That's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they just switched it over. Now they want us to basically express our emotions more, and I feel like it's already the problem with that situation. So now they saying that, now they trying to make it seem like it's the opposite. They saying
Yeah.
like, oh, y'all just the people just suppressing their emotions. They're not expressing it enough, and all this other. So they trying to change the whole thing up because it taking away the fact that a lot of people just weak. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
Yep.
people is just not tough enough. You know what I'm
It
saying?
takes a, it takes away that candy land that they're living in, and they don't want to
Yep.
leave it.
No, they don't. No, they don't, man.
And I look at people like him, man, and it's just like, God, you're delusional, man.
Yeah, man.
I
I just
mean, right
feel
now,
sad for people like that, man. That's all it is.
yeah.
That's why I say I could be thankful that I could have been. You know, that's why I say I got grace for everybody, though. I could have been
Yeah.
like a lot of these people that's like that or whatever. But I mean, thank
Mm-hmm.
God that I grew up the way I did. You know, but then
Yeah.
we had bullies around and all this stuff. You know, I got
Mm-hmm.
taught not to take no stuff. You know, all type of stuff that toughened me up.
Yeah.
You know, I'm glad it went
My,
the way it should have went. You know, so
yeah.
but that's how I got to be in real world because this world gonna bully you no matter what. You know, no matter how
Oh,
much you want
yeah.
them to shut their mouth, and they're gonna this people gonna do what they want to do. So you got to
Yep.
prepare yourself for do your part. You can't shut everybody else's mouth or control them. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mm-mm.
limited. Even this monetizing stuff and how they trying to watch people mouths on here, like you can only do that on here, but you can't do it in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just pointless.
And it's crazy that even on
What's up, Marie?
social media platforms, we have
Mm,
to censor ourselves. We have to say certain words, otherwise
right,
we get in trouble. It's kind of
right.
like reality does not care about
Shit.
censoring your words,
Nope.
and it's like, dude, come on, man.
Yeah. We talking like a caveman on here. We gotta watch our mouth so bad.
Yeah, I know, right?
Me want to go.
Yeah,
Watch your
it's
emotions.
dumb.
Speaking of that, what's up, y'all?
Marie, I
What's
ain't
up?
seen you in 100. What's the deal?
I know, right? Yeah, it's been a minute. Um, but it's so funny that you guys talk about that because I was just talking about as far as like how it's censored here on TikTok or any social media, pretty much.
Hmm.
But it's like trying to start a fight in a school when you know that there's a security guard ready to break it up. Like you know it's gonna be broken up in like 2 minutes. Like why would you even start a fight then?
Yeah,
Because
you
they know they
you,
about
you
to get
know
some backup. That's why they fake it. They faking it.
you you
Right,
know why we
That's
would
that
do
one
it
person that
though.
get loud soon as somebody get between them and stuff. Yeah, you bet you lucky. You was just
Oh,
right face to face with me. Now
you
you want to
bet.
be loud.
Right.
That
You
Yeah,
lucky
fake
you hold
stuff.
me back. You
the
lucky they hold me
reason
back.
we
You lucky.
the reason we start that fight, even with that security
Let me
guard
get
standing
smoked.
there, is just because we want to.
Right.
Hmm.
That's
I'm
the
like,
main
meet
thing.
me after school at 3 o'clock by the bike racks. It'll be on.
Right.
Hmm. Let's get
Hey, if
away
y'all got
from
some
that
more people, man,
security
try to invite
guard.
them in here. I'm gonna invite some more people too, 'cause I don't think I invited everybody.
Let's
I
get
got some
away
more.
from the cameras. Let's get away from the security guards.
Right.
We'll have a
Let's see
good old
what you really
time.
about. Right.
Man.
Real
I
talk.
promise you something. You ain't gonna get up after.
Right.
Six,
Hunt.
seven,
Oh, that's
eight.
like this. Talking about that, there was one I had in high school that cracked me up. I was laughing the whole freaking time. I'm not
Mm.
even joking. I was going at him, but I was laughing the whole time because it was freaking hilarious. He was so pathetic. There's this boy named Mark Slayton, skinny boy, and I know this is gonna sound bad, but he wasn't like mentally disabled, but he kind of learned a little slower, so he was in the class or
Yeah,
whatever in that specific class. But anyways, we was sitting at lunch and he'd been talking a bunch of junk. I ignored him, and then finally he got on the subject of my family. And I turned around and I told him, I said, Mark, you better shut up now. And he kept going, I said, Mark, shut up. And he kept going. I said, Mark, this is the last time I'm gonna tell you to shut up. And he said, what are you gonna do? I said, I'm either gonna put you through one of these lunch tables or I'm gonna put you across one. And he said, you can't do that. And mind you, this dude probably weighs like maybe 120, 130. And I've been playing football and I'm in the daggum workout room getting about like 250 4 times on bench press. So
yeah.
him, that's nothing. And he said, you can't
My
do
bad, y'all. I
that.
wasn't even looking
And
at the thing. I was trying to share. I got I
he's
had a
like,
couple people in
you
the box. I
can't,
wasn't even
you,
looking.
he's like, you can't do that. And I said, and he said, when the bell rings, go back to class. We're going at it. And I'm kind of like, okay. So
Hey everybody.
What's the deal?
I
What's the
take my
deal?
glasses off. I give them to a chick that's right there beside me. And I said, hold these for a second. And he stands up and I put my arms out
Hold these.
and I say, you got first shot, man. He hits me up under the gut. And I'm like,
Oh
thinking to
my.
myself, did he just hit me? Because it didn't hurt. And I looked at one of my buddies and I said, he just hit me, right? And they said, yeah. And I said, okay. And I reached over there, I grabbed him by the shirt, slung him across the daggum lunch table. You could hear the chairs flying everywhere because they was just plastic chairs. And then here I come, I get on top of him and I'm just going at it. Just
Whoa.
going at it. And then here comes this big old buff janitor to pull me off of him. And he
You need to
pulls
get
me
up
off
off of them right now.
and what's hilarious is he doesn't even have to say a word to me. I just turn around, walk to the office, sit outside the principal's office, and that was it. Then when my dad looked at the cameras, he said, you're not in trouble when you get home. He hit you first.
Mm-hmm.
But the best part about it was flinging him across that lunch table, bro. When he said you can't do that, and I did it, I laughed my butt off, man. It's like
Hold
stuff
up,
like
y'all. I'm
that,
almost
man.
finished sharing these shares.
People don't have that happen to them anymore, and it is so sad. It's like sometimes you gotta stand up for yourself.
Yeah, sometimes you do. For sure.
All the time.
It, for when I can't see the screen yet, that's why I'm over here looking at the screen like this. I'm trying to share some
Okay,
stuff.
so I was saying, like, I was tired as heck after your live. Thank
Don't blame it on me.
you.
Don't do it. Don't blame it on me.
I was tired after that. I was like, he looks so tired. Please get some sleep. So I'm glad to see you nice and refreshed. We can keep you for longer than you expect again today. I can't wait. That's
Mm.
what
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
it. I appreciate
Wait till
you.
tomorrow. It's Friday.
What's tomorrow?
Friday.
What's
I
happening?
gotta go to bed.
You gotta go to bed.
But how y'all feeling, man? We about to get on these emotionally led people today. You know?
Man,
Uh,
honestly, I wish we could find an op like on the real.
it will. It will. Because they going to read the name quick. It ain't even that. I look for ops to try to you know how some of the religions try to transfer you and stuff. You know, that's how it's like, nah. But nah, try to at least help somebody, you know? Well, I get somewhere with this.
Absolutely.
But yeah, what's been going down in these streets though? These TT streets.
Yeah. Shoot, I don't really be in there too. Man,
Hey Kev, I found a video, or Alter, I found a video that I find that quite interesting, that I think would be very good content. Maybe Alter, it would be good for you because it deals with women.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I'll be trying to give her all those. I got a real good one. I can't wait till she do it. Ooh, be over there.
Yo,
you
but
said it's
since
a video
she
stud, Jen?
since she said that,
yeah,
man, have you seen
my
the
best friend said
Kiki
she's
Palmer
seen it a
stuff,
few
bro?
times.
You can send it to me, you
Oh,
said?
you're late on the streets, Lord. That was talked about last week.
What's that?
Oh, there's people still talking about it. I
Kiki
seen it today.
Kiki Palmer.
Well,
Oh wow, yeah.
I was still thinking about it too, though, because of the fact that the mom, because of the crap, because the way the mom been responding in the video, so that was just like wow to me. I guess I'm probably late on that point.
Hmm.
Yeah, I seen a lie today saying that she was accusing the father of this, that, and the other, like
I'm
abuse
like,
and
why y'all put,
stuff. And
why they put Usher out there like that? Poor Usher, because he ain't had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, nothing to do with her loose goose head. You know what I'm saying? What they got to do with it? You see, you always got to put it on the other person.
The mom
Never hold them accountable.
to say all that, 'cause I'm like, where was this energy then before? If the mom was this connected to it, connected to the relationship like that, like. How she even end up with the man if the way she was talking. But let's see. What's the okay? But I can't really read the top. It says emotionally led people are the oh yes, okay. Emotionally led people are the
What?
problem to
He
dip.
said, that was funny. He said, I can't. This again.
It's like, oh, you like, yeah, I got it. I mean, it was so funny. Like, I think was it your live last night, or I don't know.
Probably so.
Where was somebody saying, let me get the video. Okay, yeah, yes. Thank you. But somebody was saying like, why you guys yeah, it was your live. Like, why you guys attacking me? Why you guys
Oh,
are
yeah,
like
it was that little boy.
it's like, God, don't y'all realize like you gotta come with your own ammo. Y'all be looking for people to have ammo in there for you. Sometimes you gotta have your own ammo when you come into fire. Like you
yep,
expect somebody else to have ammo for you. You don't even know who these people are. Y'all just expect you supposed to just be there and help. Like, no, like you came
Is
in here.
that him?
Where
I
is
just
your
thought about that. The
mechanism?
guy you talk about just popped in. He must was hanging on the
bruh,
outside.
no
He
way.
t-
Was he in?
Hold up.
That's
Invite
the
him
funniest
up.
stuff
Shit,
ever.
That
I
was
was
yo,
waiting for you to mention me.
right.
bruh,
And we ain't
invite
taking it
him
back. We said
up.
you better come
I
back
want
with
to
ammo.
see
We thought we were
this.
gonna be scared of you 18. But
Like it's just like yeah, like if you come into anytime you come into a live, y'all have to understand this. I'm gonna have to make sure I teach my kid this too, cause like look, once you 18 and older, it ain't no, it's fair. Be fair game. Everybody's fair
facts.
game. I do believe in
Hell
having
yeah.
more compassion, like not compassion, but like more understanding for certain ages like that. But in experiences, but when you come somewhere willingly, that's where it really kind of blurs the lines of whether or not you're gonna have that support that you thought.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
That's just funny. He said, I was waiting. He said, tag me and coach. Soon as they talk about me, I swear I'm coming
So
over.
right, please call my phone.
That's too funny. That is too funny. Right on time, huh? Oh, I gotta make this chicken. God dang it.
We know you hanging on the outside. Just come on in. You already caught.
Oh,
You already caught us, man.
that's a lot. Dang, I know that much.
Them old folks, just like them old folks, don't never want to let a youngin' express himself.
I think people should have the ability to express themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Time and place, though.
Understanding from people when you do.
Alter, I sent that video to you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay.
Let me know what you think. I think it could actually be a series,
A
a
series of
couple of part one, part two, however many parts it takes.
That's unfortunate because I'm an emotional, very emotional person. Well, you got to get that in shape, my brother.
Is it you put it? You sent it to my inbox?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look at it then. Probably when I get off here because for some reason I can't pull it up.
Yeah, I found it on Facebook yesterday evening. So
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to pull it up. Why am I echoing?
Bro, I thought I was hearing that too. What the? I hear me too. She must have answered the phone or something.
Okay, can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah, you good. I think it was on Jen's end. It was echoing. It might got us on speaker. I don't know. I don't know. Well, all right. I'm guessing until the time comes and stuff.
But
But
yeah, if that one dude, if that one guy's still in here, man, you should definitely invite him up. I want to see what the hell y'all talking about.
he just wanted to be heard, you know. So he felt like he was getting jumped, I guess. But it wasn't. He just didn't want to listen. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the other chick from yesterday that was deflecting. People got. I noticed people got a problem with that word respect.
Yeah,
What
there's
is that?
some
That's
people that
earned.
have a
That
big
is
problem with
earned.
it.
Respect is
Some
earned,
people got
and
a
I
huge
realized
problem
that
with
it's earned and it's given.
it.
It's just different
Mm-hmm.
levels to it. Just different levels. They just think about the worst version. And then she want to
That's
deflect. Well, I'm not going to respect the pedo. I'm not going to. Who just said that? Why your mind on that?
yeah, I know. They look for the worst in everything.
Yeah, that's the derail what you saying and stuff. A lot of people do that. It's gonna be annoying. I be dang near want to kick them out my box when they do that. Like, dog, do you want to listen or not? Or you just losing that bad? You got to come with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because they ain't got nothing else to say. They got to come with something. Then she
Yeah.
had the nerve to ask me, was I uncomfortable? I'm like, what? Is that your whole the freak?
About to ask you if you was uncomfortable in your own life.
You're right.
Okay,
Okay, do your thing over there. Sunday singing over there.
I see. I'm going from
That's
this to this.
Oh my.
For
Sound
OCD.
like a
okay. That
job
was
over there. That's what that
It is
look
a
like.
job, like for real. Cause I'm starting
that,
with this one right now. I have to get it in here. So, yeah, but it's gonna be so great.
Good luck.
okay. That beeping. I was wondering. I'm doing
She doing
clothes
a
right
nine to
now, and
five
Nine to
during
five.
day.
our stuff does that beeping noise whenever it finishes, and I
Oh,
was
she
like,
threw me the cowboy good looks,
is
Jen.
it acting up?
Yep, and do your cow dance.
Right. That'd be funny. Start busting out doing like, no, how's I'm doing this? Somebody help me. But yeah, I guess I get a little session going in there, man.
What's like your okay? I don't. Any of y'all cook or not? No. Yes or no?
Nope.
No, unfortunately, I
unfortunately,
I hit that
I hit that I cook.
I'm about to.
okay.
Jesus.
you know, I actually do cook, but a lot of people don't consider it as cooking. Frozen.
I use an air fryer.
I love my air fryer, but
Yeah,
I do
that's a start.
frozen,
You don't cook. No, I don't have no reason
especially
to right now. What's the deal,
especially
Marissa? I see you
my
done snuck up in here. Mm-hmm.
the best thing that I guess you could say somewhat cook because I got to warm it up is Taipei. It's
who?
like
Mm.
shrimp and rice or chicken and rice or
Ross. Okay.
beef and
Just about
broccoli.
stretched it.
Okay.
With it frozen, you pop it in the
So you know the
microwave for
rice
I
cook.
about
got some
four
rice in the
minutes.
freezer. I might take that out too with this chicken breast I'm about to make.
Ooh.
That may be a
Put
good
a
idea.
little with that shrimp and rice. You throw you a little bit of soy sauce on there.
Just a little bit. I love Worcestershire sauce. I love it. I put that on everything almost.
You, you want to know the funniest thing I heard you saying that? I heard somebody call it Worcestershire sauce.
Oh my.
See, that is hard, man. It's a hard word.
Yeah, they say wash your sister's.
Wash your sister.
That
It's
sounds
like
weird.
what?
Your sister's sauce. Wash her sauce and make sure it's good.
That sounds suspect.
Lemon pepper.
Incest. What you doing washing your sister for?
Oh, okay, good. I got more. Awesome. Gotta wash your sister's sauce.
Oh, that's what Marissa calls it.
She said she called it that. Wash your
Yeah,
sister's.
Marissa says that's what I call it.
That's funny.
Good on that one.
Worcestershire sauce. It's like
You gotta
people.
say it
There's
fast
a
though.
bunch of stuff.
That's how you get
There's a
away with it.
bunch of stuff
You think
people
like
say
that?
that's wrong.
Wash your sister.
God, I keep hearing that beeping, thinking it's our washer and dryer.
Was it
Like it's just a ding or just something like that. I don't know.
some at the crib?
So I do want to make sure I get some cumin. Dang it. Oh, fast.
Okay.
Oh, fast.
You had to change it up. I had the room as we held accountable. I switched it up. I just called it the accountability room. I said, forget it. Make it simple. So I can make him really run it away because I realized a lot of people are scared of that word.
What word?
As long as you come to that accountability.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people don't like that word.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm putting make sure that's the first thing they see when they come in this room.
Mm-hmm. Like
But
there's
you
another
victim
live I watched.
blaming, victim shaming. Yeah, you know what I'm
There's
saying? That's the
another
first
live
thing
I
they go to
watched
when they work. Huh?
where there's another live I watched where the guy literally has it on his title in his thing every single time. We hold people to accountability here, and dude, he ain't lying.
Somebody stole
It's
my
like,
room.
huh?
Somebody stole my room.
I, I don't know, bro. He's just like we hold accountability,
Oh,
and it's
that's
like,
exactly what I just changed my name from.
yeah, and it's like, hmm.
I'm about to report that room if I find it. I'm gonna hold him accountable. Steal my name. Say, nah.
And man, I can tell you the
Nah, I'm
lives,
emotionally. Nah, I'm emotional now.
the
I'm about to have a
lives
topic about
that he
myself now.
has, the lives he has, dude. He doesn't get many people at all, and they go, and I'm like, dude, it goes to show you that people don't want to take it. People don't want to admit, and it's like, man, still want to live in that fantasy candy unicorn world.
Right.
It's just sad.
Yeah. I had to, and to add to water background is that I had to make sure the room is like the title is called No Excuses. So I'm sticking with that one. So I be tired of it. So
Hmm.
I at least warn them. You know what I'm saying? I don't like deflection is a form of excuses to me. I don't like
Yeah.
deflections and derailing and all that stuff. Good look, somebody shared, somebody looked out. There you go. Thank you, Arissa. So,
What do you when you say just basically off the emotionally led people how to change it or avoid it is what you're saying
mm,
on
well, with
your
that part, somebody else did it. My for win.
Yeah. I was like, oh, let me go my God. My bad.
Or me go up there coughing and stuff. What's the deal, man?
No, I'm just clearing my throat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're talking my language right now, so I'm just waiting for my
so
turn.
Let me clear my
yeah with
Yes,
throat.
sir. You already
that
know.
point of how to change it or avoid it, brother,
So
honestly you
I
just
think
need
with that
to
part is like, I guess I should have reworded it a little bit different. So I think I meant to say like kind of avoid a type of person that's like that, or
Uh-huh.
help. I should have maybe say help change. The
Yeah,
person can't change. They
Thing
only can change
is, we
themselves, but you can
just
assist it, right? So
You
you can
can't
assist
avoid it.
somebody.
You can't avoid it, Kevin. You
yeah,
cannot avoid it.
we just got to go back to the
With an
way
emotional person, you just walk away from.
Lily.
No, you can't because 3 out of 5 people are emotional. Are you gonna get rid of everybody in your life?
Yep.
No, we
Sorry, no, I'm talking about. No, I
Sixty
was just
percent
saying
of
that.
the
honestly
people,
for
sixty
this.
percent of the people in your life are emotional. They don't have the research and the
There's a
skills and
lot
the
of people
practice
that's
that you have.
emotionally. Yeah, I feel you on that.
Not everybody
I
you
think I'm
know
talking
is
about like
listening to you.
circumstances, right? Because I did say I didn't say emotional. I said emotionally led. It is a lot of people that's emotionally led too. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm just
Mm-hmm.
saying, like, depending on the situation, some people just straight lead with their emotions instead of trying to think it out. So
Well, when you lead when your emotions, if that is your go-to, then you're emotional. It doesn't matter how many times you reword it, Kevin. There's always going to be somebody that doesn't like the way you worded something. At the end of the day, we're trying to get to a certain point
mm,
of clarity and understanding, right?
yeah, I think
So,
logical people can be emotional too. I mean, they got their times.
well, there's no such thing as unemotional. You would have to be a
Yeah,
robot. The whole
exactly.
point of emotions is controlling them and seeing
yeah.
how far they're
Oh.
going. You understand? That's what
Okay,
emotional intelligence is.
if I can ask, brother, would you say that the people that do those, since I got to be censored on here, emotion or on mass unalivings, would you say that they're emotional or are they void of emotion?
All right, so let's all right, let's separate feelings from emotions. Feelings come before emotions, and once emotions are intact, once those start coming in, it becomes reactive. When the emotions are
Mm.
involved, you it starts becoming physical. That's where violence comes in, that's where anger, rage, uncontrollable senses, where you're so hot that you can't do nothing about it. It's too late.
Mm.
People always say, "Oh, I blacked out." Yeah, right.
Right.
But, so yes, the answer to that is emotions. Once it starts reaching, if you look at the stages, then you could prevent it from getting to a point where it's uncontrollable. You just got to understand the different layers of it. There's levels to it.
Yeah.
Like for instance, you're the gatekeeper of your farm. Your farm is your life. If you have the gate open, then you have to watch what comes in and out of your gate. But you get to a point where you
Mm.
get so good at it that you can see it coming from far. So you got to close the gate right away.
Good look, Moni.
You're the landlord of your own happiness, peace, and love.
I love peace.
Thing for me is like I was saying earlier, man, before anybody else dropped in. I was raised my whole life, suck it up, be a man, don't do it, and
Too
everything
bad
like
some of these
that.
chicks took
So
suck it up the wrong way. It's like, no,
when
no,
it
no.
comes to
Uh,
emotions, I might come off as completely void of it. But the thing is I've been taught to internalize it and work it out within myself and not just like be over there. But that's just me.
I get that. I get that. See, but then the thing is that a lot of people like you, if you don't have the control, you're a walking time bomb.
Yeah, true that. That's the reason. And I'm not saying that I don't sometimes get upset. Like I'll be sitting in my room sometimes and I'll lose it for no reason. And then after I do that, I'm fine. But I will not, and it's just because of the way I'm raised, I will not show it in front of a single person. I'd rather be in my room by myself and have a breakdown than do it in front of somebody.
That I understand. That I understand because you got to protect yourself at all costs. The problem to me is not everything was meant to be internalized. some things have to be expressed because if you hold it inside, it's destroying you. So you have to pick and choose your battles and who you express this to. Yes, there are some things you have to internalize, but you can't do everything that way. It just doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm. Now, believe me, I'm a guy that will sit there and crack jokes with you, like all that kind of junk, be the funniest person you ever met because that's just me. And that, I mean, I do show that emotion, but I know it's not a emotion that makes me seem weaker as a man. You know what I'm saying?
I do get that. I do get that. I mean, look, too much of any emotion, whether it's good or bad, it's too much. So at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
we have to create a balance
Good deal, DJ.
where we start realizing when we're doing too much, when we're putting too much into something, or when we're not doing enough. That
Yep.
is the answer to many problems.
Yeah,
Yeah, balance.
like I was telling the host earlier, whenever like I gave him an example, I said whenever my granny died and we went to the funeral, my mom and all them, and I'd been around my granny my whole life, like spent all the time with her and everything like that. But whenever she passed, everybody else was over there just crying their eyes out. I'm sitting over there and I'm not shedding a single tear. And the reason why is because I looked at it from a stance of this is going to happen to everyone someday. It's inevitable, and there's no reason to be upset about it. It's going to happen. So why be upset about it? That's just the way I looked at it.
Yep. Everybody's different, man. Everybody's different. But at the end of the day, when you realize how much damage emotions and feelings, think about most of the times that you were in trouble, most of the times that you did extra, most of the times that it went to a place where it shouldn't have went. That's because there's feelings and
Mm-hmm.
emotions involved.
Yep.
I don't know what that is. Good look. Hey,
So that's how they're controlling us. If you want to talk
deal,
about
AJ.
conspiracy theories, think about how they got everybody in their feelings. Think about how many people you meet that are in their feelings. You cannot
Yep.
have a conversation with someone when they're in their feelings. The only
Oh, you
time that
getting
you
somewhere now.
can
You're
is
feeling
when
me.
you're calming them
That's what I
down.
mean. Yeah, feel me.
You can't because if you talk to someone while they're in your feelings, they're going to be easily
Okay, Purple.
offended. They're going to be
Irrational.
opposed to everything you say. They don't want to hear the truth. They're going to
Mm-hmm.
respond to you in a defensive. Then they then
Yep.
they then they become the most belligerent, nasty mofos that you could speak to.
Yeah. Yep. That's the reason anytime that somebody is in their feelings in front of me and we're sitting there trying to have a talk, I tell them, hey, look, stop. Stop right now. I'm going to tell you, you're going to get out of your feelings. Me and you're going to sit here and we're going to have a conversation without you using your feelings to tell me what you think, or not what you think, what you feel. Whenever you tell me I think, you're not using your emotions. When you tell me I feel, you're telling me with your emotions. There's a
Feel.
big difference.
That ghost in the building. My
Yeah,
brother Ghost.
I'll
I'm
tell you
on.
what. I'll tell you what, man. I'm telling you, if people can learn, I mean, look, you're gonna have feelings and you're gonna have emotions, but
Yep.
most people function from that level in everything that they do. Everything
Trust
that they
me.
Every
do
time.
involves that shit.
Yep. They think to themselves, do I want to go to work today? And be like, I don't feel like it, but I need to. And then they don't go. And it's like, but you needed to go to work. So why are you basing it off your emotions? Or I need to go and mow the yard today, but I don't feel
Feel
like
like,
it.
right?
And it's like, you know you need to go mow it because it's getting long, but just because you don't feel like it, you're not going to go and do it. So it can get worse. It's like, come
Right.
on, man.
But that's why you need to learn how to go against your feelings. It's the same thing as when you go to the gym, you say, I
Mm-hmm.
really didn't want to be here. I really didn't want to come here. But now that I'm here, might as well take advantage, even if it's just 15 minutes on the treadmill,
Facts.
a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
this, a couple of push ups, something. It's better to be there than not be there.
Yep.
I got a video on that. Do it. Made a video saying do it when you don't feel like it, basically. So yeah,
But
I understand what
that's
you
a
mean.
lot of discipline that goes into that. When you
Yep.
do things and you don't feel like doing things, that means that you have good discipline.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then imagine when you do feel like it, just become easy. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So,
here's the funniest shit. Here's the funniest shit. There is nothing on earth that feels like when you leave a gym and you did a good workout. When you did a good
Yep.
workout, nothing feels like that. Your head is clear. Your emotions are in check. You feel
mhm.
like King Kong. You feel
Yep.
untouchable. You feel like the world could do you no wrong until what happens? Until you run
Until
into
the legs
another
start
human
shaking.
being.
Oh,
No, until you run into another human being. You run into another human
Yeah.
being that they're miserable or they see you
facts.
happy and they see you all pumped up and they want to share their misery because misery needs company.
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
Misery
It
because
was
Kev need to give me my mic, fam, and kick it off.
I got you. I swear
when
I got
I
you, man.
It's been like 3 months, man.
when
You
I
I just
know,
got to
used to
make
go
sure
to
it's
the
in good
gym,
use.
man.
you man,
When I
this gonna
used
be
to
a
go to the
good use,
gym,
man.
bro, like I was doing good, dude, doing real good. And then it got to the point to where I started trying to outdo what I was doing, and I was waking up in the morning, I could barely move. I was just like, "Oh, this sucks." And it's
Oh, you
like,
fell
dude,
into
I
the
don't even
trap.
want to go anymore.
That's
You
because
you
it's
fell
not
into the
about how
trap.
strong you are. It's about how you do the exercise. Trust me.
Yeah.
Believe
Plus,
me
you
when
have to
I know.
change the routine because once you reach your results, you have to change what you're doing. Once you reach the point, your goal, now you have to maintain. That's a whole different ballgame.
Yep, yep.
I
I
know
just
my
I wanted to
Wolf gang.
see
Wolf gang.
where my
Oh, I'm
limit
sorry.
was, I guess.
What's
Hold
up,
on, Shadow.
Sid?
Wait a minute. Hold on, real quick. Go ahead, Wolf.
What's going on though? How you feeling today? I appreciate you. Hey y'all, I'm sorry I ain't been live or nothing, man. I'm getting over the flu right now.
Oh, everybody
Try,
gets sick.
Yes.
yeah, a lot of people keep
Hope you
wondering.
feel better.
They say thanks, brother. They keep saying, "Wolf, man, where you at, man? I'm getting better. That's what I'm getting though." So,
For
you
sure,
know,
Lord.
I just want to go ahead, if it's okay, brother, if I can address this topic right here, because it
Oh
says,
yeah.
you already know how I get down. It says emotionally led people are the problem today, but of course, I mean, like without a doubt. I mean, like,
Aries.
I mean, like,
What's
if
the
you
deal?
look at this, man, it says, I believe that they are the hardest to talk to. I agree with that, and I'm gonna tell you why I agree with that. Because emotional people do not have a clear mind to think. They're not thinking clearly. They're not thinking logically. They're not thinking judgmentally in certain aspects. Nothing in their head is in place. Their emotions are scattered. So that means everything in their mind is scattered. So what they'll do,
Mm.
they'll talk about something that has nothing to do with what you're talking about because they are emotional. Kev, I can't read that,
I got
man.
you. I got you.
I can't
Got
see. I just went blind, brother. All right, bring it
you. You see
back.
it right there?
Yeah, I'm good right here.
All right.
And it says, what do you think are the reasons and how can we change or avoid it? Number one, we can't change it. Number two, the only way we can avoid it is by avoiding the person or the conversation altogether. We
Facts.
can't
Okay.
change it. We can't change it. The reason why we can't change is because people are going to be how they are. They're going to be these emotional people. They're going to be these people that runs pretty much off that and then need validation for their emotions all the time. So we can't change it. But the only way to avoid it is not talk to them or avoid that conversation altogether. And it
Hey,
said,
Wolf, real
what's,
quick. I want to do something for the two people that's in the box. So y'all should check out this guy right here.
oh, wow, wow. Well, thank you very much, sir.
That that's him that's talking. In the right corner, we got. Oops, I did it upside down. This guy right here. He's in the right corner up there. I got both their books.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
I need your information, Wolf, bro.
Oh man, we already there. Matter of fact, I'm following you right now. What you can do is, we could DM each other and we could take it from there, brother. And I'm be more than happy to put some work together with you.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing about how I talk, Kev, and I say it straight to the point because a lot of people be missing those points. And I say it like this: men can be emotional, but men use logic first. Then we
Facts.
go into emotions because we get
Mm-hmm.
upset when you don't understand the logic. Women use emotions first, and then they get upset when we don't acknowledge the emotions. Then they go into logic.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything is going crazy. So then that's why it's backwards if you pay attention. And this is facts, and people got to pay attention to it. And alter ego, she probably know what I'm talking about. When a man is calm, that's because he loses logic. He gets upset, and he get his emotions start to move when the logic is ignored. The woman starts with emotions and get upset when the emotions is there, but calms down when the logic hits her.
Mm.
When she understands reason and understand logic, she calms down. So she goes from high to low, and we go from low to high. That
Mm.
dynamic is always there. That's why you see in the videos, the people be quiet, the men be calm, like I told you, because and the next thing you know, they blow up. See, but
Right.
in that argument already, the woman is already up there yelling, arguing, and when she come to logic and realize that this man his fuse has exploded, she calms down. So that's understanding the
That's what that
dynamics of
balance
those
to me.
emotions. Yeah, that's what a balance is. And then I always tell, like, what most people don't understand is that women are asking this of men, though. Women are asking men to be emotionally stable and emotionally intelligent. And the reason why they are asking men to be emotionally stable and emotionally intelligent is because they know they lack the full capacity to be emotionally intelligent or emotionally stable. They know that. That's why all women say, yeah, we lead with emotions. They know that. So when their
Mm-hmm.
emotion gets out of place, they ask us to be emotionally intelligent and stable to make sure that we can bring them down.
Mm-hmm.
So, or to make sure that their emotions are back into place or they're back into that realm where they're supposed to be. It's tough with some women because some women just don't listen. It's tough with some men because when men get emotional, move.
All right, AJ.
You know what I'm saying? Get out of our way. Move. Don't egg it on. Don't tap at the bear. You know what I mean? Because we're already at that calm stage. Keep us there. And that's why a lot of ladies be saying like, oh my god, he blew up, he went all off the end. But do you know why he went off the end? There's a reason why that man has exploded that way. Because
Mm-hmm.
most men, I'm not saying all men, but most men tend to use the calm logic, and then their emotions get all
D-Dub.
crazy when people start flipping out on them. But that's what it is, though. I'm just gonna say it. People that lack emotional intelligence and stability is always asking the other person to have it. It ain't
Mm-hmm.
women
Yeah, yeah,
asking men to
that's
have it.
correct. Wolfgang, I got a question for you.
You're right.
Yes, sir.
So you made me think about something. So if women lead with emotion and men lead with logic, is there a midpoint that both the man and the woman could look at where they're trying to reach so that they can communicate since they are two different animals, right?
Right.
And a man is trying to avoid becoming emotional because that's when he loses control. So are you saying that when a woman approaches it, she's coming into it without any control and expecting us to hold it down so they can express themselves and they can feel safe to release that?
Yeah. So with that being said, there is a point, but the point, I'm just going to be dead 100% honest because a lot of people won't be. The point needs to be reached by the woman first because the man is already moving in logic. See, he's already calm. So if she
Hmm.
wants to be calm, she has to go where he is. You get what I'm saying?
I
So if
do,
she
I do.
mad, she knows she wants to be calmed down. She has to go into his realm and try to understand why. See, if a woman stops and thinks and be like, "Well, why is he so calm though? Why am I the one that's all yelling and I'm all mad? Let me find out what's keeping him calm, so that I won't be doing what I'm doing right now. So I
Hmm.
won't be emotionally all over the place. Hey, baby, Can I get a better understanding of what you're talking about? What's going on? Sure, baby, no problem. This is what I'm explaining to you. Oh,
Mm.
okay. All right. Now both of them in that calm space. See, but they lead with emotions and they want that emotion to be validated as truth instead of
And
actually paying attention to the facts and the logic. See, the man, like I said earlier, the man starts calm, then he gets mad. The woman's already mad, then she goes to calm. So what would be the better way to go? Would you want to be you if you already upset, you want to calm yourself down, go to where it's calm. Period.
uh,
Hands down. Go
So
to
I
where
had
it's
a question
peaceful.
that,
then.
hold on, Heaven, because I wanted to wrap this up real quick. So, sir, would you say that it's not good advice to match a woman's energy when she starts off that way? That's the
Never
wrong
match.
thing to do.
That's the wrong.
Hell no.
Never match her energy.
What a
Never match
real.
her. No, bro, that is the most horrible advice. Never match a woman's energy when she's irate. The reason why is because men are physically stronger. If we get irate, there's a problem. We punching holes in the wall, we breaking chairs, stuff. We
Facts.
furniture moving. So we should never. Whoever gives that advice, give that same energy. Never give that same energy because we as men have to set the tone and set the example. It's
I'm glad
all
you
about
said that.
men doing
I've
what
heard that
we.
advice recently, believe it or not. I heard somebody in a live told someone, you got to meet a woman's energy. I was like, oh no, I don't want
No,
that.
bro.
I guarantee you they single. I promise you they single.
Yes, sir. Say it again for us,
If
man.
And
they
Say
and
not
it
single,
again,
they
brother.
emotionally impulsive as hell.
they
Say it again,
single and
brother.
they ain't known a woman in their life. Let me tell y'all a story. I grew up with 5 sisters. I'd be damned if even to this day I matched any one of their energies because I wouldn't be here to tell the story.
Oh
That's some
my.
bullshit. That's
Yeah.
some bullshit. And all 5 of them had 5 personalities apiece. You can't do that shit, fellas.
No,
No.
you
No. That's
can't.
why I tell me, y'all want to be in a polygamous relationship. These women got, no pun intended, alter egos like a motherfucker. Just pick one. You can pick one and you can have a different one during the week. Fuck is you talking about? Alter, I love you, sis. That
I
wasn't
just
no
thought
cheap
about what
shot.
I said.
But
No
but
pun
that's
intended.
but that's but that's the truth.
Yeah,
That's
but
the truth.
that
Cause
advice, man, that they give like that though, for real though, is terrible. Never meet a woman's energy like that, man. That's bad. You know what? And you know the thing about it is that I found out though, fellas, is that it's men that say that. That's like a man say that. That's terrible advice from a man or from the supposed to be man. Because we got to understand, like Kev, you know how I am about my book. It starts with the man first. We the one who have to set the tone. We the
I
one
feel
have
you.
to be the example. We are the ones who have to show them
Twinking
that
it.
we can be calm and be smooth so that they can become. Because look, how about this one? Try this detective outfit. Here's some advice. If a woman is yelling at you constantly and you don't raise your voice and she keeps yelling at you and fussing at you and all of this stuff like that, just go quiet on her. Don't say a word. Don't mention nothing to her. Let her keep getting that. And then she's going to eventually calm down and wonder, why the hell are you so quiet? But you know what? And then she's going to be like, why are you so quiet?
that's it.
And then you ask her the question, why are you so loud? And it changes the complete dynamic. She will literally be like, damn, he ain't lying. I am the loud one here. He the one that's calm. He the one that's not yelling and raising his voice. When you go quiet,
Hold up, Mark. I see your hand up, but I got next, brother, and I won't be long. I promise.
and and the thing is that I'm gonna tell y'all, here's the thing that what women do not like, what I've come to learn and understand. Women do not like awkward silence from a man. That silence that you give
Oh
them,
no.
they don't like it. And
Is it
they are
me?
and they
Oh,
gonna wonder and be very, very curious why you are not, like the brother said, meeting their energy. It changes the dynamics. I'm telling y'all, man. From the Kev, you know, I spoke to like what over 20,000 women. They all tell me the same thing all the time. You've been witness to this stuff, and I tell them, I'm like, that's understanding the dynamics between the man and the woman. It starts with the man first. Be the example. Set the tone. If you not mad and she's still over there mad, she can't do nothing but be mad at herself because you're not upset about anything. She has no choice she has two choices. Either stay mad and keep doing what she's doing or calm her ass down and come holler at you. Those are two choices. Just that simple, though. But I'm going to go ahead and leave it to the next one, though.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna be real quick, bro, because just with that statement alone, with people giving that type of advice, especially man coming to another man, that man should be investigated if he telling you to match a woman. Because I'm telling you, for real, any that
For
says
real.
hit or will put their hands on a woman and not have no remorse for it. That's all I wanted to say.
Ouch.
All right, now y'all. So I'm gonna salt the Kool-Aid real quick, and
Yeah,
I'm
oh,
gonna
not
say
the salt.
something. I'm about to say something. It's about to piss off all of y'all.
You gonna salt the Kool-Aid that's in
I'm
the
going.
plastic when you take the
I'm
bottom
I'm
out?
about to I'm about to mix up the Skittles and the M&Ms. You don't know what you about to get. It's gonna be chocolate fruity in the one bite, but it's
Let's get it.
facts. So this is your captain speaking with Spirit Airlines. We are on a non-stop flight from San Diego, California,
We
all
can
the
hear
way
it.
to the Great NY. We
Did
have
he
three
say? Did he say?
layovers.
Did he say
This
chocolate Skittles?
Yes.
Okay,
This is
I
a
just want to make
Spirit
sure.
Airline
Okay.
flight, so y'all ain't gonna like it, but I'm gonna get you that. So here's the facts. Here's the facts. Emotions don't exist.
Hmm.
A lot of people don't know that. I'm gonna say it again. Emotions don't exist. Emotions is nothing more but a state of mind that derives from your current situation, whatever situation you're dealing with. People don't think about it that way. See, when you are in any situation, regardless, think of the saddest movie you've ever watched. Think of the happiest you've ever been. Think of the most confused you've ever been, the angriest you've ever been. 10 times out of 9, it can be tied to where, yes, the math is right. 10 times out of 9, it can be tied to a situation and or circumstance that you were going through. Meaning, if you weren't going through anything, there would not need to be
Blue.
no emotions. Let me tell y'all something that my boxing coach once taught me. He said if somebody claims that they see red when they in the fight, that's gonna be the easiest fight of your life.
Mmm.
He used to talk about when he fought, and the hardest fights he had were people who were calm-minded. Think about that. When people say, "Oh, I see red, I'm about to da 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 da," they be barking and barking. If you look at Mike Tyson, when Mike Tyson would do his stare downs, you know, in a fight they have a stare down. Mike Tyson never lost a stare down. He never shook. He never showed any emotion. He never made a face. Emotions don't exist only when you want them to. Now, am I saying that emotions don't take form? Of course they do, but that's only when you want them to exist. For example, I remember when I got the news that my sister was killed. I did indeed get emotional. I stayed that way for a long time. I jumped off social media for a year. I didn't want to hear it. But the circumstance that I was dealing with caused me to be emotional. And a lot of people be measuring the things they do in life based off of emotions. It's like watering a fucking rock and expecting something to grow out of it. And when you look at what's going on today, people take their feelings and emotions and they replace them with common logical sense. They take the subjective feelings and they place them over the objective, and they tell it like we talked about this on this very live. There was a woman on here and she was talking about the state of the world itself is subjective. Like, how do I know a foot is a foot just because you told me it's a foot?
Oh, I remember who you're talking about. Yeah.
And I was sitting there listening, I was letting her talk. And I asked her, so just because somebody told you that a foot is a foot, that makes it subjective. And I said, so why don't you put your hand in a fire and leave it there? Why do you wear oven mitts when you take something out of the oven? Because you know the objective truth, you would get cooked. That's a fact. But people want to lead with their emotions and say, just because I don't believe it to be true, even though it's been proven to be true. They want to lead with their emotions and say, just because I don't believe it to be true
All right, go.
means that it ain't true. And that's the monkey, not the monkey, that's the devil in the box that we're dealing with in today's world. So a lot of times our emotions don't even have to rule us the way they rule us if we simply avoid certain situations. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Everybody on this panel got a family member that they don't fuck with like that because they be always on that bullshit. All of y'all on here got a family member y'all don't deal with because they be on that bullshit. I don't talk to them because every time they call, they want something. Or a friend, not even a family member. Y'all know somebody. Only time they call is when they want something.
Oh
Only
my.
time they call is when they going through something. Only time they call you
When they
is when they
gossip.
need something. And when they want and need and going through something, that puts you in an emotional state like, God damn. Like, if I don't help them, they may not make it till tomorrow. And it puts you in a situation to where you have to compromise what you are doing and what you have going on for the sake of this person, and you get emotional about it. See, a lot of y'all don't want to have that conversation with people. Cause you gotta tell them quick. I ain't got no fucks to give. Sorry, not sorry. The price of fuckflation is through the roof. I can't afford to give you a fuck right now because I need that fuck for myself.
Hey, but fam, I think that's my bad for interrupting. I think
Go ahead.
that's the problem though, because even though we all know that emotions are there, you're saying that because you might act like it don't hurt means it didn't hurt. No, it still hurt, but you don't have to show the effects of how much it hurts you, right?
You're not supposed to show, exactly. You're not
Right.
supposed
So
to show the effects.
right, but at the same time, if somebody hits you in the face, you can shrug it off or something like that. But just because you ball out crying don't mean it hurt any more or any less. It's still the fact that you got hit in the face. People just gonna show it differently.
Okay, now that leads up into emotional control. See, emotional control is not just about yourself. Emotional control is the ability to also check someone else's emotion. Because just like the man asked earlier, if a woman is on 1,000, would you match her energy? And we all answered no. See, if you have somebody who has emotional control, that person should have enough common sense to say, I see you acting crazy. I'm about to check you on that. Because again, just like in a fight, if you go into a fight seeing red and you blind with rage, you will lose more times than not. I guarantee it.
I hear
So,
you, but I think, like, and you saying a lot, so you may be blending a lot of the things that you're saying together, but these are different things of what you're talking about, right?
how so?
Because at the end of the day, we can never, emotional control isn't about anyone else. That's just like self-esteem. These are things that matters with you. Like, do you feel like somebody can affect your self-esteem?
Emotional control and self-esteem doesn't, that you kind of lost me on that. Like, that's not the same thing in
Right,
my
because
mind.
you're
Because
you're
like if
emotional.
you because
What I
because
mean by
because real
hold on,
quick,
but
okay. So
what
like
I mean by
the two gentlemen earlier were talking about relationships. We're talking about men and women. All right, like I said earlier, what I'm about to say is gonna piss y'all off because I'm including everybody. But if you're in a relationship and none of y'all have no emotional control, that relationship is doomed to fail. Would you agree?
depends on the type of relationship.
If nobody has no emotional control,
Yeah,
you don't.
it may be a toxic relationship, but we see people stay in toxic relationships their whole life.
Okay,
So
well
I mean, it just
let me reword that question. If none of y'all have emotional control, would that relationship be considered a healthy relationship?
no.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we're getting somewhere. So if one out of the two has emotional control, does it have a chance of becoming
A little
being a
chance,
healthy
yeah.
relationship?
Yeah, it's a greater possibility.
Okay. So what I am saying is emotions, all right, they are a state of mind. But that state of mind is only derived from a circumstance of whatever's going on right then and there. Now, what I was saying was you can let that circumstance control you and make you act out or make you feel some type of way. Like some people, I can watch a horror movie and not jump once. My girlfriend can't do that. You know, I can take a prick in the needle. I can give blood and not wince. There's some people who pass out at the sight of a needle.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying?
But that's still, but you started off by saying that emotions don't exist, right?
They don't
But
exist.
you're basically saying, even though you may not respond the way that someone else responds within their emotions, you're still, as a human being, going through emotions. Like emotions are still going to exist no matter
Are you
how.
going through an emotion or are you going through a circumstance?
I mean, I see. Well, no, I can't even say I see where you're going, because circumstances bring different emotions, but you will always have emotions, no matter the circumstances. Once you're born into a circumstance, but
Well, see,
at
a
the
circum.
same time, you're also
Mhm.
born with emotions. Even children, even little babies have emotions, whether they understand them or not, whether they know how to display them or not, they still have them. You feel what I'm
See,
saying?
a circum. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but see, a circumstance and an emotion, even though an emotion can be tied to a circumstance is not an emotion. Children are taught fear. We were all taught fear. You know, a baby will roll off a couch and he don't cry because of the fall. He'll cry because you startled him, because you hollered, you screamed, you startled him. The fall itself didn't scare the child. Or he'll knock a glass off the table, she'll knock a glass off the table, and the glass will break. And the baby won't cry because of the sound of the glass break. He'll cry because mama or daddy hollered or got upset. But initially, the child ain't taught that. See, that's being a victim of the circumstance. Like I said, I've known people who've handled horrible circumstances with no emotion because they knew if they just showed a little, and that's the danger side of when people say they're an empath. Empathic people don't display emotions like that because they know if I display even a little bit of emotions, it's gonna run out of control because everybody's dumping their emotions on me, and
Yeah.
most of them choose not to even believe in them. I
I,
told you, like
I
a
don't
lot of
know
people ain't
about
gonna like
that,
what I
man.
gotta say. I know a
Yeah,
lot
I'm
of
about to
people
say
ain't
I
gonna
don't
like
know
what I
about
gotta
that. You got
say.
me with that.
But even
I
It
told you
don't
a
make
lot of
sense
people
to
ain't gonna
me
like
though,
what I
because
gotta
like,
say.
no,
what is
I'm gonna agree
love?
with that.
What is jealousy? All that stuff. Even though they feelings and their emotions though, but it's just like even if
Well,
you want to say circumstances is just a broad situation. Anyways, it's all type of different circumstances though. But what's the name of that circumstance? It got to be called something. I know we
Okay,
trying to
I'm glad you brought
cover
up.
up.
I'm
You
well,
glad
know,
you
well,
brought up
well, we
love.
already established
I'm
tonight.
glad you brought up love. I'm glad you brought up love because we not on this live, but I think it was yesterday, or the day before. I talked about that was also a topic, and I said that love itself is a sacrifice. You know, it's not an emotion. It's a it's a it's a what you do. It's a sacrifice. Love is that's the bottom line for it. People say you love something or you love something or someone, you sacrifice for it because you want the best for it. That's not an emotion, that's a circumstance. You want the best circumstance, the best possibility, the best outcome for this person or this thing. Whether it's going to the gym, you want the best body, you're gonna sacrifice your time, you're gonna build yourself, you're gonna break yourself down and build it up. If you love someone, you're going to want the best for that person, so you're going to go to work and you're going to do whatever you got to do to make sure that that person, child, if you have children, you're going to want the best for that person. You see what I'm saying? That's
Hey, yo, can
circumstance.
y'all hear me at all?
hey,
Y'all
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
me?
hear you, Bam.
Okay,
I can hear
so
you now.
what you are describing is stoicism. Okay, and the thing is, it don't mean that you did not receive or were not receptive to the emotion. It just means that you did not garner a response. You didn't allow a response to manifest. So there's no circumstance that is going to derive, unless you are a sociopath, that is
oh,
not
nah,
going
so you probably got a mute because yours gonna be
Hey,
super
I
loud.
can't hear anything he's saying.
Yeah, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if there's not a circumstances that are going to arise, unless you are a sociopath or a psychopath, which I highly doubt you are, that is not
Can you
going to
start over?
garner emotion. You are
Can
going
you,
to receive that emotion, meaning you are emotionally receptive. How you are
oh,
going to display that emotion is going to be the response to that emotion. Now, that is stoicism.
oh.
Stoicism is the balance to emotional impulse, right? So instead of me being emotionally impulsive, I'm going to receive this emotion, and then I'm going to translate it properly, right? And then whatever response I give is going to be a rational response. That's literally what stoicism is, and that's literally what he was just explaining this whole time. But the concept that you're gonna have a circumstance and you're not gonna have any emotion that's gonna arise is bullshit, because we are emotionally receptive. That's how our brain works. And the reason that a child is not gonna cry when a glass breaks is because they don't have the conscience to be receptive, and they gain the reception by your response. So when they see your response, it gives them a sense of response.
Even that too made me think about it. Like even if we want to call it, I don't know, it's no word now, but the feeling and the emotion, right? It affects your body in certain ways too. Depending on how your circumstance is, right? It affects you. So just like, okay, something that happened last weekend, right? I realize how deep anxiety is. That's really a deep thing. It can make something more, it can make something worse than it's supposed to be sometimes. So when you get that, I don't know to call it a circumstance or not, but I'm pretty sure that it does something to your body. That's what it do. It's like it's something you really can't control in a way
That's
unless you kind of
subconscious.
focus or something.
That's
Huh?
subconscious though.
I
So
mean,
that's
yeah,
that's
the
the
whole
Yeah,
difference between
subconscious, right?
that's the difference between transitioning something from your subconscious mind to your conscious mind.
Right.
Anybody in here who's ever felt sad because they seen something and didn't consciously process it, whatever it was, but you cried, that was your subconscious. Your emotions are subconscious. That's why I said there's no possible way for you to just say you don't have emotions unless you are literally
They
receptive.
actually
I didn't
say
say I
emotions
didn't
start
have them.
first. But
Yeah,
I actually look.
I ain't
Oh,
say I ain't say I ain't have them. I said they exist. They didn't exist because they are a product of a circumstance. So by
No, they
removing
exist.
myself, or
They
yeah,
100% exist, bro.
I will. I guess that is. I guess me personally, I'm gonna say that's subjective.
It's not
I,
objective. If we just sit here and told you emotions can literally affect your subconscious. Anything that can affect your subconscious is 100% the most objective thing that's going to happen to your body. Anything that is an involuntary
Somebody in the comments said the
is a
stock market is influenced by emotions. Silver inbox me because I can talk stocks all day. Stocks, futures, forex, ETFs, cryptocurrency. That's what I do, baby.
and
stock
he
market
was
is
not lying
influenced
when he
by
said he was gonna throw some salt in the Kool-Aid.
the stock market is influenced by emotions because market is perpetuated by emotions. So they 100% investigate or assess their demographic based off of emotional responses. That's like people who buy impulsively. We were just talking about impulses. People buy impulsively when they feel a sense of patriotism, or they feel a sense of fear. This is why they fear monger us. Every 10 years, oh man, the world's about to end. Now you gonna get up, you about to go buy water, eggs, and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? When some shit happened with the country, and like 9/11, now everybody gonna want to go buy American flags and American flag T-shirts. Now somebody put stock in that shit because they knew it was gonna happen. The same way as when the shit happened with COVID, somebody bought a lot of stock in those swabs, right? That they used to test us. They knew this was gonna happen. So that's a point of like dictating circumstances, literally.
One thing about being a trader, Silver, if you're a trader, one thing about being a trader is they tell us don't trade with emotions. That's one of the biggest rules of being a trader. Don't trade with emotions. So it's kind of contradicting when the stock market. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Yes, because just like Big Bam just explained, people are impulsive buyers, right? But the ability to take, when you honestly look at it, when you really step back and look at it, and people say I can remove emotions from the equation. That's what I was getting at when I said ultimately they don't exist. If it can be removed and life still go on, it don't make me a
I
robot.
would just say it's like a phase, a quick phase or something like that. It's real and it
They
do
have
exist.
transitioned that
It's just
emotion. from their
Huh?
subconscious to their conscious. And like even as a matter of fact, the example just gave is the perfect example of that. They tell you not to trade with emotion because you're supposed to be using the reception of emotion as a tool.
Technical
You see what I'm saying?
analysis.
As a tool. So I got to be able to analyze this shit. I can't be analyzing inside of emotion because I got to be able
Right,
to
that's logic.
perceive the emotion to manipulate it though.
That's
But people
logic.
That's
who
what I was
understand
trying to
emotion,
say.
right?
I was gonna say that like my husband used to have a trading firm in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So we still trade and everything, and understanding the emotional state of people who are in that stock is really important to understand when you need to cover, if you need to go short. You know, I mean, there's a psychology is a big part in that lens to emotions. So people's emotions dictate everything that they do, and emotions aren't a bad thing because we're human beings. Emotions are what make the world beautiful. Love is an emotion, so is anger, so is sadness and frustration. They're not a bad thing. The problem is that people don't understand their emotions. They lack empathy and an ability to read the emotions of others, and so they perceive anything that's considered an emotion outside of anger as being weak or bad, and it's not true.
So would you put your subjective emotions over that objective truth?
My subjective emotions over an object. Do you have an example?
Okay.
Basically, by definition, I'm going off definition, meaning objective means it's true no matter what. Subjective meaning what's true to you.
So perception is reality. And if I perceive something as, because objective truths are like up and down, and even that is debatable, right? But like, you know, it's raining outside, that's a truth, we can measure it. You know what I'm saying? 2 + 2 is 4. We can measure that. We know that's an exact thing. Outside of things that can be measured and exact, everything else is subjective. And I consider myself a highly um, rational person. I'm not an emotional person. I grew up in an Asian household, so we're not allowed to be emotional. We're only allowed anger, and that's it. So, you know, with that
That's the
being said,
emotion.
sorry.
So that's the emotion.
No, yeah, it is. It's a terrible emotion, and it's terrible for that to be your only range
No,
of
not
emotion.
everything. Every emotion have its purpose and stuff. I wouldn't say it's terrible. It's just the way you use it. This thing called
Right.
emotional control, which a lot of people lack.
Right.
But
But to
integrating
Exactly.
clear up the
like
whole
other
objective and
Americans,
subjective
I've
thing, though.
learned to like understand more emotions better. And it's actually been a very intellectual practice for me in recognizing that having empathy and understanding how things that I say that may come off as crass or harsh affects the emotions of others. And that's on me. So maybe I should think about how I say and do things so that
No,
I'm
that's
having
not
a
on you.
positive effect on the people that I care about. You know, if I don't care about you, then it doesn't matter, you know?
That's not on you. That's a them problem. If you let somebody else affect your feelings, that's them. You can't walk on eggshells around everybody because everybody can't handle what you're saying or doing. That's their problem.
No, I don't mean it like that. I
There's
agree
only
with
so
you.
much you could do. You could be a nice person and still affect somebody's emotions. So I
No,
really brung you
You
up because
see,
I see you said something about that robot thing. You said something about you feel like people want people to be robots or something like that.
yeah,
well, right. Because, well, like I said, I grew up in a house where people weren't allowed to have feelings. It's really like,
Everybody
it's,
got that.
we
yeah,
were
I'm not
taught to have
demonizing.
like emotions and we weren't allowed to express our emotions. And there was just a hierarchy of like, you can only speak to elders a certain way. And so you really had to hold things in. So we were very, and that's why people from my culture also have a high rate of unaliving themselves because they hold their emotions in and they're not taught how to understand them
And people
and
unalive
express themselves.
when they always expressing it too. I mean, it's a double edged it's duality. I was about to say a double edged sword, but it worked both ways. I don't know. It's not if you express too much. If you it's emotional people that's unaliving each other too.
I think it's
So
from
it's
lack
like
of
which way we gonna go
understanding.
about this?
I really think it's just a lack of understanding. I feel that now that
Nah.
I feel like the more empathetic I am, the easier it is for me to understand other people's positions and I have an impact on them and obviously I'm not going to have an impact on everybody and nobody's
But
going to agree
what's
on
your empathy gonna do for somebody else though? Like, well, no matter how much
everything.
empathy you had, they gotta still change within themselves. Your empathy is not about to help nobody else.
No, like I'm a recruiter. I'm a corporate recruiter. And so I have to let people go all the time and let them know they're not going to get the job and stuff. But I deal with people in a way that is so
That's not gonna
sincere.
stop them from unaliving themselves.
No,
Cause you
that's
let
not what
them
I'm
go light
saying.
or something like that. Whatever how they feel is how they gonna deal with things.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that my empathy makes it easier for them to move forward on next steps. And I
Or
follow
are you
that.
speaking for them or are you speaking for you, Mixed Vixen? Does it
I'm
make it easier for you because you are saying that you're empathetic?
no,
You are
no,
regulating your emotions? The
I don't
where
need to
because
regulate
you're
my
speaking for
emotions.
other people, you can say that other people may not have felt some type of way about getting fired, even though you may came across as professional and as honest and straightforward, or you kind of what they call it in the corporate when you gotta let go somebody and you're the nice person, like you had to be the nice guy to
No,
give
I'm not.
somebody
I'm not a
bad
nice
news.
guy. No, I'm never the nice guy. But
No,
I'm
I'm
the
not
I'm
saying
the
that, but I'm saying the mentality whenever you do, I'm sure you're not going being mean to somebody whenever you gotta let them go. Like, hey,
no.
you're no longer needed. Get out of here.
No,
Right.
well, so I have to get rated when people have to say what their experience is with me. So and if I mess up, I see it. If I well, actually, if I do good, I see it. And I only hear problems when there's a problem. And I don't hear problems. I'm like I am rated at my job. And so being rated, the thing I get most of is accolades for my ability to help people through a tough time. And not only that, I go a step further and say, let me connect you with other people that I think can be a help for you. And that's because I have empathy, and that's because I'm able to like understand their
Do
feelings.
you know what emotional intelligence is?
Of course, absolutely. It's
What
HR.
is
I
it?
have to know these
So
things.
how does your emotions change
Hold
though?
on real quick. Let me just I'm trying to see what she know real quick.
I know, but I know she keep referring to everybody else, but I'm asking her how does her emotions change? Because even when it's something good or something bad, there is an emotional change no matter the position that you're in, right?
I don't really understand your question. My emotions to like having to let somebody know they're not going to get the job.
Yeah, your emotions from letting somebody know that they're not going to get the job to your emotions that you did good, that you're promoted. Are your emotions fluctuating during that period? Yours, not theirs.
Um, I mean, yeah, because yeah, I'm a person, so probably, yeah, probably. I do it a lot, so I mean, I would say
Okay,
probably, yeah.
go ahead, Kev.
I think we're getting somewhere a little bit. 'Cause I'm about to say there's no way you can know somebody else's situation. But so what's your definition of emotional intelligence though?
So, okay, my personal definition my personal definition is understanding your own emotions, understanding emotions in general, you know what I'm saying, and being able to communicate in like a healthy way and transmute them. You know, sometimes we think when we have a very limited vocabulary of what emotions are, and I'm just like, I'm mad, right? And I'm like, well, wait, am I really mad or is it something else I feel? And then I go through the whole catalog of like, no, that's not the right word. And then I come to terms with the fact that, oh, I'm not mad. I feel like that person tried to play me. You know what I'm saying? And what I really feel is just like disappointed and hurt and, just having the ability to like take apart and dissect whatever it is you're feeling. And I think a lot of people, when they shelf their feelings because they're not used to feeling them and dissecting them, they don't have the experience and they lack intelligence. It's not. I don't want to say you lack intelligence where you lack experience, but it is a thing that you're ignorant to how that works.
Because I keep hearing you only say stuff about empathy, and I realize the people that always talk about emotional intelligence, they only take that one part and think empathy is what creates the whole emotional intelligence. I noticed that though. That's the reason why I noticed that too. So it kind of like you kind of referred that to. That's why I asked.
Gotcha.
Um, I noticed like emotionally led people are. I feel like they are the main ones that ask for most people for emotional intelligence. So in a way, I feel like uh when you first came in here, you was like, well, it's just a lack of empathy or something like that. But how would you know that? You know what I'm saying? How do you know that?
How do I know if people lack empathy?
Yeah, right.
Um, so,
Is the problem.
well, what is the problem?
You said lacking empathy is the problem. That's what you were saying.
Right, right, right.
How
Like,
do you know that?
so for instance, my father and I will
What
have
the heck?
healthy debates. Can you hear me?
No, yeah,
Oh,
I hear
okay.
you.
Hey,
So
big,
like,
real quick, Big
yes
Bam,
sir,
you
yes sir.
not in the box, brother.
Right, what the?
Is it just me?
That's why I'm
You
looking
not,
like, where's he
you
at?
ain't in the box. We need you to beat Roddy Rich and get in the box, man.
Oh, there you go. He did them bold.
I forgot the question.
Sure, the question. No, because
I'm
I
sorry, I
noticed that.
forgot the question. I'm very ADHD, so I don't remember the question.
No, I'm just trying to see something. You said so I noticed that you was only talking about empathy and stuff, and I was just saying like, how do you know the problem is people lack empathy?
Oh, well, I feel like if you're an empathetic person, you can sense it. Just like if I was a person who studied fashion, then I would know when somebody knows nothing about fashion because I can recognize their shortfalls or shortcomings. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to empathy, because I've spent so much time developing my empathy, I come from like probably maybe some of you. I don't want to assume your situation, but like when you come from extreme situations. You know what I'm saying? Like my
I
mother's
got a
a
better question for you then.
so
So
you
let's
develop empathy. Oh, I'm sorry, let me just finish this one sentence. You are more likely to have empathy when you're put in positions that you have to like survive and then you find yourself on the other end of that. You have empathy for people who are in the place. You can. Some people are terrible and still lack it, but I'm just saying you're more likely to have it.
okay.
So he
So
asked, how do
I'm
you
gonna give
know
you
that
this
they
deal.
lack it?
How would I
Yeah,
know
that's
if
what I
they
said. I
lack
don't know.
it?
She went around it. I don't know how that
Yeah,
happened, but
how do you know when one lacks empathy? Better yet, to help answer that question, what is empathy?
What
Can
is
I can I, can I answer that question?
Sure, please.
Okay, a person, the way you know a person lacks empathy, and this kind of what she was saying in so many
no, no,
words.
no, no. I don't want you to say the definition.
Nah,
I
nah,
just want her
Bam,
No,
to. I
I'm
want
don't
to
gonna
do
give the
jam
that.
her up real
definition.
Nah,
quick because she the one
Bam, we
came up
want
with it.
her. We want her to say it. We want her to
You
say
know,
it. And
right? I
after
don't
you
want you to assist her.
and define it, yeah, answer that question, please.
Wait, I thought I answered the question about empathy. Is there a new question?
Now the question was, how can you tell when one lacks empathy?
Well, for instance, if you came to me and you told me a horrible thing happened to you, like you got jacked or something, like you was walking down the street and somebody jacked your wallet and stuff like that, and you're visibly upset, you're shaking, right? And I'm like, that sucks. People get jacked all day, boo. You know, things happen to people all the time. That is a lack of empathy. If you told me you were essayed, or if I told you I was essayed and you was like, well, what did you do to make that happen to you? That is a lack of empathy.
No, ma'am, that's apathy.
Well, either way, I
That that's
feel for
that's
people.
the
Well, then, okay, then
But I'm
fine. We'll
saying, how
say
do you see
apathy and
that?
then
How do you feel like that's the problem? That's weird.
Can,
how
You
do
saying that's the problem? Why a lot of people emotionally led people is the problem?
listen, I feel like
I
she
don't think
answering this. She not
emotionally led
simplifying
people are a
it.
problem. I think people who don't understand their emotions and then demonize emotions are the problem.
We getting somewhere. So let
but
me ask this main thing. This the main one I wanted to ask you. So So you know what emotional intelligence is. I'm gonna ask you, what you think is the most important one? Out of the five, right? We got, which you probably already, but we got empathy, effective communication, social skills, self awareness, self regulation, and motivation. Which one you think the most important one? Social skills, self awareness, self regulation, and
Okay, empathy. I'm sorry, my phone rang, and so I.
motivation. Yeah, I could tell something echoing like crazy. I'm just
And
curious.
so I.
Yeah, I could tell something Mark, echoing like bro, I'm about to cover that up.
Just turn your Bluetooth off and on.
I just want to see what she gonna say real quick. I don't want to.
Is that
it wasn't me this time.
it? Wasn't me. I was muted.
No, I'm saying I didn't want nobody saying anything. I'm trying to cover that
Oh,
up real quick.
oh.
I'm glad her phone messing up.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all
But
really
I agree
triggering
with
me
you,
right
Mark.
now.
Though that's what I'm about to get to,
Y'all
because I
really
don't never
triggering
hear
me right
nobody
now.
talk about that. Say that,
Say
You heard me?
what?
huh?
I
What's that,
said
man?
y'all really triggering me right now because I want to answer these questions. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let
No,
her
No,
answer.
the
no,
thing is, you
bro.
came in at the wrong time, and I'm trying to see what
Hold
she
on.
talking about, because she's trying to say the problem is lack of empathy and all this other stuff or whatever.
No,
Yeah,
Hold
bro.
on,
it's just
Chad.
different
They
stuff. How she
got
did
to.
this.
Hold on, Chad. Because I think, hey, Serena, I don't know if you don't send a request in, but I know this is going to be a conversation that you would love to get involved in. But
Well,
I would love for us to be able to have a dialogue because at the end of the day, A lot of times people gonna give the answers that they think people want to hear rather than we have these conversations and people actually be truthful. Right.
And let me say something to that, Mark. Folk will either give the textbook definition, which is the objective, or they will give their own definition, which is the subjective. And what ends up happening is you got folk out here like the Green Lanterns, with they got a ring for every emotional spectrum. You don't know who they gonna be the next day. That's why I said what I said. But emotionally led people they're definitely a problem. I don't know if to the stone cold truth if they are the problem, but they are definitely a problem.
I feel
That's a
you on that.
fact we all can
They
agree on.
definitely are not the problem. I know who the
They're
problem
not
is.
deep problem. I ain't gonna
Wait,
say that. But
did old girl leave? She left. Okay,
no, she coming back up. She coming back up.
Because
I was gonna say, let
if
me
you
put
look
this
at
in perspective.
what's
Let
the
me put
comedian? What's the comedian real
Oh
quick
yeah, we ain't
that
gave
unalived itself? The white
Robin
guy
Williams.
Robin
Robin
Williams. Robin
Williams.
Williams. Let me say this real quick. I still am to this day a huge admirer of Robin Williams. All of his work. Robin Williams went through depression. Okay,
Right.
everybody has experienced it. Even
Which is an
before I
emotion.
became the way I, yeah, right. Even before I became the way I
the
became.
YT
But here,
Tyler
but
Perry
but
before
here,
Tyler Perry.
right. But before he did what he did, okay. There's two options he could have took. He chose the worst way out, but he also could have said, "Look at the, look at the things that I've done." Since we talking emotions, let's talk emotions. Look at the smiles I put on people's faces. Look at the joy I brung, the laughter I brung, the lives I've touched. And it said he even said in the interview, if I've just touched one person, then I become a better person. But yet and still, he chose the emotion based on a circumstance that he was going through at that time. He chose the worst possible action. And if you have the right to choose an emotion of any emotion out of the emotional spectrum, no matter what you're going through, why not pick the best one there? Because empathy doesn't mean I feel sorry for you. Empathy means I've looked through your eyes. You allow me to look through your eyes, see your situation. I understand. That person doesn't have to feel sorry. They can say I understand. Understand doesn't mean I feel sorry for you. It just means I know what you're going through. Now you can choose whatever emotions you want to after that, but don't be part of the whole Green Lantern Corps and have all the rainbows come out. You don't know what emotion a person's gonna give you or what you're gonna get. But yeah, Robin Williams. When we have topics about emotions, that's who the first thought come to my him and.
I like how you mentioned him though. I like that.
But yeah, I think
I'm
about
actually
that
gonna
all the
use it, and
time.
she agreed with you too. I'm gonna use that on her too because I'm pretty sure he had all type of empathy and stuff. And look, he took his own life.
He
So
did. He
Yeah,
did.
exactly,
but
Because
I'm
sympathy.
glad you mentioned him. I'm
that
He
super
don't
super
equate
did.
to
glad.
that
Because
though.
to sympathize means I know what you're going through because I've been there and done that. So yes, I feel sorry. I feel angry. I feel
Dang, she
such and
left again. I'm
such.
trying to get her.
That's what sympathy is. Empathy is not sympathy. And people they blur the lines between the two. To empathize does not mean I sympathize. It means I know what you've been through because you told me. I understand because you told me. I looked through your eyes. But that
I
does
ain't
not
gonna lie,
mean I feel guilty.
I hear where you coming from, but yet and still, y'all about to be mad at me. But you know who was right in this whole thing? Mark. None of that shit that y'all just said means a fuck if you can't self-regulate and if you are not self-aware.
I know I'm trying to get to that,
So,
man. That's what
so
Oh
I'm
yeah.
saying.
okay,
I'ma shut up.
I just wanted this girl to say something. She done left so many times, and oh man, I just wanted to see what she
Alter
was gonna
ego,
say
what
because
you
she came in
cooking?
here with the empathy thing and only mentioned one part, and that's what I'm about to get to, and that's what it was going to boil back down to Robin Williams again, right? It was going to go back to that. So I really whatever she if she come back and
Hey, go ahead.
but that's what it's going to boil down to is the
I'll
lack
be in
of
her part.
emotional regulation. That's the thing.
I'll be in her place, Kev.
He said I'll be her place, but yeah, I feel you on that. But and even with that, I think the first one to start off with, of course, has got to be awareness. It got to be self awareness. That's the like the major one to even have emotional control, or I still they call it self regulation. I call it emotional control. So, and I do feel like that's the second, that's the second most important one. And then you can say what empathy, impact, effective, all that can be there. But I feel like, and that's what I talk about emotional control so much. And that's why emotionally led people is the problem. But I don't. I just like how she came in here talking about empathy. The lack of empathy is the problem today. No, there's not. It's the a whole opposite. It's a lack of self-regulation. Oh, did I say it right? Yeah, self-regulation. That's what
No,
this
that's a
lack
fact.
is.
Sheesh.
That's
That's
100%
messed
a
up.
fact.
Don't do
People don't
that.
know how to
Don't do that.
regulate.
If you can't share it with us, don't put that up there like that. That's disrespectful.
Yeah,
Child
it's bold
disrespect
too. She
lawful.
did this bold.
Come on now, cause I'm smelling pictures right now.
I'm right.
Like, what you doing over here? That's so disrespectful. We're gonna put it up
I
there
ain't.
and turn it down. You want us to shut up? Okay. Moment of
I
silence,
never
please.
smelled no sunflower seeds smell like that over here,
Crazy.
man.
You don't think if you don't think you can smell a picture, any of y'all that was born in the 90s and the 80s, if I showed a picture of some crayons right now, you know it, or a dodgeball,
I'm
you know what
done
that
with
smells like.
honesty.
I promise you.
Hey,
I think
Miss
everybody
Surgeon.
here. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh no, you good, bro. I was gonna get Surgery take or one of the ladies in here because we been. I didn't. My bad for bombarding the conversation because it no, because like a lot of times people don't realize that words have definitions for a reason. And
Facts.
we might take on our own way of feeling how we feel about it. Like, yeah, that can be your truth. But sometimes people don't realize that their truth has been bent from their opinion. And they try to make it a fact when in actuality that may be the way you may have came up.
Hmm.
Just because things may have been this way in your house doesn't make it right. And that's a lot of times what we talk about. A lot of people be like, well, I had to do this, so I feel like my child gonna have to do that. No, you're still wrong for trying to force this type of way onto someone else. But we
Yeah.
have these traumas, these generational curses that people don't like to break because it benefits them in their life, whether it be good or bad. But emotionally, a lot of people are attached to their traumas and people don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And that's where
Speaking
we
of
get a
which,
lot of the trauma bond, and that's where we get a lot of the things. Oh, it's it might not be right for someone else because a lot of times that empathy stuff is why we're in the situation that we're in. We empathize with people who don't sympathize with us. Let's just be real
Ooh.
with it.
Ouch. Don't do him
But
like that.
okay.
You gonna make him emotional in here saying that.
But at the same time, a lot of times religious people are emotionally charged. A lot of times the people who have so much to say, like pro black people, they're emotionally charged.
Hmm.
So the ones that's the loudest voices are carrying right now. And
Facts.
a lot of times they are not able to regulate their emotions. I hate when I see somebody who was intelligent on this app break who they are because somebody else got them outside of who they are. All because a topic got them outside of their frame. Because they
you
could
ain't
not
lying.
regulate their emotions. It happens on a daily, especially TikTok. This is the doctor of it. But there's not one time that you can see me calling someone else or trying to cut somebody else out on this app because it's not. Bro, people don't realize I can regulate my emotions to not do that. Sometimes that having that control means walking away. But people be like, oh no, I ain't gonna walk away. I'm gonna go up there and let them know a piece of my mind. No. Is that emotionally intelligent? Because you gave them a piece of your mind?
Right.
Oh, because you gonna hear what I gotta say. I don't care how you feel about it. You gonna hear this, and I'm gonna be done with it. Is that emotional intelligence?
Hmm.
But I digress. But ladies, I love to hear from y'all because y'all voices are soothing.
They down there tearing the chat up right now.
Nah, they over there eating that
Oh,
chicken.
oh.
All of them, they got their plates in front of them, talking about some. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they cooking, fellas. I'm gonna be in somebody's house tomorrow. I ain't bullshitting. Where y'all located?
Right. Send me YOLO. No.
What was
Hold on,
going
but
on? Was
so
this some
so
kind of
so can we get
intervention
so
or
can we
something?
get can we get deeper to the conversation though? Because I hear a lot of women say they want men who are, emotionally intelligent or emotionally available. Do women
Mm,
really want men who are emotionally available?
nope.
I think they want them emotionally intelligent, but let me shut up.
I,
They
I
don't want
definitely
that.
do.
Jen came out of nowhere, called me off guard. I forgot she was at top one with that.
See, that's how you got to get them in there, kid. That's how you got to get them in there.
I just thought,
So you prefer a man that's emotionally intelligent or a man that's emotionally available?
hmm.
Both.
You sometimes you can't have both because just because I understand where you're coming from don't mean I'm gonna always be there to hear it.
Okay, so what's the,
Come on up, Serenity. Go ahead and shake the room up a little bit.
what you say
No,
again,
but
Mark?
I was gonna say, Mark, I heard you speak a moment ago. I was going to add on top of what you said is that as a woman, and I'm an older woman, I used to be that emotional woman when I was younger, and it was based off traumas.
Mm,
And until I actually wanted to understand my emotions and where they were coming from and peel back all the layers, um, I was going to be on that path of being an emotional woman. And I identified that like through relationships, friends or otherwise. Um, so I think what we see on TikTok,
good
or at least
looks,
I've
Evan.
witnessed it as a woman, is that a lot of women speak from their traumas. And so I just fall back because I know that it's not going to be a level playing field of discussion. You know, I can identify it once you've healed from your traumas, or you're continuously working on your traumas, and you can
Hmm.
identify how you feel about things once you've worked on them. It's like it's easily identifiable on TikTok for sure. Because because just an example,
Oh my.
we've
Wait,
all been.
hold on, Miss Jen. I'm so sorry. Alta, if you don't, girl, you better stop it.
She about to make
Stop
us
it.
Okay, and
emotionally available.
You don't make me
and
renege on what I said. You about to make me show an emotion. Stop it.
and Mark, I totally agree with you that it needs to be talked about with women. And an example, we've all been in the channels where the men are leading it, and they're talking about what women need to do, what they need to change, and you'll have those women come in and they're automatically combative. I know as a woman, she's unhealed, right? I can't tell you what her traumas were, but when you come from a healed place as a woman, you can identify those women. And they're constantly
Facts.
going against the grain of what the men are talking about. So, Mark, I do agree. I do wish the men would have an open space for women, not to trauma dump, but to hit on, like, hey, whatever you went through, um, you need to get help for that, so you don't lead with emotions every time you have a conversation. I mean, women are not getting emotionally fed by their man, I think, or understood, because they don't even know how to express themselves
Mm,
without being overly emotional. and
hello.
and I think the regulation part of it is what I can identify as. I know how to self-regulate. I know what's for me and what I can walk away from.
Hey, I like the way you put me in there though. I like the way you did that. Hey, super
That's what she
cool.
said. Wait. Uh,
But
uh,
I want to hear the doctor. Hello to
right,
you.
the doctor over there, man. Look, I'm gonna start doing that. That's gonna be my new thing for the people that keep asking for this emotional intelligence. I'm first asking what it means, and what is the most important part out of it. I just want to see. That's what I just want to see, man. It's gonna tell me a lot.
Hey, but are you just gonna give them options, or are you gonna like
I'm gonna
like?
ask them what it means, and then if they don't know it, then I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna tell them I'm gonna tell them the five cents, because some of them just be speaking on it and don't know nothing about it.
But no, well, I mean, if you asking my opinion, not that you are, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway. Um, once you give them those five options, just see how people prioritize what they
Yep.
feel like is important to them, right?
I
Because
got
a
you.
lot
Like
of people will say they
greatest to
want
least.
emotional intelligence. A lot of people will say they want honesty, but the majority of people don't want neither one of those things. They want somebody who was able to bend to their will and do what they want them to do when they need them to do it.
Uh
That's
oh.
honestly what they want.
Uh-oh. Don't
But
do
are
him
people
like
going to
that.
be emotionally intelligent to do that?
Red
No.
pill gang.
But go. Oh yeah, my bad. There's other people up here. I digress. But that's my opinion on how you should go ahead and get them. You know what I'm saying?
To
Mm-hmm.
add on top of that, how I am able to gauge men on their emotional intelligence is discussions of things that they've gone through and how they've handled them. That gives me great insight on how he's going to handle me.
I'm glad we got Serenity up here, the great. Even though she took my name, y'all, I'm just let you know. But go ahead, Serenity. No, I'm just kidding. I think it was Doctor Sergi. Let me stop trying to run your live, kid. My bad.
You start like this.
Is Sergi
I'm
there? I
like,
don't
damn,
know.
okay. What is it?
I don't really know what y'all talking about. I'm gonna be
Okay.
honest.
Okay.
I'll check
It's
out.
all right.
Y'all,
Just
that's something
listen
about
in.
me.
Listen in.
When we do a long time, I
Hey, so
don't
can I
be
pose my
focused.
question again then?
Sure.
Okay. So I was asking because a lot of people talk about emotionally intelligence and stuff. They want someone who is emotionally intelligent. So do you want someone who is emotionally intelligent or someone who is emotionally available?
Okay. So the first part of that
Intelligent.
question, I would say I require emotional intelligence. In terms of emotional availability, I feel like as humans, that's going to be subjective, right? Depending upon
Heck.
what's happening in our life, what stage of the day we're in, you may be available, you may not be. I don't think that should be a deal breaker. That's just being human.
Oh, but see, that's where I got to give the pushback because we have a lot of people who say that just going to work, making sure things are straight is the bare minimum. While just because Pookie down the street has time to hear about what your man is not doing while he's out there at work, he's laying that pipe down, and Tyrone and Jody, the ones that you hear about talking about, those are the guys that are emotionally available. And those are the guys
Hmm.
at the time, right? I mean,
And
we talk
so
too.
how are you
And but
defining
then,
emotional availability would be the question I would pose, because to me it's about a person being able to communicate those emotions, but being present, they can engage, they can have that conversation, develop that connection. Now I feel at some points of that, like we're always connected if we're in a relationship, in my perspective. But there may be times where you're not able to be present in that moment. You're not able to engage in that moment. And that's because as humans, we're not on all day long every day. If you have a stressful job, if you're stepping outside your door, you may encounter things just living life that makes you incapable of being emotionally available at that point in time. It doesn't mean that it's a continuum, but it is an occurrence. That's why I say it's subjective, or how we're looking at it.
okay, well, I mean,
I want to
so
know what
we can make it. Hold on, my bad, bro, because we can clear it up just a little bit more, right? Because a lot of times the guys that are emotionally available, those are the guys that get friend zoned. Those are the guys that's there for whenever you just need to talk, right?
I hear you, but theoretically,
But then
I'm
you
looking
have
to
the
see how you
guys.
all are operationalizing it. So, do you all view emotional availability as this person being on this consistent every 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
No, it doesn't have to be that, Doc, because it's like women, they have that one guy. No matter what goes on, they usually know they can call him and he gonna come through. Most women will tell you, well, and this is just my opinion, but most women have that guy. If they needed this or that, they have him to call. So that's that guy. That's usually, he might not be a great guy, but he a good enough guy, especially to keep around. but he might not be emotionally intelligent enough. That's why you don't choose him. That's why you keep him in the friend zone. Which a lot of
So
times the emotionally intelligent guy, especially whenever people say they, especially women, they make mistakes whenever they're young and dumb. I just did things because I was acting off of my emotions. Because you got a guy that was able to match your intelligence and be like, all I gotta do is do this, do that, and the third, and I got her.
yeah, I'm talking about. So, okay. I think where we get this from is that you'll have people say, oh, well, I had to leave because he just was not emotionally available. Whenever I tried to talk to him about something, he was not there. He did not listen well. He didn't communicate effectively. What they
Mm-hmm.
leave out is that the first time you told him, he did listen and he gave you advice. The second time you told him, he listened, he gave you advice. The third time he said, okay, now this is on you. And now he's emotionally unavailable, right? So I think that's why I say if we have to look at human beings, people have their moments in which they take information, they interpret it, they can respond to it in whatever way they choose. But we can't deem a person emotionally unavailable because every time you bring something to them, they're not responding in the way that's desired. I hope that's not how people are picking partners.
Hey, I'm sitting up here trying to type in the comments like I'm not up here in the box. But that's what I'm saying, because a lot of people will say that, but then at the same time, you're wanting something that you're not actually communicating that you want. You're expecting somebody to be able to, hey, you're supposed to know this. Like, a real man gonna know what you want. A real man is gonna do this. A real man is gonna do that.
Did Afro speak yet in Serenity or not yet?
Yeah, Afro and
Yeah.
Serenity. I was about to say.
Okay, so Afro and then
My bad. I
Serenity.
told y'all I was gonna
And
shut
then
up.
there's the soul. But
No, I just want
Pass
to see
that
what you
before
shit,
y'all,
dog.
before everybody go real quick though, Afro got 2 bars. That's looking bad over there. If y'all can go ahead and try to, if people that's in the comments, can y'all give me to 10K now? Cause y'all been taking forever. Can y'all give me the 10K? Hit them FYPs if y'all in the box and share it about 10 people, 5 people if y'all got it. It is bring some of these emotional people up in here so they can just hear a little something, man. So we can show them some empathy. You know what I'm saying? That's all they be looking for all nowadays. But go ahead, Afro. Then Serenity.
Can y'all hear me? We straight? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you
It
good, man.
sound like it. All right. So for what I got from this conversation, though, or the circumference of this conversation, is we're talking about emotional intelligence versus emotional availability. Correct?
Um,
That's
well, I think yeah. So
but
it's either with the
that's
topic or Mark had a good one. So, but that was for the women. Never mind. I just thought about that. Never mind. But yeah, with the topic though, we just saying emotionally led people are today's problem nowadays. So how you feel about the
wait.
topic, man?
So what's today's problem? Emotional people?
Emotionally
Oh,
led
emotionally
people.
led people are the problems today.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where we at. All right. So I would say emotionally led people can be the most detriment. This is true, which is why emotional intelligence is important, especially for men. Um, but I wouldn't say that that's the top problem, because some people would say it's money. Because like my grandfather, right? So my grandfather had money in his pocket. He was straight. Won't worry about nothing. Won't stress about nothing. Once he ain't had no money, now he upset. So is it really somebody who's emotionally led, or is it your status? That's the problem.
Even behind all that, there's emotions behind it. That's where greed come from. That's where jealousy, that power, that all that other
Mm,
stuff. I think it's emotions behind all that stuff too, though.
okay. But are you asking for a solution to this?
I think that. Not really. I guess it's like more of a awareness type
Okay, we just
situation though.
expose what it is first.
Yeah, it's like it's more of an
Like a
awareness
lot of times,
thing.
people want to expose what give what the solution is, but we don't even know what the problem is. A
Yep,
lot of
gotta
people
be
haven't
aware.
implemented. The very same people that say they
Unregulated
want
emotions.
emotional
So the
intelligence
problem,
are the
I would say,
same
the
people that's
problem
not
is
displaying emotional intelligence.
right. So I would say the problem on if we going side by side, the problem for men is not having standard discipline on how we are supposed to regulate our emotions properly to lead the
Mm,
community.
mm,
Uh, for women, I would say is not being able to have a standard or outline for you to really have emotional intelligence when you're dealing with men. Because they always talk about having emotional intelligence and how we should operate when dealing with them. How does that work vice versa? You know what I'm saying?
mm.
So it's training on basically training on the opposite ends for men and women.
I was thinking about that earlier though. You got me thinking about it. I feel like as an adult, you should automatically, I don't care how emotional you are because of your gender or how whatever. I feel like as an adult, everybody should be, that's where maturity come in. Everybody should have some type of form of emotional intelligence, but that's something else though. I gotta get through. But
That for years, and you got 60 something year old people acting like they 17. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I done seen them act out.
yeah.
Hey, you know,
But go ahead, Serenity. How you feel about the topic?
Oh, do I want to shake the table? I'm just playing.
It wouldn't be nothing new.
Do I want to shake the room? No, I'm just playing. To Mark's question, he said, "Would I rather a man be emotionally intelligent or emotionally available?" That was the question, right?
Yep.
My man, I'd rather him be emotionally available. I'd rather him be able or have the ability to make and hold emotional connections with me. I think emotional intelligence is a plus because not only can you manage your emotions, but you can understand mine. But I think that takes work. But if you have the ability to hold on to our emotional connections, then I think that would I would want that more, if that makes sense.
another question. Can I ask you a question?
Hmm.
So, are you with someone right now?
What? No
Are you?
personal. What is this? What's going on?
No personals.
What is going on here?
No. So no, I'm asking this because it's follow me. So, have you ever had an emotionally available man if you're not with one right now?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I've had emotionally intelligent men as well. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you
But,
just aren't the
but
right
why
person.
didn't it work? So, give me what was missing? Because you just said you were an emotionally available man, my man to be emotionally available. So, what was missing if he has what you want?
Everything you wanted. That's the fun part. Yeah, I tried it.
I only spoke about one characteristic.
So I'm just saying. I'm
Don't be
just
getting
saying.
in my
You know.
business. No personals.
She said she ain't All right, so
Hey, Kev.
yeah,
No, the only reason I say, let's not get personal because we all know especially on TikTok in 2023 going to 2024, right? A lot of people will give the advice even though they wouldn't take it themselves.
yeah, I feel you on that.
So it behooves us to not get personal because that's when the tapestry start. And not digress.
Are you there?
What
We'll go
happened?
slow.
It's the Saw time.
It's just all time.
He probably. I thought we caught him in the middle of bench pressing or something.
What did he call me?
What's the deal, man?
What up, dog? Yeah, I've been listening to this, and I just want everybody to think of something real quick. I want you to think about all of the options of relationships that exist today. Whether you have heterosexual with a man and a woman, homosexual with a woman and a woman and a man and a man, right? And I want you to think about, out of those three, who has the worst results? Who has the absolute worst results? When it comes to divorce, when it comes to domestic violence, when it comes to all that shit, all the bad shit, who has the worst results?
Ain't in a woman and a
Because
woman.
I've heard that the domestics are higher between homosexual. I'm gonna have to Google it because it may change year by year. You don't get me started, but I'm just saying.
Well, last time I
I think
checked,
I know.
it was woman with woman. They have the highest DV rate. They have the highest divorce rate.
Mm.
And the one who has the best results, sadly, is a man and a man.
Wow.
That's terrible. But
Stop being homophobic, Saw.
call it what you want. I don't give a fuck. Y'all know I
Be
don't.
nice. Damn.
Listen, all I'm saying is it's sad that a man and a woman can't have a better relationship than two men.
The two
That's all
man,
I'm saying.
that's crazy.
And we can't have results as two men. So what I'm saying is y'all are asking for these Marvel comic X-Men niggas that don't exist. You want him to have a big dick. You want him to be strong. You want him to be emotionally intelligent. You want him to think
Pablo
like,
said
you want him to
he
fucking
don't
be sweet one day, be Tupac the next day. You want
Hmm?
get the fuck out of here. Listen, a woman and a woman can't even work together. So the last thing we need to be asking what to do is a woman. I'm just sorry. Y'all can't even get along together. I think a man is made the way a man is supposed to be made, and when he decides to close things off, it's for a purpose. And when you allow little boys to believe that they're supposed to be in touch with their emotions and they're supposed to move with their emotions and be emotionally intelligent, that's why y'all got these little sissy ass boys out here busting y'all across the head because they
Hmm.
can't control themselves. They're allowing their emotions to dictate their actions.
But he's emotionally unavailable. I mean, available though.
Man, get the fuck out of here! I don't want to hear none of that bullshit.
Can I push back just a little bit?
Hold on,
Well,
hold
I'm
on.
just saying that's
All I'm
their best
saying is
friend,
this:
though, ain't it?
I think that men should be trained by men,
Fact.
and because men
Agreed.
know how dangerous it is for a young man, especially a black man, to not know how to cut off and remove emotion. You need to stop listening to your woman. A woman's job is you, not the other way around. Her as a wife, you are her job. You are her responsibility. You're and as a husband, vice versa. She doesn't come in and build a bear. The bear exists. It is her job to determine which bear does she believe that she can be a wife to forever. Not to come in and change the bear into a poodle or a fucking squirrel. Men, you are becoming the softest generation of men that has ever existed. Why? Because you're focused on so much other bullshit other than being a man. Now, we might have the opportunity here in the next year to test that. You may not have a choice. This is the first time in U.S. history, that every U.S. service missed their recruiting goals because y'all worried about y'all feelings.
Right.
Y'all want to be comfortable. Y'all want to be all this shit that women are telling you to do and telling you to be, and it's going to come to the point where you ain't gonna have a choice. Ladies, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just talking to my brothers real quick. You are a man. You're supposed to be a man. You're not supposed to be a woman. You're not supposed to be anything like a woman. If women had you, if you was everything a woman was supposed wanted you to be, there wouldn't be a reason to have a man. There wouldn't be a reason for you. Opposites attract. You're not supposed to be the same as her. You're supposed to be exactly the opposite. So everything she's asking for you to be, you should be the opposite. That's exactly what you should be because that's what she feels and that's her nature. I'm not telling her she's wrong for feeling that way. I'm telling you, you're wrong for believing that this is something that you need to adjust and you need to become in order to please her. That's not a man. A man is focused on his purpose. A man ain't got time for emotions. Your children, your mother, your wife, your home don't give a fuck about you being sensitive today. You got shit to do. And if you're not where you're supposed to be at your age as a man right now, you shouldn't even be on this motherfucking app. You should be working, focused, trying to become better, because that's when they don't give a fuck about your feelings and your emotions and whether or not you're emotionally ready and all this other bullshit. When you are the fucking man and you get and you provide and you do and you got the results, don't nobody give a fuck whether or not you are emotionally respectful or responsible or intelligent. You the fucking man. And I land.
Okay. What's wrong with it?
So what you're saying, brother, is throw that bullshit to the wayside. It don't exist, and then whenever you get to where you going, do what you gotta do. Then worry about it.
That would be a good plan.
That's what I was telling y'all this whole time. But let me shut up. I'd put enough salt in the Kool-Aid, but let me shut up. Let me shut up.
Man, who
Appreciate you,
didn't
Saul.
understand you?
Always, Saul. Appreciate you.
No, but
We
that's
all on the
that's
same
why
page.
being trained by men and being led in the space should be set by men. Because that I feel that that's what if anybody knows the infamous dancer, I think maybe I'm assuming Twist didn't have. I believe that's his name. Was it Twist? Yeah, it was Twist.
Put a twist to
Oh,
it.
can I ask a question?
What's the deal?
So, well, I guess this is really to Saul. So, Saul, do you not believe that men teach other boys and young men emotional intelligence all the time?
No,
You don't think so?
no.
Again? Say that again.
I say you don't think that men, like mentors, father figures, coaches, teach other young men or men emotional intelligence all the time?
Give me your definition of emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence is the ability to manage both your emotions and understand the emotions of others.
Now, tell me, why would that benefit a man in his purpose?
If you don't understand the person in which, or the emotions in which, the emotions of the person that you're dealing with, right? You can tend to get off your square. And I would think that men teach other men to make sure you stay firm on your square and to understand the snake, like see the snakes before the grass. You know what I mean? Like if you understand that people have the propensity to do something, you won't be so emotionally triggered when it happens.
Ma'am, everything you just said was in so many damn different catchphrases. Can you just speak like we're two kids? Now, what are you trying to say?
Um, uh, what I'm saying is if Billy understands that Tony doesn't like him because he got the fresh Jordans, you're gonna tell little Billy, Tony, look, he got emotions because his daddy don't love him and his daddy didn't do this or his mama didn't do
Ain't nobody
this,
got time for all that bullshit.
and this is the reason why.
Listen,
They come back to
listen.
you.
We don't have time for that
Mhm.
bullshit.
So when a little boy tells you, man, this dude just cut up my Jordans, man, and I
I'm
had
gonna
to.
tell him to shut the fuck up.
Mhm.
You said tell. He said another boy cut up his Jordans.
Or whatever, like he did, the other little boy or the other little girl did something to him,
No,
violent.
hold on, because we getting
That
off
has
what?
nothing to do with
Hold on,
emotions. That's assault.
hold on, bro. Because we getting off on what we know as the princess complex that a lot of young women grow up from, and what men grow up in as the real world. If somebody come and try to take your shoes, either you gonna let them get your shoes or you gonna keep your shoes.
The fuck? What he look like sitting up here trying to figure out somebody's emotions, and you're trying to get somebody's robbing you. What are you talking about? Well, you know what?
What I'm
As he's
saying
taking off
is,
my
I mean,
Jordans, Dad,
I'm
I was
trying
sitting
to
there
come
and
up with an example
contemplating
when I try
on
to
his
interrupt you
emotional
mid-story.
status at the point. Listen, what are y'all talking about?
No, but see that's what I'm saying. That's where things are getting conflated because we being brought up two different ways. Men are being brought up as being protectors and providers. You will be seen less than
Now,
if you
if you're
think.
trying to steal something from me or take something from me or destroy something of mine, I don't give a fuck about your emotions. You about to get fucked up.
Okay, so I guess maybe I'm speaking in. Okay, let's talk in a
That's what.
corporate
No,
setting
he just answered your
because I'm
question. That's
saying
what men teach.
emotional.
That's what men teach men. Is that
Okay,
emotional? Is that emotional to you, Serenity? For a man
okay,
to
so let
tell
me
you
give
if
a
a man
different
come and try to
example
take something from
because I
you,
do know
that you,
that men teach other men emotional regulation and emotional intelligence. So let
It's
me give
called
you
discipline,
another.
man. It's just called discipline.
Okay, I don't see. Okay, so what is it?
Do
Another
we
name
teach
for it
discipline?
is.
Yes. That's a simple question, a simple answer. Do
But
we
don't
teach
you
our
have
boys
to
discipline?
understand the
Yes.
emotions of others when you're working in a corporate setting or if you're just trying to.
Discipline handles all that.
Okay. So, well, okay. So then you
Regardless
hold
of
on.
agree
But
with
who
when
me
you
you
then
trying to
are,
that
skip
men
to
regardless
teach
of what you
adults,
emotional
say, I
intelligence.
don't if you call me a nigga and you're a white person, it is up to me in order to get it is up to my discipline and lack thereof to give that statement power. I don't care what you said about me. You don't affect me. You don't control me. Only a
Right.
fool allows another human to say something and then he reacts.
Facts.
Aren't we agreeing? Because that's what I was
Yeah,
asking.
I know. I know. I kept asking you to just ask me a simple question. That's all you had to ask.
I couldn't think of an example, so I'm
I
sorry.
know, I know, I
So
know. But today y'all got so many phrases that y'all confuse each other.
Well, damn, I
Somebody
no,
asked
told
me,
you that
no,
hey,
no,
so
that's
I
him
would
no.
teach
say
our
But she's
boys
not.
arguing with
discipline.
She's
me.
not saying that though.
Damn.
Hold on,
if you talking
hold
about the
on,
average, right? I
hold on,
wouldn't
Kim.
say because nowadays everybody is.
She's
It's
not
like the
saying that though,
man,
Kim.
you saying the man, but it's not a lot of men that's in the house nowadays. So we can't really say that. And then the man that's getting raised by, I guess we just gonna say that because I'm trying to my best to go around it, but by the single mothers, right? They end up becoming emotional. If you ever noticed that, right? So how can they teach something that they father have never taught them? You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I say a lot of these men are not teaching emotional intelligence. It's just they just not built like they gotta eventually have to find themselves in the process and that take a lot of self just basically self work and stuff, but it's just rare for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Too many people too many men nowadays is getting controlled by their emotions. They get in, you know, because they still they don't like okay, would it come with the protection, right? They are they've been set to only really protect their mother, you know what I'm saying? And then they like really emotional nowadays behind that too. So it's like it's rare to find um just like now, right? It's rare to see somebody because the way I had to build myself up, right? I'm not saying that I was born with both my dad and father, but I'm just saying in general, like I can imagine how hard it is if you just grew up with your mother only. So that's kind of hard to teach something that you never, you know, was around. So I don't think like today's day and age because there's so many people that's emotional now, and I mean it's so much. So I just wouldn't say men today is doing that. I mean, eventually when they get themselves together, they can. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. But I don't know.
Why I really appreciate
Intelligence in
coaches
real life.
because even though,
Men learn
um,
emotional intelligence in real life on the playground when you get your
Yeah,
head bust the first time. When you start yipping and yapping in front of the wrong people, you get smacked in the mouth on the basketball court. See, we
right.
learn real quick. Oh, I might need to be quiet in front of the wrong people. I might need to
Yeah,
stop. To see, a lot of times, our women grow up and nobody actually puts their hands on you, even your own parents, and you believe that you should be able to express yourself whenever you feel like expressing yourself, and then it takes the right person, either a person off the street, a cop, or a judge. Is the first time you learn, oh, I need to be more intelligent and be quiet and learn who's authority, who's in a position of authority, and when to be quiet. Like
yeah.
y'all, two men, both sides have a problem with a certain word. Men have a problem with the word insecurity. Women have a problem with the word control.
Facts. Facts.
And I tell men all the time, in my 22 years of serving in the Marine Corps, insecurity is shared by the intelligent. Intelligent people are extremely insecure about things that should not be secure. If you're not smart enough to look at a person and say, you know what, I'm insecure about you because you are showing me that you're not sane. So I'm insecure about your ass and I don't want to be around you and I don't trust you. And when a woman calls you insecure, you say, hell yeah, I'm insecure about you. Look at you. Look at the way
Human
you
desire.
acting. I'm not secure in your ass. What makes you think I'm secure with you? And just like I
Uh,
tell the word, tell women the word control is out of love. Who wants to control something they don't give a fuck about? Just like you
Facts.
control your kids and you control your pets because you don't want them to get hurt. It
You
is
control
not
yourself.
to hurt you, it is to protect you. But because you don't like the word, you fight against it. It's
Right.
inevitable. You're going to be controlled either by a cop or by your job or by your boss or by your parents. So
Yep.
just because you run from the word and just because you don't like it doesn't mean it doesn't apply to your life.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, control is right. That's part of life. That's what I do feel the reason why a lot of people and that lack of control. They don't even control themselves. That's why they don't like getting controlled by other people. That's the problem. I think Sergi was about to go ahead, Sergi.
Yeah. I think because there's like this oversaturation of just psychological
A little
terminology,
extreme.
everything we hear is a psychological term, and I think we kind of over exaggerate it in some instances, right? So for example, if we think about psychologically how they're defining emotional intelligence, people don't have it on TikTok. Most of us don't have it on TikTok. That means you wouldn't be interrupting people, you wouldn't be over talking, that means you wouldn't
Facts.
overshare, you wouldn't trauma dump. So according to the psychological definition, nobody would have it. I think we get too caught up in theory. If we understand that a lot of these principles come from theory, right? Regular people theorizing, they're doing studies, they're doing research based upon the populations that they choose. And then they give you a theory, but we bite into it, we take it as law and logic and truth, and you don't have to. Theory can be challenged. So I think if something don't make sense, it doesn't have to make sense. I'll challenge it. I challenge theory all the time. But I think it's not realistic, right? Like I kind of agree. Like discipline to me, because I hear people say it all the time in the boxes. Discipline, discipline. Like control yourself, impose control. To me, I think that's the major thing is just people learning how to remain disciplined, how to kind of hold back, think, use logic. It's not always about the emotional component, because honestly, some people are so fragmented and disjointed. They are experiencing an emotion and you don't even know what it is because they don't have a correct expression, right? So I think if we delve too deeply in it, it's all confusing. I like the more basic. I don't like psychology stuff that much, even though people always bring me into it.
Okay. All right, we got a couple new people now. Who's oh Dream, Drina, you came up first and then 1K. What's the deal? 1K, man. I remember you. Uh Drina, what's the deal? How you feel about the topic, man?
Emotionally led people are the problem today. Yeah, yeah. I think people are more sensitive
Oh,
and get
don't do
and
that.
people are more sensitive and get kind of like butt hurt very easily now. That to the point where you can't talk to them because I'm in my feelings. You hurt my feelings. You did this. You won't support me because it's my feelings. It's because this is what I feel. And I grew up in a generation where I was told, hey, everybody ain't gonna like you. Everybody ain't gonna agree
Facts.
with you. Everybody ain't gonna, go with what you go with. And it's just do you. But now it's just like if you don't agree with me, then the world is going to end, and I'm gonna make you feel like you don't matter because you. And frankly, it's just like ain't nothing getting done. Ain't nothing getting done.
I used to ask girls I was dating is, did your mom let you express yourself at home? And she's like, yeah. Like if she was mad, you was able to, go back and forth with your mom. Oh yeah, of course. My mom always let me speak. That's the last date. No more. Bye bye.
So no need to explain it either. You said enough. Done put her own stuff in the hole. Oh man. 1K, what's the deal, my brother, man?
Hey, big dog.
How you feeling? Welcome to the live. How you feel about the topic?
I think it's a great topic. Um,
I would say across the board, man, emotional intelligence is very low amongst the people. It's really a new concept. Um, I guess within the last several years that people are becoming actually aware. And as I was reading a book, they said most people, I mean, everybody kind of measures somewhere on the emotional intelligence scale, like, you know, 10 being the highest, one being the lowest. But the book actually says that people typically are very low in that particular area as a whole, being able to regulate emotion. Um, Being able to regulate emotion. But I would say when you think about unaliving, when you think about marriage issues, relationship issues, when you think about teachers and how they interact with students, when you think about how we interact with each other on TikTok, trying to get solutions, trying to create solutions, the majority of time we can't reach solutions and have sound conversations, objective conversations, because everybody is in their own bubble. Everybody's selfish when it comes to their ideologies, their preconceived ideas, their biases. Everybody's so attached to those things that when anybody else comes with anything outside of that, or any kind of agitation, any kind of expectations not being met, there's always a negative response, and then it goes on a downward spiral. And I would say that that is the cause of most crimes, etc., issues,
Mm.
etc. Yeah,
Okay.
me in
Okay.
short.
All right. So for the next question, I think everybody gonna hit it. For the next, it ain't a question, it's a statement. I think we already got kind of to that. I believe that they are the hardest to talk to. Agree or disagree?
Say it again. Say it one more time.
Emotionally led people are the hardest to talk to. Agree or disagree?
Oh, 100% agree.
Right. Agree.
And most of them start crying in the middle of the conversation anyway. You know how many times on this app I've had people leave the box as soon as I come up because they're worried about my delivery, not the message, the fucking delivery. Adults, I can understand if I was at a grade school, if I'm
Right.
talking to a middle school. We got grown ass women, 40, 35, talking about, but you didn't have to say it like that.
I mean, maybe the
Mm.
people don't want to get cussed out, so.
You ain't got to get cussed out. It could just be I've never heard somebody say, well, it was the cuss words. No, it's always, but your tone, your tone is just so aggressive. What do you want me to do? Come in here skipping and shit, talking like I'm from Disneyland? That's not who the fuck I am. And if, as an adult, you should be able to see and hear a man and be okay with that. But if you didn't grow up with one, I can see why it'd be foreign.
Ouch.
Can I? May I?
Yeah, they start. Oh, go ahead, baby.
Yeah, I would say if yeah, thank you, appreciate it. I would say that, I mean, tone does matter though. So at the end of the day, I think that a sign one sign of emotional intelligence is the ability to be empathetic toward other people and how they may respond or how they may take what we say, and being cognizant of that and thinking about what we're going to say and how we say it before we say it. To if you're aggressive, masculinity doesn't mean aggression and being loud and boisterous. That doesn't equate to masculinity. We can have a mature conversation at this tone right here and it'd be just fine. And then also respect other people. If they're triggered, they may be triggered. We should be able to have enough empathy to dial it down. Even the word says a soft answer turns away wrath. But go ahead.
Yeah, okay. First world, you know, conversation and worry. You know, y'all are so spoiled. You're so you're so happy. You're so comfortable that I need to worry about, or I should adjust my tone to keep you engaged. I'm giving something to you by speaking my words and giving my time. It's not the other way around. I'm not receiving something from you. If I'm here to receive something from you, then I need to adjust my ears because it's me who's trying to get something. If the person is volunteering their time and their words for you, it would behoove you to adjust yourself to the tone and not the other way around, because there's 16, 13, 120, 300 people in here, and because your pussy ass is fucking about to cry because of my tone, I'm supposed to adjust for you?
I mean, but
Absolutely
what's wrong with
not.
that
Hold on,
though?
ma'am. Hold on, ma'am.
Not
Let me say what I'm
necessarily the
saying. Let me
tone.
finish what
Oh,
I'm
my bad.
saying.
I thought you were done.
Let me finish what I'm saying. If an individual is in a box that you voluntarily came to, this you didn't pay to be here. This is not a course. This isn't something that you paid for, that you have the right to. You're here in a voluntary basis. You don't have to be here. And if you see me in the box, you already know what the fuck you're going to get. So you came up there for a reason and you wanted to hear it. But just because I didn't say it in the way that you wanted to hear it, didn't mean that what I said, the information isn't beneficial. I gave my time and my words for you. If you don't like it, dispose of it and excuse yourself. But I, nor any man, should ever adjust themselves to please you, and they're giving you something for fucking free.
May
Yeah,
I?
I want.
I real quick, I would say I get that. It's not necessarily the tone or passion. If a person is passionate, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're saying things that may be offensive or insulting, generally speaking, then that should be able to be dialed down, especially if somebody addresses it. But just because you speak doesn't mean you're adding value. Um, that doesn't mean you're adding value. And it doesn't mean that I'm adding value because I'm speaking. It has to be of substance, but just talking just to talk doesn't mean that you're God's gift to the earth.
Let
So
me
respect.
So
example.
Oh,
Let's say that you decided to go and speak to Master P about opportunities in entrepreneurship. Let's say you did that. You paid him money to go there. And he talked to you in a way that was so disrespectful. He told you your little punk ass should have been working 3, 4 jobs by now. You still sitting at home with your mama. He wasting his time talking to your ass. You lazy as fuck. But he gonna talk to you anyway because you paid for your time, paid for his time. And he gave you all the Jews that he know, but he was extremely rude. Do you give a fuck that he was rude?
Yes.
And that's the
yeah.
difference.
So let me, because
Yeah.
I run into this a
I'm
lot,
not
right?
moved by money. I
Yeah,
move
I
off
want to say
respect.
everybody. The thing is, I'm about to bring the balance, man, because I talk about this all the time, and people be getting on me about my tone and my delivery sometimes or whatever. But it's different levels, different people, and everybody got their own. So one thing I'm gonna say is everybody ain't for everybody. That's one thing, because I do feel sore to if I feel sore on certain situations, like I'm not about to adjust myself to please, because everybody you can't please everybody, because no matter what the tone is, some people are just not trying to hear you anyways. And this the reason why I be so the tone do. I'm gonna say I'm put it this way: tone do matter, and it don't at the same time. It just depends on the situation, right? Because I realize that I could be saying the exact same thing, and somebody say this same. I mean, somebody could put it in another tone or delivery, the same thing as me, and then the person will automatically understand them. Because some people just got biases already, or some people just can only be receptive to certain things. So I do understand that, but like I said, it is like now when it comes to let's say just like I was saying, if somebody if I now the thing is this it's a now if somebody want help, right? If they want something, right? Tone really don't matter after that, because they're gonna receive it no matter how it's given to them, no matter how it just don't matter, because it's like just like I said, if I was to deliver to you like, hey, I yell it at you, or my tone was high or something like that, I'm gonna give you $1 million or something like that, you're gonna understand me still, no matter how it is. You know what I'm saying? Well, some people might just be that petty, but I think it's like it just depends on if a person really wanted. Because I had to when I made changes in my life, I didn't really. I mean, some people were sounding drowsy with a drowsy tone or whatever, but it's just I really want to help that bad that I didn't care how I came, because I really just wanted to understand. When you really like looking for understanding, that stuff really just don't matter, especially when you limit it to who you can hear your information from. Because it's like if you want to understand your partner or you start understand a family member or something like that, that tone and stuff really ain't gonna matter because you really want to get to know what their situation is about. But the fact that we got so many options to hear things, good looks. The fact we got so many options to hear things, now we can be picky and be like, I don't want to hear it this way, or I don't want to hear it. But this is the reason why, another reason why I be saying it's a bias, because like the same person that's that, now say if it was a reverse Saul, right? And he, you know, he got a high tone of delivery or something like that. Or if say if it was like, if you could listen to females, but she do the exact same thing he do, right? That's why I'm saying some people got that bias. He can do the exact same thing you do, but say that what you want to hear. Then all of a sudden you just get you get a like a bigger boost than a person that's just saying it regular. You see what I'm saying? So tone do matter because it can help a person too, and it can make somebody be like deaf to it too at the same time. But it just depends on who's delivering it too. That's just what it be sometimes. I be feeling like for the most part, it's the people that people don't like what's being said nowadays more than the tone or the delivery. That's what it be nowadays. That's what I noticed.
Women on the tone because they didn't like the information.
Yeah.
Ask me, I'll give y'all an example. I was in a room full of women, a panel full of women, all women. I'm the only male. A little girl came up. She probably was like 21, 22 years old. And she's up here damn near crying on the panel about how her parents aren't helping her with her bills anymore and how they failed her and they're not good parents and they should be, she didn't ask to be here. The kid, they brought her here in this world and they should be responsible for her. So, and this is a grown ass woman. She's 20 fucking 1 years old, right? And all the women in there is like, come on, listen, it's okay. You're gonna be all right. You just keep fighting, and it's. I know that they should be there for you. And I just got fed up. And I cussed the motherfucker out. I was like, listen here, you little spoiled bitch. You are a grown ass woman. Get up off your ass and go make something happen. Life don't give a fuck about your tears right now. These women are sitting in here, get more titties in your mouth, and you're just gonna be in the same spot. And guess what? They all attacked me. All the women attacked me, right? Immediately attacked me. As soon as they calmed down, who did the girl ask to speak to more? Me. First time in her life that somebody held her accountable and told her, hey, I'll help you get there, but until you can hold yourself accountable and you want to do it, I'm not going to waste my fucking time with you. Your father was a vet. So you have benefits that you can utilize in order to get to college, to get yourself where you need to be and get off your feet. But you just keep asking for another nipple to suck. I ain't got one for you. Now I can help you, but not with all this crime bullshit. You're a grown ass woman. So until you're ready to do that, don't say a goddamn thing to me. And she came in my inbox. I gave her the information. I gave her the website. She filed. She got $2,000 extra a month so she could pay for her room and board, and all her school is free. But what did the women do? Immediately wanted to comfort her. And, it's okay. Let me open my
Hey,
vagina so you can climb back up inside of me and I can hold you. You know, get the fuck out of here. You ain't a kangaroo. Sometimes people need a good smack on the ass verbally to get a kickstart in their ass.
I can feel you, and I ain't gonna say like I
Can,
said. This is what I'm gonna throw on there. Like I said, everybody different, right? I'm not. Oh, I ain't gonna say I'm as rough as Saul because I already know he got the military mode. I'm not that. So, but even to some people, I could be like so. I mean, I would look like Saul in their eyes. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody literally different. You know what I'm saying? But I believe Saul can get through a lot of people off of his situation. Not many people might not could take him. Not many people could take me. Not many people could take soft stuff either. It's no regular tone that everybody. Because I've been hearing this a lot. People act like it's a certain type of tone that's gonna get everybody to listen to you. No, you're gonna have people that's gonna understand you or not. That's just what it is. That's why I'm not. I'm done trying to adjust to everybody because everybody ain't meant for me. I mean, no, I don't. You would stress yourself out to think you for everybody. It just don't work like that. I can understand it's like it is a common thing that can probably get majority though, but then again, that little soft stuff, a lot of that soft stuff be just enabling people more than anything, especially when we living in a tough type world. So all we doing is oh it'll be all just like you saying it'll be all right and all this stuff, right? But then again, they would never fix that problem because nobody was stern with them. You see what I'm saying? So is it which one is more effective? You know what I'm saying? That's what we gotta like. We gotta realize everybody just ain't for everybody. That's what it is. But go ahead, whoever.
Well, I just
Can y'all hear me?
I was
Oh yeah, I think Drina,
go
yeah, she
ahead.
was trying to go.
Drina been trying to say something
Um,
long.
I've been when people ask me to change my tone and you should not come off as so harsh and all that other stuff. I'm sorry, I'm not here to be dainty for you. Um, I'm I'm not here. I'm not here to tickle your fancy. My friends know me. Don't call me if you don't want truth. I'm not here to give you a hug. I'm not here to kumbaya with you. It is what it is. My father told me as I was growing up, if it ain't about you, throw the shoe away. Chew the meat, spit the bone.
Spit out
Everything
the
is
bone.
if you don't like what you heard, you shouldn't have came in the room because clearly the topics are up there. You know what it's about. So when you walk yourself into it, just be prepared that you're gonna walk through some mud, you're gonna get your feet dirty, you might fall, you might scrape your knee, go get your first aid kit, bandage your knee and chill out. That's all it is. Like I'm not about to sit here and tickle your fancy because you don't want nobody to hurt your feelings. I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. Because the thing about it is that's the reason why so many people think that it's okay to keep doing what they're doing is because we keep
Right.
pacifying and not being truthful.
All right, Sabrina. Facts.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna make this quick because I'm working. But my pops used to tell me and my brothers, 80% of the world don't care about your problems, and the other 20% glad
Right.
that it's you.
Ooh.
How many of y'all seen that show? Oh yeah, I'm gonna say it again. 80% don't care about your problems, and the other 20% glad that it's you. So stop complaining, boy. That's what it means to be a man. That's what he told me and my brothers all the damn time. How many of y'all seen that show, My 600-Pound Life? Who seen that show? I'll say if you don't stop it.
I've
But who
seen
seen
it.
that show?
Seen it plenty of times.
Right. The doctor on that show, I love that dude. I love that dude. The doctor on that show, they ridicule him. They say he mean. But the fact of the matter is this. He lets them know straight up, if you don't get this weight off of you, you will die. When you receive that type of information, does it matter how it is delivered to you? Like, is the outcome gonna change? If a doctor tell you you terminal, does it matter if he pacify and pussyfy you when he say it? Or does it matter if he's roughhousing when he say it? Does it change the outcome? Because the outcome is gonna be the same when he or she says that you are terminal. But back to my 600-pound life, he tells them straight up, you need to change the way you eating. You need to change the way you move about. You need to eat more clean, get more exercise, etc., etc. And they argue with this man who has decades of medical experience, longer than most of them people who have been alive. Because some people didn't live on that show. Like some people actually said, "Fuck what doctors saying. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it," and they died anyway. But the case in point I'm making is this. So many folk talk about the delivery when it's the result that you should be looking towards. Because if you trying to get in shape, so many folk complain about, oh my God, I can't get in shape because I ain't motivated enough. I ain't got the time. And then when they do get the time or they able to get in the gym or whatnot, they complain about this workout is too hard. Let me tell you something, a personal trainer don't give a fuck. They gonna get paid regardless, but they rather you get in shape so it don't ruin their reputation. But the end result, people be crying about the journey when they be completely losing focus on the end result. And that's all I'm gonna say to that shit. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna shut up.
Mm-hmm. I think. Oh, go ahead, my brother. I think you were trying to say something.
Me?
Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
No, yeah. The issue is not truth. I mean the way I changed my life is my spiritual mom when I was in the streets, like at a young age, she kept it real with me, right? So it's the issue is not the truth, but when we talk about emotional intelligence, right? Nobody's denying the truth.
Wait, hold on.
We have to
What you
still
mean by that? The issue is not the truth. What you mean by that?
the issue is not telling people the truth. Like that's not our issue. So
Oh, okay.
we're all for telling the truth, like telling how it is, right? But at the same time, we have to consider where people are and how we deliver the truth. Now, sometimes you might deliver the truth and we could say, well, it's not about it might be a true statement that regardless of tone and delivery, facts are facts. That's true. But what we also have to understand is everybody learns different, everybody has different experiences.
Right.
I can't handle every dog the same. Some dogs have been
Right.
abused. Every dog's not a pit bull with their ears clipped, ready to go to war. Every family ain't filled with gangsters. Period. So everybody has their own level. So if you're trying to be a therapist, if you're trying to be a coach, if you're trying to talk to somebody, if you know what I'm saying, if somebody now if somebody knows how you operate, like if they know how Saul operates and they say, Saul, I need you to stay on my case. Here go $500 a month. I need you to get on. You know what come with Saul. But if I'm on a
Right.
platform or if I'm in ministry, if I'm trying to teach somebody, I can't handle. You got kids. If you got children, right? You don't handle all 5 children the same because all respond
I get
differently.
you. That's
And
personal though.
what one person may be strong and be like, Daddy stayed on my behind and I became a doctor. You may do the other child like that and they jump out the window and commit unaliving.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that the whole definition of emotional intelligence is being empathetic. If we don't, if we can't be empathetic toward other people, then we don't have a high level of emotional
But
intelligence.
empathy don't
Because
mean that I feel sorry for you.
of
That's not
emotional
what empathy
intelligence.
means.
Hold
Hold
on,
on real
I
quick.
That's
Let him
listen.
finish real
sympathy.
quick. Hold on real
I
quick.
listen to you, bro. We listen to Saul with your dissertation. Listen. So what I'm saying is this: you can't claim. I don't care how hard you think you are, how accomplished you are. If you don't have empathy when you speak in relationships, if you don't have empathy in whatever area you have, right? That's not to say be a doormat or to withhold truth. Empathy doesn't mean withhold truth. It just means consider the other person that you're dealing with when you say that truth to them. It's a difference between being straightforward and being honest, raising your tone and being a butthole and being rude and disrespectful to people and not considering their feelings. Two different things. And I land my
Yeah.
plane.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say because it's funny. I love that we talk about this. 'Cause I saw a lot of talk. I've been talking about for this long time. So you got to realize it's like it's a difference for talking. It's a difference from talking to a mass of people and talking personal, right? So when it comes personal, that's when you make your adjustments. That's when empathy really it really is a must, right? Just like you said, you ain't gonna talk to one kid the same thing. That do come with the emotional intelligence and adjusting and understanding who you talking to. So that's how it is. But when it comes to like a mass, right? Or if I'm talking on a platform or something like that, is no way you can show empathy to every last single person because everybody's gonna receive it a certain way. So from that point, it's up to you to have your style, right? And whoever attached to your style is the ones that's gonna connect with you. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody likes somebody for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it is a difference, and I do totally understand you, and I feel that, and I do say that tone do matter, right? Because even my tone, it probably matters to the people that actually connect with me. So of course, everybody got their own tones and their own delivery, and that's what makes everybody special or different, right? But I do, like I said, I do understand when it comes to a personal level. Yeah, of course, that's when you really have to make adjustments for a person that you probably care about or a person that you really want to work with or something like that. So yes, of course. So it is. That's why I said it's both. You know what I'm saying? It matters certain situation and it don't matter. It's just because it's not no either or, and that's something I have to find out later down the line though.
I agree.
So yeah, I do feel you on
Yeah, and again, I'm not even talking about necessarily tone because if a person like Saul said, I agree. Or you said it as well. If you don't want to hear the truth and you don't want to hear anything outside of your preconceived ideologies, I don't care if I say it like this or if
that.
I say it like that.
Right.
You
Yeah.
gonna shut down and you gonna block it out and you gonna choose to be ignorant and remain in your own weight class, financial class, relationship class. I'm with y'all on that. All I'm saying
Mhm.
is it to me it's just about balance. And
Yeah.
as a person that's a Christian, the Bible says, and this is just me, I respect everybody where they at, but the Bible says season your words as with salt.
Right.
And do not think only on your own interests, but also the interests of others, right?
I
And
feel
it
you.
says the soft answer turns away wrath. So
Mhm.
it's a certain tone and it's a certain weight. Am I always perfect? No.
Yeah.
But it's about balance. You can be tone raised, you can be strong when you speak, but there's a difference between being a butthole and being disrespectful and rude and calling people a PAB and suck it
Yeah, I
up.
get you on that.
You know that's all I'm saying. But
I got something for
Dr.
you though, since you broke
Dr.
up the
Surgery
Bible.
said, yeah, Dr. Surgery said she wanted to speak.
Yeah. But I had thought about something when we see you broke the Bible up. Because today, I'm gonna say today's day and age, people wouldn't be able to take Jesus, right? Because Jesus ain't care about no tone. He didn't have, he said it
I
how he
wouldn't say
said. He was
that.
straightforward. If he hurt your feelings, he could care less.
Yeah,
If he
but
felt
we
you
don't
was a
know the
whore, you
tone.
was a whore. If you was this, whatever it was, he called you a drunk, whatever it was. That's what
Not
it was. He was
necessarily.
straightforward,
Yeah,
huh?
not necessarily. So I'm gonna land my plane with this. So Dr. Surgery can go and speak. So I would say he did care about tone because I would say that he's well rounded and he was a balanced man as well as the apostles. So yes, when he called people a brood of vipers and whitewashed tombs and he got on people, it was typically the hierarchy and those who were being wolves in sheep clothing, and those who were deceiving people, and those who were claiming to be teachers and prophets and preachers, and the Sadducees and the Pharisees. He dealt with them harshly, but when he dealt with everyday average people, he seasoned his words with salt, even though he was being truthful. But yeah, he definitely told the truth, and I land with that.
All right, Sergi.
Okay. So, delivery and tone. So this is where I begin. Well, I didn't expound the last time I talked. So delivery and tone, that's something that's going to be subjective for every person.
Facts.
But why I said as black people, why it's important for us to challenge theory. Think about it. The idea of emotional intelligence was created by YT people, right?
Mm,
Or Jewish. Um, And so I think Dr. Goldman made it popular in the 90s when he wrote the book Emotional Intelligence, but it was created by two psychology professors. They were having a conversation about politics. They coined this phrase. It was pretty much talking about, it's like if you think about when people say you're smart, how can somebody be so smart and yet so stupid, right? You don't have social intelligence. You don't know how to communicate effectively. You're book smart, but you lack street smart. So this is where it's born from. But where I find it problematic is how many black people are not perceived as having tone or issues of delivery, depending upon what group you're around. And based upon that, any one of us can be deemed as not being able to have emotional intelligence because of
right.
how we're perceived by others, right?
Facts.
Because it's about perception. Anybody can feel like you're not interpreting their emotions correctly. Anybody can feel like your tone, your delivery is ineffective. Anybody can have these perceptions of you based upon the audience that's around you.
Yeah.
So I find it problematic in that individually, we can always feel that we have it right, but even on the other end, if a person who I perceive as being microaggressive or racist towards me, if they feel like, well, no, I have empathy, I have this, I have friends like you, they can say I have emotional intelligence. So there's all of these gaps and holes, and it's too
Mm,
much personal involvement in it and personal determination based upon other people's emotions. So that's why I say the theory is flawed.
right. That's why I'm always sticking with because that's why it's like I said, it's a subjective thing, right? Everybody is different. That's why I say that's why I stick to it, right? Everybody ain't for everybody. That's the only legit solution I can come with that one.
I'm
Everybody
trying
just
to get
not for everybody.
I'm trying to get an understanding on surgery. I just need to get a clear understanding of that. When you say the theory is flawed, and again, like I said, when it comes to tone, I'm not really even talking about tone. I'm just saying empathy is empathy. Whether you know what I'm saying. Of course, I'm from the black community, so I understand how we talk and how we may come across to another culture as aggressive when really that's not the case at all. I'm with you on that. Or but I'm trying to understand what part of it is an issue. Like what specifically are you referring
Because
to?
it's subjective.
Oh,
Sure,
I
it's
got you.
always going to be subjective. So if you know, like emotional intelligence in and of itself, empathy is a component of it, right? We know there's five elements to emotional intelligence: self-awareness, regulation, motivation, empathy, social skills. But what I'm saying is, when we get into empathy, a lot of these things are based upon self-report. Anybody can say I'm empathetic. That's why it is subjective. There's no way to really operationalize a lot of these concepts. It's either based upon self-report or perception of you, right? You can feel like as though you're an empathetic person, but somebody may feel that because you're a Christian, you can't be empathetic to people because there's going to be some
Hmm.
things that because of your belief, you're not going to be able to empathize with those who come against or conflict with your belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's subjective. That's going to be based upon perception. But like I said, it's also self report. So that's where I see the flaw. There is no real barometer that can be, I guess, operationalized in a way where it would be consistent across the board.
Sergi, can I jump on? Can I jump on
Oh
that?
no, no,
I
no,
just want
wait, Mike. We got another person
Okay,
before
no
you, and
problem,
then
no
you
problem,
jump
no
on.
problem. You good?
Yeah, yeah,
I
you.
just
I
wanted
got
to
you, Mike. You already know. But
I
go
just
ahead,
wanted to
one more
respond real quick,
team.
sir. Yeah, I just wanted to respond real quick to that the thought that she had. Yeah, I get that. I mean, me, I'm a Christian, but I'm still considered that everybody has. I can still, even when I'm talking to a Muslim, or I'm not saying this for everybody. I'm just speaking for me. Whether I'm talking to a Hindu, whether I'm talking to a Islamic, I can understand that everybody. I can be empathetic when I talk to them in the fact that I consider that they came from a different background, that they were raised under a different from a different side of the world, whether they were Eastern or Western, or that they grew up with certain parents. I can consider those, and so I can go from point A to point B. But truth is truth, right? So I can be empathetic and still be um when I'm empathetic, I'm considering their feelings, their emotional, their background, their social, cultural expectations, society, etc. Like I can still do that. So to me, it's not flawed because I first of all, I can't just judge everybody who says they're empathetic. Um, Even the people who we may try to associate with everybody else, like certain YT people who say whatever, what you said as far as I got friends um or
That's
whatever,
dangerous, though.
however they may be. Yeah, but me
You say
personally,
you can't judge it. Why you can't judge it?
I try because I don't know, I can't
Because
just
somebody can
prejudge.
manipulate you like that. That's the reason why I
No,
say
no,
it's
no, 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 no,
dangerous.
no, no, no. I get that, but what I'm saying is, I still have to give people the benefit of the doubt and try to get an understanding. The empathy is trying to get an understanding before I just draw a conclusion based upon re- encounters that I had with somebody else in the past that may be of that persuasion or who may have came across that way. I still try to judge each person individually, even though sometimes you may stereotype or sometimes you may want to clump everybody into one. I still, whether they're YT or whoever, I still try to give them the benefit of the doubt, police officers, whoever, until proven otherwise. And that can only be done through first being empathetic and having a conversation. Then
I
I
feel
can
you.
try to make that judgment based upon that. But just
I
to
feel you.
assume, yeah, I don't do that.
All right. I
How is
want
empathy defined? Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead, go ahead. I know you probably want to say something.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Go ahead.
I guess my interest falls into, and this is, it's not to say anybody's right or wrong, right? I'm always supposed to challenge the theories, but when we talk about empathy, is empathy self-indulgent and self-centered, meaning that, well, because I interpret that I feel what somebody else is going through and I have decided that I am operating out of empathy, it is now empathy, or is empathy about how people perceive your understanding of them?
Mm,
I would
that's a good one.
I would say to me,
Hold on. You gotta re-break that down, doctor. You gotta
go ahead,
Okay,
re-break that down.
go
I'll
ahead.
make
Yeah,
it
because
simple
I
then.
feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying, but just simplify that for me.
Yeah, sure. So will we say empathy
I
is more self-involved and self-centered, or is it about perception from the outside view?
Yeah,
Perception.
to me, empathy, I don't know if I'm interpreting this right, but to me, empathy is trying or putting yourself in somebody else's shoes and trying to understand where they're coming from and why they feel the way they feel, why they think the way they think from the experiences that they have. Not just, oh, pick yourself up by the bootstrap or, oh, it'll be okay, just get over it. Empathy
Hold
is
on. But
actually
you see what
sitting
she's
in
saying
their
though, bro?
shoes and trying to, you say what?
You see what she's saying though is that when you're delegating empathy based on a selfish concept, there's no empathy in that.
What do you mean?
It means in the fact that like what you're doing is saying like I don't care what you're saying, you have to understand me. I don't want to understand you.
You
So
yeah,
so
that's not
you're
what I'm
you're kind
saying
of
though.
you're describing no, you're describing a moment of saying like I understand your passion. Let team TK. I understand your
1K.
passion. I understand where
Yeah.
you're coming from, right? And I understand all of that, right? But what you're not doing is you're not giving space to understand that I can have a different position than you and it can still be the same truth.
That's not
And
what I'm
so
saying. That's not what I'm. That has nothing to do with
I,
what I'm saying,
I
though.
understand that it's hard to conceptualize because what you're
This
saying
has
is
nothing to do
honest.
with
What no,
conceptualizing.
what you're saying is honest. What you're saying is honest. It is your truth. That is your truth. And you can have your truth and that is acceptable. But if I come back to you with a response that doesn't equivocate your truth, you have a problem with it because it doesn't intertwine with your truth.
What do you
So
mean?
what I'm telling you is that there can be two positions in the same space.
Mike, you about to mix him up, man. We was trying to get
What do you
somewhere.
mean? What are you talking about?
I, what I'm telling you is that I don't have to feel the same way that you do to still be honest.
What? Who said that? Who said you had to be or whatever?
You
I
said
don't.
that.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
no, he didn't say
Yeah,
that. He didn't say
yeah.
that. He
No,
got
I
so the thing is, I'm about to say he got his. So from what I'm seeing, everybody got their own perception of how they see things, whatever. So I guess the question was that was given to him was just basically, do you feel it's more of a internal thing or is a way someone else perceive how you show empathy? I think that was like her main question. So it
I
depends
can't
on like I don't think it's a wrong answer on that though. It just depends on how what you look for or how you
that was
see
the
empathy. Uh,
yeah, if that was the main question. I can't if you perceive something in the wrong way,
yeah,
that's not on necessarily the
yeah, but
person
he ain't
that's
answered it
trying to
yet. He
say
haven't answered
how
it
they
yet.
feel.
That was just a question for him.
Oh, you,
Oh, that was
yeah.
on
Say that
team.
again, loud.
So
Say that again,
I
loud.
yeah,
thought that was
Serge,
on me. My
Sergi was
bad.
just asking basically that how you look at basically how do you look at empathy? Is it a way that others perceive it or is it for yourself for I don't want to mix it up.
Yeah.
I
So
think it's yeah.
empathy. I'm gonna say this.
It's self-reflection
When I
compared
approach,
to
when I approach
Mike,
focus on
somebody
me.
Mike,
else,
fly, please, can you stop?
when I when I approach somebody else, right? Like if I was dealing with you, lad, we met on the streets, or I met somebody from a different culture, right?
Hmm.
And they maybe they come to me with an issue.
Yeah.
Instead of me saying, man, you just need to tighten up. I've been through the same thing, and I overcame my divorce, and I came out on top. Man, just pucker up and stop that crying. That's not empathy. Empathy is like putting themselves in your shoes. Like, man, you good, bro? Like I've experienced that, and I've dealt with it this way. But how does that feel to you? How does that? What does that look like to you? Right? So like that would be, for example, a white tea person, right? A white tea person coming in and African American person, black, whatever we want to, descendants of slave, whatever we want to call them, right? If they come to them with their experience and say, man, I be experiencing racism and I feel like it still exists, for them to be like, to brush it off and to deny your experience or to try to dismiss what you're experiencing, that's not empathy. For them to empathy would be, well, what does that look like for you? Or how, in what way did you experience it? Trying to get an understanding instead of trying to understand the world from their view, from being non-black, they'll be trying to put themselves in your shoes and say, man, what does that look like? I ain't come from the hood. I never really received police brutality. What does that look like to you, sir? And then when you tell them, they're like, wow, I can see how you can feel that way. That's empathy as opposed to, you better tighten up, punk ass nigga. Like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Well, excuse me. I hope they don't get me for that. But you
No,
understand
you
what I'm saying?
good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
gotcha.
you know what I'm saying? Dismissing it. That's what empathy is. We know what empathy is. Not, we don't have to over qualify or over define it. Empathy is putting yourself in other people's shoes. Does everybody know how to do it? No. Do we need to learn how to experience to do that? Yes. Why? A lot of our relationships are failing because we do not know how to empathize with people. A lot of these TikTok lives fail because everybody get in their feelings and their emotions, and when
Mhm.
somebody disagrees with them, they instead of them trying to be empathetic or trying to be accountable for whatever it is they need to be accountable for. They dismiss people, they write people off, and then when the host agrees with something, everybody who follows the host and everybody who loves the host automatically jumps on that other person, and they don't even try to understand the person. And when one person don't like them, everybody follow the bandwagon. Then here come the comments, and everybody jumping on their neck and instead of trying to understand where that person's coming from, so that we can come to some kind of resolve. And that's
Mm,
what I'm seeing, and that's what I believe, and why I believe that
okay.
that's the number one problem. It's that simple.
Okay, I get you, and that's it's funny how you said that though, because the more you said that, it showed more and more why it is a subjective thing though, because I do believe like empathy can come in different forms though, but I like how you said that though. I do believe because like, how can we tell if a person because somebody because by to say one way we can see it and that show the perception right because somebody brushed it off we assume that they don't have empathy or something like that but we just wouldn't know we just would I don't think in that sense because I don't think empathy come in the same form all the time though but I don't know I feel you I think I feel you on that though but I would still stick with it I think empathy itself is subjective because like I think everybody resonate with each other in different type of ways. I think I would say
Subjective. When you say it's subjective, in what way do you mean, brother? Like, I'm trying to
as
understand.
in like just okay. I'm gonna put it this way: just because I show empathy to you in a certain way, and I try to express it to somebody else, that don't mean that they're gonna receive it this or they gonna be able to understand it the same exact way because they y'all two different people. You see what I'm saying? So the way I show empathy to you, and if I show it to somebody else, that don't mean that they gonna see it as empathy.
So give me right. I get that. Some people what, but okay. Give me an example. Can you give me an example or a scenario?
So, okay, I got you. I got
You
you.
just
So say
you can take
like
me, take me,
you tell me a
take
story,
me,
right?
take me, bro. Take me,
Mike,
laugh.
come
Take
on,
me,
man.
laugh.
Dang. What the heck? He just asked me
No,
a question.
I'm sorry, bro. Just take me because the way that you speak to me, I understand. Like you telling me, like just be quiet for a moment. I'm
Yeah.
different than the way that team handles the same conversation. So just
Yeah.
take me. It's cool. You use me as an example. It's cool.
Yeah. So, so I'm gonna say like this, right? Um. Okay. So, dang, I think I had it at the tip of my head at first. He got me. He got me. I had a good one too. So basically, say if you told me a story and I'm like, okay, I got, here you go, here you go.
Somebody
You
else.
told me like, dang, my dog passed away or something like that, whatever. I could be like, dang, man, man, that's crazy that you went through like that. And I totally understand you or something like that, that was Mr. Roof, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Something like that, right? So to you, you felt it, right? But to somebody else, right, they probably think I'm being sarcastic. They probably think that I'm not really, they could take it as in because it just depends on the person, right? Because they're not used to receiving empathy in that type of way, right? So they like you don't really understand or something like that. How do you know that? Like how would somebody know that? So it's just like it's really an understanding thing.
Right.
So just huh?
No, I get you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So go ahead, and then I respond. Go ahead. I
Yeah,
heard.
so I was saying to you, you can see it as empathy. To somebody else, they could be sarcastic or belittling
Yeah.
them or something like that. It
So
just depends on the
I
person.
agree. No, I
Yeah,
agree. So to you it might be that, but the empathetic thing would be is when they bring that to your attention that they came off as sarcastic. The empathetic thing to do, what the non-empathetic thing to be was, man, you took that like that. I ain't even mean like that. You need to stop being so sensitive. That's non-empathetic. The empathetic thing would be, man, I ain't know you took it like that, bro. I ain't realize you. And this is on an individual
I
basis
get you,
because
but that's coming with understanding. I get you.
that's individually.
Yeah,
Obviously, when you got 500 people in the room and you say something, you can't tell how everybody gonna take that.
right.
You can't tell
Hey,
that.
but
I agree with y'all on that. But I'm saying on an individual basis, empathy is usually exercised with individuals for the most
Okay, I
part.
got you. Yeah, I get you.
But
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's something that's learned because when you're a public speaker and you're an effective speaker, and as you grow in public speaking, they teach you and you will learn how to season your words to a broad audience to the best of your ability as opposed to just coming out like Bernie Mac. You understand what I'm saying? So that's different. It depends on what you're in. Are you a comedian? It don't matter about empathetic when you comedian. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Are you you know what I'm saying? It just depends. Are you a physical therapist? I mean, not a physical therapist, a physical personal trainer. It just depends on your methods. We get that everybody's different, and then people have the right to choose. Do they want the harsh personal trainer, or do they want the hey, we need to get up at 8 in the morning this morning. You're a
Right.
little overweight. You know what I'm saying? But my point is this, and I'm landing my plane, and I'm gonna be going in a minute. The empathetic thing to do, if they thought you were being sarcastic, is to say, man, I didn't know that would have been sarcastic. I totally didn't mean it that way. I meant it like this, and I'll watch what I say the next time. That's empathy. That's all.
Hmm.
I
Empathy,
mean, but
and,
I
and
female,
feel
it's
you. I feel you
female,
though, but I don't think it's no one way though. I do like it. Just
yeah.
depend on
but
the
if
person.
they
That's all it is. But I do
right,
feel you.
but
That's
if
a good
that
example
person
though.
right, but if that person brings it to your attention that they didn't take that well, the empathetic thing to be is to apologize and not do it again. That's respectful and empathetic.
Mm,
That's
okay.
that's respectful. I respect what Team is saying, bro. The difference is that, like, let's say we brothers, bro, and you come to me with like a hard situation, right? And it's out of nowhere. You just call me out of nowhere. You drop a hard situation on me. The way that I feel right now might be different than the way that I feel 2 days from now, because you got to soak in that situation for yourself for a couple days and think about it. I didn't get that opportunity. I got it shit. You shit on me right then. You know what I'm saying? So you also got to be empathetic in the fact that it takes a little bit of time for me to recover from what I just dealt with from you. So you just put your problems on me, and so 2 days later, I'm gonna hit you back as a brother and be like, I really thought about that. And the thing is that you're thinking that I don't care about it. And the thing is like I'm still dealing with it because you just put it on me. So we got to be empathetic both ways, right? I got to be empathetic with you on the fact that you probably been dealing with this for a week or a month or a year or whatever. I just got dealt with that in the moment, and then you're mad because of my reaction, and I'm like, yo, just give me a moment to think about this before I come back at you about some shit. And then I come back with you 2 days later and be like, you know what, you right, man, you did the right situation or you did the wrong situation. You got to give me a moment as well, because you had a lot more moments to think about it than I did, and that's empathy.
Yeah. And
That's
and
empathy.
and I say all of this and I speak like this, but I'm not always good at it. I'm not always. Sometimes
It's
I
something
got a
we
lady
work on
friend.
every day.
I got a lady friend or two, and sometimes I might tell them like, you need to your road's getting a little rounded now. You need to get right. You tripping? Like I might say that. I know them personally though, and they know me. And sometimes I offend my friends around me sometimes by speaking like, you need to tighten up. Cause me and my mama talk like that. Me and my mama make jokes. My mama got a little weight on her or whatever. She's still pretty, but she got a little weight on her. I mess with my mama sometimes, but that I know my mama know me. You know what I'm saying? And she might joke with me, but sometimes I have to do it. It's something that you're not gonna be perfect every day. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, this is what I'm gonna say. I'd rather laugh. I'd rather Sergi, Alta, and Jen be straight up real with me and be like, "Hey, bro, your breath stink. Boy, you need to get right."
But that's
As
not
opposed,
that's not
and
empathy,
then
bro.
and
That's
then hold on,
justification,
Mike,
bro.
hold on, Mike. 1 second. I'd rather them be real with me and let me know what's going. This me. I'd rather you tell me like, you need to tighten up, bro, and get your act together because you falling off, than you watching me falling off and then talking to somebody else like he over there falling off. I'd rather
Right.
you keep the blood raw, but everybody's not me. You know what I'm saying? And,
Mm.
and that and that's why I land my plane. Like I'm with y'all. Like everybody's different, but all we can do is do the best we can. But there's a difference
Right.
between being
That's facts. Yeah, that's facts. I'm
empathetic,
not gonna lie
and
to
walk.
you.
Because it's a lot of people. If it's women out here that's not being empathetic with their man, and they're emasculating their man, and they're seeing like their marriages are failing and their relationships are failing. Vice versa, their men are being non-empathetic. They're not watching what they say to their lady. They saying anything to their lady, and a lot of times it comes from like what's the name said before he left. His dad was like this, and a lot of those old school dads, they were mean, they were harsh, and they was real. And a lot of them produce some strong football players and some strong lawyers and some strong doctors. But a lot of them also produce some kids who are strung out today and who are out there unaliving people and who don't feel loved. I know I work at the school, you know what I'm saying, as a security. And I had a young lady came to me crying. I said, "Why you crying?"
Don't
I said,
say
"Why you
that.
crying?"
All.
I say, "Why you crying, Taylor?"
Don't
She
say that.
say,
All.
she said my mama always just really hard on me. And when I cry, she say, suck it up and stop crying because you soft when you cry. And I'm like, dang, like you a girl. You supposed to be kind of like, I understand you being strong, mama, but like your baby girl coming through the door crying, like you sound like a man telling your baby girl, like, and she a pretty hard little girl. You know what I'm saying? She drag people down the hallway. I got to grab her. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
Like,
catch-22,
but
bro.
I'm looking at how she responds to everybody else out here in society. Like that's not working, fam. Like she's
But
out
it's a
here ready to
catch-22,
tame
bro.
somebody.
It's a
And so
catch-22. It's a
I just
catch-22.
think it needs to be balanced. That's all.
No, I know
Yeah.
it does. It does need to be balanced, but I want to tell you something, man. Because I got a daughter. I just got one daughter with my wife, right? Um, my wife will lose control of like dominate. It almost seems like one is dominating the other. My daughter's trying to dominate my wife, vice versa. And my wife will call me while I'm at work and be like, "You need to take care. You need to talk to your daughter right now because she's not listening." I don't speak to my daughter the same way my wife speaks to my daughter. I don't gotta be loud, bro. I talk to her just like this. Hey, you listening to mommy? No. Why? What's going on? Like I just talk to her like this. All of a sudden the situation is handled. I don't know why that is. I don't know why it seems like competitive nature between my wife and my daughter compared to me and my daughter because I don't compete with my daughter, bro. And it's not about the female male relationship. It's more the father child relationship, right? I don't need to talk to my daughter in a weird way to get her to do what I want. I just tell my daughter to do what I tell her to do. She good.
And you know what? A lot of our women are out here. It's
Be careful. Be
I'm
careful.
a
Be careful.
I'm
Be careful. Be
no,
careful.
no, no. I'm very all they know me. I love our women. I'm not saying a negative. I'm saying a lot of our women are very hard today because their parents was hard on them than they were as those boys. I know I come from a single mom home, right? And I can and I seen typically what I hear from our young ladies and women is that like the parents tend to be real hard on the girls, but when it comes to the boys, they let them run in the streets and be soft, and that's my boy. And they let them just run wild, or they get away with stuff, play video games all night. But they be real hard on those girls, and those girls grow up to be like they don't play, like they don't play the radio. And I think that's what I
That's
think.
kind of true.
I think that hard, like them being hard on our women and our young ladies is the reason why a lot of our young ladies are excelling today and going to be lawyers and doctors and business owners because the parents didn't play with them, bro. But when it came to the boys, they was like more lax. I don't know if that's y'all.
Hold on.
I don't
That's
know if
heavy. Hold on.
Sergi and
Hold on. Hold
Alter. I
on.
don't
Hold
know if
on.
y'all
Hold
get
on.
that.
That's heavy, bro. That's heavy. Hold the fuck. Because I don't have a. I just have one daughter.
The men, the
That's
women, the
heavy as
ladies
fuck to me right
overcompensate for
now.
the dad not being there with the little boy. From what I see, is that young ladies or mothers are softer with the boys, almost as if they feel sorry for them or they overcompensate for the fathers not being there. But then when it comes to the
Whoa.
young
Hold.
ladies, they're
Give
real
that back
tough
to
on
the
them and
host. Give
hard
that
on
to the
them.
host. Host, what do you want to
So
do with that?
y'all
Because
let me
that's
know
a
if
heavy
those are the
conversation, host. That's a heavy
Boy, I'm
conversation.
about to say we about to go all the shit. Well, at least I know I got some what to
Yeah.
talk about more about. But
No,
I do
I'm
Yo.
want to
thinking
finish up Dr. Sergi's question though, because I do want to get to Arthur because I want to answer that other question that we had missed, so I can get back to the topic again too.
Team, I'm not
But
he
the
would
more I
think
think
disrespecting you
about this,
back,
right?
bro.
What happened? The more I think about that, right? So,
Say I appreciate
I,
what Team just said. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
yeah, you appreciate him in the comments, man. You keep throwing me off, man. Dang, what the heck? But you keep throwing me off. Sir. The more I think about that, right? I think y'all ain't supposed to be laughing at me, man. Throw me up. Nah, y'all throw me up. I'm gonna laugh. It's like
hard
the
on Mike. You hard on Mike, boy.
bro. So I was about to say, so empathy, right? I looked at the definition of it, right? And that's and that's why that ties into the emotional intelligence, right? Or if you ever notice that emotional intelligence always is mostly for self, right? So I would say with empathy, and that's what make it more about why it's so subjective and why always people always trying to look for other people for that, which it shouldn't be nobody else's job. It shouldn't be somebody else's job to or for somebody to give empathy to you. You know what I'm saying? So empathy, what I got out of it, right? So the definition is the ability to understand and share feelings of another, right? So it's all about that understanding. It's about that understanding. So with empathy is that as long as you understand somebody else's feelings, right? It ain't. It's not really your job to show somebody that you understand their feelings. That's what I'm gonna get to. So I think empathy itself is supposed to be for self. It ain't for the other person to see it. So I know that I think the second part she was asking about how it's get perceived. I don't think that's the important part. You know what I'm saying? I think people try to make it important. I just want to understand that you understand me. I mean, I don't need to know that you understand me. I don't think that's the thing. I think it's all about if you, cause like, this is what I'm about to get to, just because I can understand it, but I don't need you to validate that I understood what you going through. You know what I'm saying? So as long as I understand it and it's for myself, that's what true empathy is. It ain't about somebody confirming or validating that I understand them. That's not, that's not empathy. Empathy is really for self. So that's what I got out of it. Just off the definition and looking at what really empathy is really is for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Dang.
interesting. So then, when we are having these conversations on TikTok, that would mean that people are out of order for identifying themselves as empathetic, yet telling other people that they're lacking empathy.
Right. That's what I was, yeah, right. That's why we asked
Okay.
that old girl earlier. I wish she would have, she left though. She left though. Like I was asking, like, how do you know of another person? How you gonna be able to tell?
I think it comes from discomfort. I think it's because when people say I'm empathetic, what they're really saying is that beyond me understanding and sharing emotion with you, I'm also including in that how I respond to you, which empathy is not about how I address a person. It's simply my understanding of the feeling and my sharing it with you. But I could be somebody who feels like my goal for showing that compassion towards you is being a harder tone because I interpret that people who need help may require a harder tone. You perceive softness as compassion, so that's how you feel you help people, but that has nothing to do with empathy.
Right. Facts. That's right. That's what I'm about to say. You get somewhere on that one. I was about to say. Right. That's why. That's the reason why I was saying it. It's a subjective thing. Most definitely, it is. It is because
Full circle,
everybody's way
subjective.
of empathy is different. But yeah, and I don't think nobody's wrong. Nobody is wrong. Everybody got their way of how they perceive it, right? You know what I'm saying? But empathy is really, like I said, at the end of the day, I believe it's most definitely for self. That's what it is. So as long as you understand, it don't matter if somebody understand that you understand. You know what I'm saying? Because like sometimes they might not. You know, that's their job to try to figure out if you understand. You know, but Alter, I think it was another. All right, what the heck? Why am I? Mike like interrupted this stuff, man. I know he be excited, man. Come up, but I think the question earlier was what was it? This is before doctor asked her. It was freak. Um, what was it? Dang, it was. I think it was a good one too. Oh, it was about the tone, right? About tone and delivery. What was the question behind it though? I forgot. When we got so deep on it and changed so much stuff. Oh my goodness. But did you remember we was talking about the tone and the delivery thing or whatever?
That's
I
what
About it
think
mattering.
I
what she
was
was speaking
saying,
about was like it doesn't like we're controlling it based on like the way you interact with something compared to the way somebody interacts with something. But if as long as the out is with potential, then we need to stop worrying about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, doctor.
Oh shoot, I was throwing corn at somebody. Say that again.
Wait, say it again, Mike, please.
Yeah, it's based on it's like you don't have to have like a planned directive, right? Like I don't have to speak with tone to you because I want you to hear me like being upset. I don't want you to hear me being angry in order to get the same outcome. If I can't get the outcome with you by just speaking regularly with you, then there's a failure point at that part. Like there's a failure. Or if I have to always yell at you to get what I want, there's also a failure point. There's a failure point. Why do I have to adjust my tone of voice in order to get the same outcome? I think that's what was being
What?
spoke on before.
Everybody different. Whatever work for a person work.
I don't
Mhm.
even think. I mean, I'm not sure if I understand that, but I think okay. So if the question is just like, does tone matter, right? Does tone and delivery matter? Is that the gist of it?
I guess, or your point of view on that. Yeah. But and then after that, we can get back to the topic again because I know we got all the way off.
Yeah, because I'm still lost on the empathy part. Um, I'm lost as hell. But okay, so with the tone, man, I already kind of went over it already, but I think the tone does matter in
Mhm.
certain instances. That's kind of like what the hard thing is. Um,
She said.
I think depending on what you're expecting, like let's say like if you're in the military, like your tone, the tone of the sergeant's gonna be big and loud. They already expect that, right? Their tone's gonna be that. So I think, but if you're trying to like get to someone, get through to someone, your tone does matter based on what that person is experiencing and what they'll let in based off your tone. So I think that comes with discernment, knowing how to address a person, right? So depending on what you're trying to convey to a person, tone can matter, and also delivery. That's why some people can explain something differently another way, and they take it differently. So yeah, in a nutshell, it does matter.
Okay.
And the empathy, yeah, I don't know where y'all at on that because I was
Yeah,
confused.
it went everywhere on that one. We were just, I'll just get to the
Which
point
one
that
we gotta
everything
explain
is a
like the
subjective
definition,
thing.
huh? You said what?
Yeah, it went everywhere on that. I can't even really re-say. I don't even know how to. I
Okay.
think if you want to add surgery, I remember how she. I think I remember a little bit though, but I just got what I got out of it though. I think she asked about.
I don't know what I think. I was just asking: is
Yeah, it got
empathy
deep.
supposed to be like more of just this intrinsic process, like it's just self-centered, all about something for us to achieve, or does it matter what the outside world is getting from it, like perception?
Did you get it, Alter?
Yeah, I think so. Cause like, well, with her, what she said, and then what Teen was saying, cause it sounded like Teen was trying to explain what empathy was. And then I guess you were saying that empathy is something that you do. That's why I was trying to see what you meant by that. Empathy comes from self, like it's something that you have to look within self and have empathy for yourself. Or is it expressing that empathy is
Mm-mm.
something that you have to show to others?
Empathy is the under. Well, it's basically to understand others. People. Let me see. Let me look it up again. The ability to understand and share feelings of another. That's what that is. It ain't. It ain't just about yourself. I think understanding yourself. That's called awareness. That's self awareness.
Okay, okay. That's what I'm trying to see what
Yeah.
you said about that. Yep,
Yeah.
agreed. But like Sergi said too in the comments, that part she said about the empathy, that people can show empathy and not actually like exude it. Some way she said it, because that's like to me, there's like a form of manipulation. You can act like, oh, I care. So yeah. But anyway, moving on. What's the next question?
We just go ahead. Right. All right. So all right.
You
Let's
know
get
I'm
it.
gonna say
Yeah.
something. You know I'm gonna say something, bro. You know I'm gonna say something.
I thought you already did it. You done broke in 100 times. I didn't start
Yeah,
you done with that
I'm
one.
sorry. It's just like what I went back to say earlier. It's like the empathy thing. It's like I might not get it when you tell it to me. I might not get it when you say it initially. Like, do we have empathy for that? Do we have empathy for the fact that I'm not available for problem? I'm sorry. Like, do we
Okay,
do we discuss that enough?
wait. So when people say I sympathize, I empathize, what's the difference? So I have sympathy for you. That means I can't relate to it. Empathy is I can relate to it, right?
No,
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
empathy, sympathy, sympathy is the act of feeling sorry for somebody.
Right.
Empathy is the act of feeling with somebody to try to
Yeah.
put
Um,
yourself in their
Yeah.
shoes.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's a good way to put
Yeah.
it.
I think.
Yeah. Because right now I can't feel you. Right. Like I didn't digest it the way you did at the moment you told me. But empathy's almost like eating a hot pepper and waiting till the burn comes. Like
What
that's
the?
yeah,
No,
so like you eat the pepper, you know you're
my
eating the pepper, so
my
you
my.
sympathize with the pepper. Hold on, you sympathize with the pepper,
Okay,
but then all of a sudden 2 days later you like, oh shit, that burned though, bro. I didn't get that part. I didn't realize that's what you were dealing with. It
I
took
work
me
with
a
that,
couple of
man.
days. It took
I work with that, man. We'll work with that. We'll figure that out some kind of way and ease that in there with it.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
we love you, brother.
I know, bro. I'm off. I know. I get it.
Are
I
you
Listen.
on
think the biggest
what you
problem.
saying though? I get what you're saying.
I think the biggest problem was people telling other people that they're not being empathetic. You know what I'm saying? I think that's not a person. I don't. Now that's where it gets twisted at. Like, how do you tell another person that they're not being empathetic enough, or you don't know how to show empathy or something like that? Like that, I feel like that's where the problem come in at,
So
because
this
like some
okay.
people could be getting empathy and don't even see it in front of their face. You know what I'm saying? Or wouldn't recognize it because they're not getting it the way they wanted to. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I mean, some people can be a bit, you know, very sensitive, but at the same time, there you shall know them by their fruits, bro. There's people who just they're hard and nobody ever gave them empathy and everybody was hard on them. They had to have all A's and 100% on all tests or all grades or else they were going to get beat and stretched out on the roof and crucified. And then and so they grow up, every time somebody say something to them, they shut it down or they say stop crying. Everybody go through that. Everybody go through worse than what them. And then you got the people who say, you know what, girl, come over here and let's have a glass of wine and come have some girl talk with me. And you know what, let's sit down and have a conversation about this because I've been hurt too and I know how I feel to get left by a man. As opposed to that one friend like, man, after you niggas get money, we ain't worried about these niggas. They ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? I gotta be careful. I know. I had a little bourbon. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me shut up.
But
Mike,
this
go ahead and
really
talk,
But
Mike.
that
I'm sorry.
sound like coddling though. Like, so it sounds like if you coddle, that's more empathy.
No, listen. So when we get over there, so when she get over there, let me get on the camera, bro, so y'all can know. Listen, when she gets over
I don't know if
there,
my stuff tripping. It sounds like everybody I'm talking to is lagging, or is it my end?
I just had so much energy and so much power, I threw TikTok off, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. It was just the
Is
power
y'all stuff
of the
lagging,
one
or is my stuff lagging y'all to y'all?
of the 1K.
I'm
No.
not
I can
lagging.
hear you, bro.
Y'all can hear me? Okay, because everybody
No,
out here is lagging on my end. That's weird. It should be
no.
good now, I guess.
Yo, watch this. So I can imp you can tell the truth, right? I can tell her the dude ain't no good and you know the dude wasn't no good when you met him. Right? You understand what I'm saying? I can still be truthful, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to try to understand. Empathy is trying to understand where that person is coming from while at the same time giving that person good advice if they need it. But sometimes empathy looks like not giving advice. Sometimes empathy looks like just listening and letting the person vent to you and saying, you know what, I understand and I can feel and get why you would feel that way.
But
Hmm.
I guess for me, what I was stuck on is the fact that we are giving an example of like people say you're not being empathetic, you're not being like I think we have this idea that everyone is going to jump on the empathetic bandwagon when they're being hurt.
Right.
So that's the part that's throwing me off. It's like why are you shocked that some people that you hear may not be able to identify with that part? That's what I'm saying. That's the part that I'm trying to understand. Like, are
No,
we expecting everyone to be able to do
yeah.
that naturally?
No, yeah, so everybody doesn't know how to do that. That's something sometimes empathy is learned. We get that. But right now we talking about us on this panel. We can't talk about what everybody else expected. We just talking about what is and what isn't and what should be. Not necessarily the fact that everybody doesn't isn't capable or is not or will or will not or coulda shoulda woulda. We just and I'm with you on that. I agree. I'm just saying right now as the panelists, we're just stating what it is, what it looks like, and what it should be. But I agree that's not always the case. And as adults, we need to understand that and we need to get that everybody doesn't have that ability. And sometimes we need to and what we need to do is what I've learned to do, right? I got a friend. I got a friend who is a little. I got a couple friends that ain't the most empathetic, right? So what I've got in my mind is that when I'm soft and I'm on my rod wave vibe, I know not to go to them because they're gonna hurt my feelings. But when I want to be told and I know who they is, I go to them with certain things. But it's certain people as friends, we need to learn where they are on the empathetic scale, right? And we know when to go to them. Like I might go to laugh when I just need a dialogue and we need to get an understanding. And when I need to be put in my place, I go holler at Saul. Even though Saul a
That
little
makes
rougher
a
than me.
lot of sense, man. That makes a
Saul a
lot of
little
sense.
rougher
I
than me.
feel you on that. Yeah,
Saul way
different
more rougher.
circumstances. We was talking about that earlier.
Right, but I ain't gonna talk about him because he's not here. But he all the way on the other end of the spectrum of yeah.
But
But
team, what you saying is like
we
I
gotta
can
know
go to
which people
laugh
to talk to.
today. I can go to laugh today and just get some like really relative shit to my situation. And then I can go to team today and team hit me up a week later or 2 weeks later and be like, bro, I really listened to what you said. I was thinking about it
Yeah,
and I kind of changed my mind on the situation. And that's empathy. It doesn't mean that
yeah,
laugh's not giving me empathy. It doesn't mean that team's not giving me empathy. It just takes a different amount of time for I'm putting this business on
yeah.
y'all. Like that's
Everybody, yeah.
pressure, bro. That's pressure.
Everybody express things differently, and we
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
know.
You gotta
We
Yeah,
sit
gotta be mature
exactly.
enough as adults, we got to be mature enough to know who's who and what to deal with and how. But every adult is immature, and everybody that's 50 ain't 50 mentally. Everybody that's 40 ain't everybody that, you know what I'm saying? We just got to accept the fact that everybody's not like us, and we
that's
can't.
facts.
What we got to do as adults, like what I think Alter is saying is, we got to stop expecting us from other people because other people are
Facts.
different.
Yeah,
Facts.
I can't argue with that. You know what? Honestly, team, I wasn't really feeling you when you first started this thing, man. But based on what you're saying now, like I really feel you on this one, man. It changed on me. So I respect you, bro.
Alter,
So
get
that,
off the
Better
that
mic.
does
respect.
that
Better
then
respect.
does that then mean that empathy is not directional?
She
So
talking?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you talking. It
Oh,
was just threw me off. Like she was trying to say
no.
something, but it was like sound
So
language.
often when I hear people reference empathy, it's only with low moods, as though empathy can only be tied to the dysfunctional, sadness, depression. But if it's based in emotion, can it also be one's ability to share in joy and happiness?
Mm.
Are people so when because
Hold
I
on.
try to
Explain
understand
that.
how
Come on,
people
doctor.
think.
You a doctor. Come on, explain that again. Simplify that shit.
Okay, so the more popularized way to talk about empathy is in reference to some dysfunction. So I empathize and I share feelings with you as a result of grief. I
Mm.
empathize and share feelings with you as a result of sadness, or I share these in a result of hurt. Very seldom do we hear people say, I share and I show empathy in these feelings for you because of joy, because of success and happiness. It always
Mm.
is from this place.
Oh,
If it's simply based in understanding and sharing emotion, wouldn't it then be the spectrum of emotion and not just on the end of low mood?
I see.
I
I
can
see what you're
reason.
saying.
I
Thank
get
you.
that,
Thank you for
sir.
that.
I can reason with that. I can reason with that. Positive or low or high vibrations. I feel you on that. I can reason with that.
Yeah, that's that real empathy right there,
Yeah, that's
right?
crazy. That's crazy, bro. Because yeah, that's
I'm
crazy.
It
finna
Yeah.
seems
go
like
right quick though,
empathy only
y'all. I
work when
might
you
be back.
sad.
Hey, I might be back though,
Right.
y'all. I
Well, something
appreciate you.
wrong.
Alter, you
All
ain't no
right,
good.
team. All right, team. Be
But
safe. I'll check you later.
everybody, don't wave at me, bro. Just get off the camera. I'm through. I love you though, but I'm through.
Appreciate you, my
I'm
brother.
gone. All right, dog. I might slide back through if you on, big dog.
For sure. I
Thank
got
you.
like only 30 minutes though. Otherwise, I'll be on tomorrow still. So
All right,
appreciate you.
That's heavy though.
1K.
That's heavy what she's saying though. Laugh. That's
Yeah,
heavy
for
what
sure. For
she's
sure. I
saying.
understand it. I understand. But we
Cause
gotta
it's
get through
almost
these
like it's like
these
I'm about to fight. It's like I'm about to fight. And so you could either be like my homie that's like, okay, let's crack, homie, or you could be the homie
I know
that's
I'm gonna tell
like,
you to walk away.
why are you
I'm the
gonna
opposite.
put yourself in that position? Yeah, like That's crazy to have that like double. It's not double standard. It's a
I ain't in
double.
my 20s no more.
Yeah, it's like a yeah, bro. That's heavy.
Or a
I don't know
teenager.
what to say about what she just said. That's crazy. Cause
That's
I
crazy.
can do both. I can do both.
What's the question you're trying to get to?
Oh, okay. I thought you had something already. Um. So now I guess the next question, because yeah, we only got 30 minutes or less than that now.
Oh
Um,
God.
what do you think the reason is why emotionally led people are the problem, and how can you change or avoid it? Anybody?
Oh, what do you think are the reasons? Okay, what do you think are the reasons for emotionally led people, and how we can change or avoid it? Um,
It's a
I think we,
bunch of them.
I think we kind of went over that a little bit as far as like what the reasons are. Um, could be how you were raised. Um, probably got your way too much. Probably didn't get your way. Um,
Who?
yeah. So, how you avoid it? Are you saying like how you avoided like experiencing it or being the one emotionally led? Like,
I'm mad I wrote it like that too, because I think I got the same problem last time. So I'm gonna. I guess
There's
I
a
mix it
emotion
up
out
now,
there, bro.
remix it myself. I would say both of them though. How would you avoid people that's like that or becoming that person too? So I'm gonna just say both
okay. So how to so how to avoid it from I think kind of
or
how I
change
get
it.
from change it would
That
be
too.
I would say to change well I would in order I was and anytime I hear the word change that would I'll automatically put that towards myself because I'm not in the business of changing people. So changing it if I was the one being emotionally led, then I would probably put myself in lives or places or conversations that will cause me to feel like I'm about to get triggered so I can focus on coming, learning how, like, what's making me feel this way. Because I know these people don't know me. So, yeah, I would just practice, like you said, uh,
Awareness.
self-analyzing, looking down to why things affect me as much as they do. Some people are just like sensitive people, right? And it's just, I mean, everybody can't be hard. So, I mean, but I think it's just understanding having that emotional control, like we talked about a little bit earlier, just how to gauge that with people who you don't know, with conversations in places that do not carry that type of emotion well. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
All can I say real quick to Alter Ego? Have you seen that conversation where it was a lady talking about if you want a man
Bro, you
with a
about to do it again, dog.
no,
You
this is
about to
solid,
change the
bro.
whole
This
topic
this
again.
one's
I'm trying to
solid.
run through these questions.
No, this is solid. To be real quick, it's about if you want a man that has emotional intelligence as a woman, are you ready to deal with somebody that doesn't
Oh, I
want
love
you
that
if
one.
you can't deal with the which one I'm talking about?
I love that one. I'm about to save
Yeah,
that in
so
my stuff too. I
he
got to
talks
keep that
about
video.
Are you about to do
he
this? And he fall right into it.
I did.
no
I ain't
she
gonna know.
she
I
talks
just
she breaks it
He
down.
that.
She breaks it
Hey,
fall
he
down.
right
got me with that one. I love,
Yo,
man. I
she
love that
breaks it
video,
down.
man.
Yo,
Her
she
name
breaks it
Kitty. You
down
talking
and
about
she
that girl named
says,
Kitty, man? She tore that one up.
yes,
That's gonna
straight
be on my
facts.
page. I'm gonna try to see if I
Straight
can
facts.
find that video.
Yeah,
So
see if you can find because I don't know what
what
you're talking
she
about.
says is she says
You see, you
along
ain't
the
see it?
lines of
I don't think I've seen it.
no, so
Ooh, let
yeah,
me
so
show
just to
you,
break
man.
it down
She broke
simple,
it down, and she gonna
I'll,
make
I'll
some people cry.
I'm gonna simplify it. I'm gonna simplify it.
No,
So
no,
she
no. You
broke
ain't got
it
to do
down.
that. I got you right now. I want to play it for you. I just want to play
Oh,
it.
okay,
So
bet. Okay, yeah, I'll let her play because
I
she
want to
broke
play it.
it
That was
down.
lovely.
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
That was lovely. I love how
But
she did
it
it.
was heavy because it felt like so much respect from our women at the same time as speaking truth. Like it's just such a I can't articulate it that way, and the way she did it was on point. And
Oh,
if
here you go.
we're if we're
Ready
okay,
for emotionally intelligent men? Okay, let's talk about what emotional intelligence. Oh yeah, I love it. This gonna be my go-to, man. She did it so well, man. Do you ladies feel
like women are seriously ready for emotionally intelligent men. Okay, let's talk about what emotional intelligence comes with before we even get into this conversation, okay? We're talking about you wanting a man who is tolerant, who regulates his emotions, who also knows how to manage your emotions. But you're also talking about a man who knows how to navigate his sensitivities and everything else when it comes to that. But you have to consider that an emotionally intelligent man is good at cutting people off when he sees that your sensitivities bring too much reactivity. When he sees that you cannot regulate your emotions. When he sees that you have a low tolerance. This type of man that you are asking for is a man who will walk you out the door in a heartbeat if he feels like you are disrupting his peace. If he feels like there's any level of disrespect, because there's a lot that comes with emotional intelligence. So if you ask him for that, you got to come with the same level of emotional intelligence as well. Okay? That comes with a number of factors. So if you are a woman who knows that even though you may be sensitive to certain things like criticism, rejection, because you're not always going to be accepted. Sometimes he's going to bounce back, and sometimes he's going to say, I don't agree with your opinion. Sometimes he's going to say, I don't like those thoughts. Sometimes he's going to say, I don't like the way you speak to me. If you're not ready for that, don't be asking for an intelligent man.
Ouch. That
Right.
will
I
be
told
saved in my
y'all. I told
Like,
archive. I'm
y'all.
but you know
That's
telling you.
what's
my shit right
crazy?
now. That's my shit right now.
What's crazy is like that's what people have to understand when they're. This is why sometimes I be like this when I be listening to women. I'm like, y'all, can y'all be quiet? Dang, because y'all gonna make them look at both sides of this.
But
And y'all gonna mess it up. Right?
you know
But
what you
like
just said,
honestly,
Alter?
Now
You
let her
said
finish,
both
please.
sides. You said both
Let her
sides.
finish.
We want
they gonna look
intelligent women.
You
they
could have
gonna look
text that, Mike. Man, you could text it,
they gonna
please.
look
No,
at
bro.
both
I can't fucking help
sides.
myself, man. I'm so sorry, bro.
They definitely gonna look at both sides of the thing. Like when they say, just it's. I mean, it's a plethora of things that women have said outwardly that men like. Okay, just like with Wolf, he made that whole book because of the pushback that women gave for a lot of the things that we said. So it's like now they think about I ain't spending that on you the first time. Whereas some people like, yeah, it's cool, what's up, but like when you require certain things without on the backhand understanding what comes with that, you messing yourself. You like what do they call it? Kicking yourself in the butt, right? Because you're not looking at that. Like that was perfectly said though how she said it because of the fact that I want emotionally intelligent men. That means I'm going to be able to know if you're unemotionally available, if you're immature in your emotions, because then I'm not going to do it because I'm emotionally intelligent and mature. I'm not going to deal with an immature person. So if you come in asking for that because you just want to say, I want somebody to understand me, but you can't bring that same balance for him, he don't got to deal with you.
Mortal Kombat.
Kev,
Yeah.
something with that topic, something that I've learned with criticism is I just ask for a moment for me to get over myself.
Hmm.
And I think that's what I had to learn as a woman is, I used to have a rebuttal right away, and then that got me nowhere. Right, it got my blood pressure going, and then there was actually no solution, there was no remedy. Right, and then I learned how to, if something struck a chord with me, instead of getting indignant and having something to say, I would just say, hey, give me a minute, I need to get over myself.
You ladies feel like
and, and,
women
Hmm.
are seriously
and then
ready.
and
What's
then
that?
come back to it um, with a better tone and a better delivery and and better receiving it.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it a bean with y'all. Y'all gotta scam these dudes and get y'all's money. Like for real, for real. I'm trying to put y'all on game. So like this picture I got right here already made like 10K. I'm just saying I want everybody to eat. You know what I'm saying? So y'all gotta get this money. You feel?
Yeah, so there's no empathy or sympathy involved in that
It was
conversation.
a silent. It was a silent drop for me. Did he drop or did? Okay,
I ain't even, somebody, I think Tony dropped him.
I
I
didn't know.
blocked him though.
somebody sniped him real quick.
Why is it two consecutive? Was this that time of the night? That was like two consecutive options. One
Yo,
yelling Mortal Kombat
Jen,
in
I
here.
agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, and it's like one thing is like for your partner to tell you something that they're upset about, it doesn't mean that you deny their emotions and how they feel. But like I said, the reactive part is like I don't have to react in the moment that we say it either. So give me till tomorrow to reflect on what you actually said. If it takes me 24 hours, maybe I can do it the same night. Maybe it takes me 24 hours. Maybe it takes me 48 hours. But give me the opportunity to reflect without like any just trying to feel like I'm being bullied and not recognizing the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's acceptable. And people don't give their partner time to understand they're a different person. You just dealt with 10 hours of work. You just dealt with other people at the grocery store. You just dealt with our child or our children. You just dealt with all of that today. It all built up and you exploded on me. I can accept that
Whoa.
explosion, but let me go ahead and you also have to give me the time to reflect on the fact that like
What she said.
there are some things that I maybe have done wrong, or maybe I didn't do anything wrong, but I don't want to explore it in that moment because I haven't built up to it yet either. Like, let's be patient with each other. Let's be patient.
Yeah.
Right. And it's the same thing, that I learned later in life with friends, family, whoever, coworkers, boss. Um, I would, before I came to somebody with a problem, I would ask them if they had the mental capacity to help me with something first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's heavy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You say, are you
All right.
available for me?
All right.
Correct.
I ain't gonna even
Correct.
touch
And
that last question because we
because
basically been talking about emotional
like you
intelligence on.
said, no, it's just
Hmm?
like you said, you don't know what that person's day's been like. And so I think emotional intelligence is, I might be fiending to tell you, what happened to me today, but then I also have to consider what your day was like,
Facts.
and ask you, do you have the bandwidth? Do you have the mental capacity right now, to hear me out? You know, I think that helps in a relationship.
That's facts. That's emotional intelligence right there.
Yeah, that's heavy.
Most definitely.
I want to agree with that real quick. I think that will help a lot of, like you said, help a lot of relationships not getting frustrated moments or feel like he just not or she just not emotionally available. It's like, yeah, in that in certain moments because you can be emotionally mature but not always emotionally available. So I think it's important to understand, like you said, hey, are you in the right mindset to take in what I'm about to ask you or what I talk to you about? Because if they're not in a mental place for that, then it's going to come off to you as you just don't care, you're not considerate. But have
Hmm.
that conversation, like, okay, where are you at right now to receive this? If they are there, great. You say, okay, just give me 30 minutes or whatever case is, or let's talk about it tomorrow in the morning when I'm refreshed, whatever case is, So it definitely comes to communication.
Yeah, alter to like just put it in a scenario to put it in a scenario factor, right? Like, let's say I don't know. Maybe you got in an argument with your significant other, right? But that person's family member passed away that day, and you start cussing them out, and they're already just completely lost. You know what I'm saying? They're sinking in themselves. They're like, I don't even know how to use my hands right now. And you start tearing into them, right? How do you feel when they turn around and say, I'm sorry you're upset at me, but auntie just passed away, or whoever it may be, or whatever it may be? How do you feel in that moment, right? Because you never develop the fact that, like, why is my person acting weird to me for the last week? Why is my person acting weird for me for the last 48 hours? And they don't want to bring the burden on you because they haven't even been able to deal with it themselves. And so now you're in a position of where I literally tell you, hey, yeah, my mom's just passed away. And you cuss me out for 24 hours. How do you feel? And how many times have we been in those positions? I'm not saying that I haven't done that either. Like how you just like the trust that you lose in those moments. Like that person is just like, yo, I can't even, I don't even want to talk to anybody. You know what I'm saying? And now you're cussing me out. Like, wait a minute, I just lost my person, but they don't know, so it's not their fault. So you're like in a dilemma yourself because you didn't tell them soon enough.
I would say that I mean if we're together and you haven't told me in a week or something, that's a whole nother
No, I'm
problem.
not talking. I'm talking about same day. I'd rather
Okay,
keep it
but
on
say
same
well
day.
we.
I'd rather keep it on same day. It's like, where are you right now? And you're
I mean
just
I
like,
would
I don't
feel
even know where I'm at right now. You know, like
I
it's
would I
just
would
those
feel bad.
things.
I would feel bad if I, wait on them and something like that happened. But I would also feel like I would hope that I would at least, you know, feel that something's off, and I would have to ask before I got annoyed. Like I would have to see that action multiple times before I be like, hey, look, what's up with you? Like what's going on? In a rude way. If I already asked, if you're good, because I always tell people like you cannot hold people to something that you don't tell them, right? So if I at least made the
I
chance,
get you. I'm just saying it happens. You know, it
yeah, I mean,
happens.
I would feel bad. I mean, anyone should feel bad if you, wailed on someone that was feeling down and feeling bad, and you just next like, oh dang, my bad. Thought you were just tripping today. Yeah, like my bad. Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't feel good about it for sure.
Yeah,
I know Tony
it's
be
heavy,
everywhere.
but it's the truth, and that's what sucks, right?
I think Tony is a twin, y'all. I think he's a triplet. I'm not playing. I think Tony is a
Most
triplet.
definitely, right,
I know he is, y'all. Ain't no way he's in 50 places at one time. Ain't no way he do it.
bro. He in another live right now. I'm looking at him, and they both talking.
Wait, hold up. I'm in another lot. Hold up. Wait, whose live is
He
it?
said, wait, dang it, let me get my
You
purse
Don't
had to
be
back.
look
trying
at
to. That's how
yourself
he
in the
try to play it
mirror.
off like we don't know he got
You
a
had to look
twins
at
and stuff.
yourself in
No,
the mirror
wait,
at
wait,
that
no. Who
point.
who is it? Wait, no. What live is it?
No, I just think we need to, and I
That's
guess
that other
to
live.
to bring it back to what you were saying earlier, laugh is like bring it back to that grace. It's like sometimes we do gotta have grace in these moments that we don't understand. And if it's something that's weird to you, that's normally normal, we gotta give our friends, the people that we love, we gotta give our family some grace sometimes because we may not understand what's actually cracking off. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't, they can be in a fight with their spouse, they can be,
I'll
at
be
the
right back.
doctor's office or whatever, like we got to give some grace into those moments to where it's like, I don't got time for you, my friend. I don't have time for you, you
No,
know and we got to be respectful of those moments, and I think maybe it's respect, maybe it's not even grace or anything else, maybe it's just give respect to that you're not always going to be allowed to have that person available for you. Give respect.
no, I like the word grace too, though. It's good to give grace and compassion, I think is a word as well. Giving compassion to those that are maybe dealing with something that you have no idea and they're not able to convey that to you just yet, right? So it's understanding that this person that I know I usually deal with is acting different, kind of funny. It's like they want to maybe talk about it but can't, or they're saying going through something. So yeah, I definitely understand that. Just easing on people for that.
Can I ask ladies a question? I just want to ask y'all a
No,
question
you
for
can't
real.
ask any questions, bro. You just gotta listen. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. My wife. I
Okay,
did that to my wife. It's
I'm
cool.
gonna say it for every man out here. The most annoying thing that a woman can do is when we ask you is something wrong, y'all always say nothing. Nothing's wrong. Let me say this. My girlfriend, every time I notice something wrong, she goes like nothing.
Life,
If
you know
you
we gonna
if
get
you
to an
if you
argument,
say
bro.
nothing
Life,
and it's
you
really
know we go.
something,
I just think it's funny how I just think it's funny how.
I just think it's funny that I'm going like, and you. Here's the thing, though. The worst thing that a woman can do to a man today is be too damn scary ass nice. You know you fucked up, and you come home to this. Hold on, let me get on camera for this one. You know you really fucked up, and you go like, "Hey, baby, how's your day?"
I'm
If your
done.
girl is got a, if your girl got that damn Joker ass IA grin, run. Yo, you fucked up. You did some serious
You know
fucking up.
how I know
No, that
people
means
fuck
she.
up
No, that
is
means she messed up.
when I stop talking. If somebody make me stop talking, that's how I know you in trouble.
Yeah, that's a serious right. You not gonna agree
Nah,
with
because
you on that,
I'm
Mike.
questioning every meal that she makes in my house. I'm going like, baby, you cooked it. I'm afraid to eat this. I'm going like, I know she put some rat poison in this mother. Like, how we really acting like damn Samuel L. Jackson? No, not Samuel L. Jackson, but Lawrence Fishburne off of Hoodlum. Like for real talk, when he basically found almonds in a split, knowing the fact it was rat poison.
Oh
I don't know.
my,
I heard men say nothing all the time. I'll be honest with you. Men say
that's
nothing. Y'all
facts.
say nothing quick.
Nothing,
Nothing.
nothing.
Like what's
I'm
wrong with you? You all
good.
right? Because we know that something ain't cool. But y'all like, well,
I'm
y'all
good.
mind like I've heard. Well, men like y'all ain't gonna understand, or it's like is they trying to still figure stuff out? So they gonna just tell you nothing. But men say nothing all of the time. Women, if you ask them a lot of times, they finna unload on you. So I don't know. But if we say nothing,
Nothing.
that's because something done happened, and you gonna know about 15, 20 minutes most likely, because she gonna definitely come back with that. I just think it's funny how. But
Mm,
y'all say nothing for a whole week and won't say why.
facts.
I still say
I
shit.
used
So
I,
this
I used to do that.
here's another problem I'm having. This just go for my sisters. Will you stop feeding us spaghetti?
Bro, now it's starting to sound like you get personal now, man. You just said too many serious
No,
things.
laughing
It's
licky
like you
Yeah,
try to
don't
put
care.
I've
everything on the
heard
woman
that.
now.
I don't trust nothing when it comes out of red sauce. Anything. No linguine, no
You talking about
lasagna,
spaghetti, man.
no spaghetti. No, nothing. Hell no. Cause let me say this. I don't know where y'all got this hoodoo shit from, but I'm going like this. That's been passed down from generation to generation to keep your man is to put something special in his spaghetti.
Only psychos are doing it. I'm sorry. Ain't no way in the world.
Wow. Bro, if you come with another example that sound personal, bro,
With laugh. Tell me I'm lying
you
now.
got me with that spaghetti
Mike,
one.
tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying.
You
Tell
don't
me I'm
just be
lying.
messed up because spaghetti is the easiest thing to cook.
I don't even trust pizza
Maybe
with
over
y'all.
here putting
Y'all
noodles
order
and
pizza.
some
I get it with white sauce.
tomato sauce on noodles.
I'm going like, here's the thing. If you got to go to that much of extreme to go to the spirits, yeah, you might want to basically recheck your man's or your partner. Just putting it out there. If you got to go that route.
Mm. Codified like you trying to go. What's the deal, my brother?
Hey, what's going on? Can I be heard clearly?
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to speak in general. I'm going to say culturally, I don't see where we have an effective way of dealing with emotions generally. So I think it's important that we individually have a self-care program or regimen. See, the world outside is very competitive and combative and abrasive. So when you come into your home, you have to have something that counters that. The the atmosphere, the conditions, the environment of your home have to reflect some semblance of peace and harmony. This is very important when you're dealing with a spouse that's out there in the world dealing with that competitive, abrasive world too. Because if both of you guys come in that house and you don't have a self-care or a regimen that you do to come out of that red zone into the yellow and green, you're not going to be healthy for each other. You have to have a regimen. Like I remember, see, this is why I say public school is child labor. I remember every time I came in the house from school, moms would be like, go in there, go straight to that bathroom, wash your face, brush your teeth, and wash your hands. We always had to do that when we came in from school. And I do that to this day when I come in from dealing with the world. Brush my teeth, wash my hands, wash my face. I go in there and make me some tea.
I may do some lavender in the oil burner. You know, throw on some neo soul instrumentals. You know, just to bring my mind out of that competitive zone. And I think this needs to be an intentional conversation with spouses or people you're dating, and even just people in your life. You know, you need to have that discussion. I mean, even tell them what your self care regimen is. You know, so when you come in the house and they look into your eyes, they can see it. Especially women, they can see if something is bothering you. Even if you tell them, hey, you know, my day was fine and all of that stuff. For some women have that connection with people where they could read them eyes. I don't give a fuck how much you try. Look, I violated number 3. I don't care how much you try to not, you know, to seem fine to her. She could read that. So I think that you need to really have that discussion with her that so she can help you with that also. You know, sometimes I come in and I may have work that I may not do certain things because I need my mind to still be maybe in the yellow zone. So I could do that, like maybe that extra 45 minutes to an hour of work that I brought home. And then after that, I will continue my self-care regimen. So when it comes to like you guys are discussing each other's day, it's just a matter of communicating. Like, hey, maybe not right now. I still got like 45 minutes or an hour of work to do. Or I might just say, screw that 45 minutes or an hour of work to do. And I may just go on and finish that regimen and be like, come here, baby, tell me how your day was. I could see that as something on your mind. And she may do the same to me. You get what I'm saying? It's just all about communicating and knowing there's a time and place for everything, good people. It's a time and place for everything. It may not be immediate, it may be later, or it may be late, you know, whatever time fits the dynamics of you and your spouse. I'm telling you, see, that's why I say relationships are cooperative, complementary, not competitive. So when you meet somebody, or rather you with somebody now, maybe you should start having a discussion on a self-care program when y'all come in from the world. Or maybe if you meet somebody, ask them, hey, on that date, what's your self-care program? What do you do? Do you do yoga, Pilates? You know, you do scented candles? Or do you have a journal that you write in? To me, she gotta have some kind of self-care program. I'm not talking about just coming in and turning on some Nicki Minaj or some of this other music. Oh no, you better have some neo soul, some jazz, or something in that playlist. Cause
That sexy red.
you know what I'm saying? That other stuff just spells, you know, you're gonna do the weekend in jail. You know, so gotta have some kind of self-care program, people. Do yourself a favor and do that. With that, I yield the floor. Thank you for letting me speak, Kev.
All right. All right,
Yeah,
bro.
I'm
That
saying the
was
exact same.
awesome. Oh, sorry.
Saying the
Go ahead.
exact same thing when it comes down to basically that. Here's the thing. I think while you taking a shower, you should have a Echo Dot in your, because I have this in my bathroom. Every time I turn the light on and take a shower and get ready for my day, the only thing I want to be focused on is getting back home to my lady. That's the only, because I hate my job. I ain't gonna front about that. I can't stand my job. I've been doing this for almost 20 years, and I can't take it no more. And I literally did with all kinds of bullshit as a security guard for a company. I did with basically everything that you can possibly name about. And when I get home, I don't want to. When I get home, I don't want to deal with no stress. The best thing a woman can say to me, the best thing my girl can say to me is this: "Baby, your plate's made in the microwave." That's the best thing a woman can say, because at least she thought about me. She ain't gotta cook. She ain't gotta cook. She just basically gonna say, "Baby, your plate's waiting for you in the microwave." Because she knew I would. Because here's the thing: she knows if the roles were reversed and she got to go to work, because me and her are in the same industry. So I'm going like this. If she got to go to work, I'll be saying, baby, by the time you get, I'll be texting her, by the time you get home, I got your plate ready, and by the time you get home, you getting some loving. It should be an equal thing. Equal thing. I don't want to work. Here's the thing. When I come home, I want to come home to heaven. I don't want basically the woman in the kitchen basically cooking me something. No. If my girl goes out to eat, and she going like, you know what, my baby at work. Let me go basically get how much for the cheapest if she's just with her homegirls and they go out to eat, which some women do. I would think my girl would go like, you know what? Give me a ears thing. I got $40. Can you make my man a plate? Which plate? And he go like, which plate you want? Oh, let me get the smothered turkey legs with the greens and the mac and cheese and the biscuit, not cornbread on the side. That it ain't hard to do that shit. And she comes home, place away in the microwave. I don't even care if it's a burger from fucking McDonald's down the street from my house. At least my girl thought about me. If I ain't gotta worry about nothing, if I'm looking on my PG&E bill, on my Pacific Gas and Electric, I live in the Bay Area. Bear with me here. If I'm looking at my damn next bill, my Xfinity bill, my water bill, or my garbage bill, or even basically our Pacific or my gas bill, and 3 out of 4 are already taken care of, I ain't gotta worry about nothing. I ain't gotta worry about nothing. That means my queen made moves before I even thought about anything. If there's food in my refrigerator and she had a day off, and all I had to do was give her $100 and make sure she come up with $200 worth of damn food plus more. Damn, there's a difference between being a bad bitch and being a real queen. Because anybody have played chess before. Everybody in this room played chess before. The baddest piece on that board is the queen. Because guess why? She can move anywhere she wants, and she's a go get it done chick. The only piece that's basically semi close to her is the knight. That's your boy. That's your homeboy. That's your ride or die, or the bishop. But usually,
Ooh,
nine
scared
times
me.
out of 10, you want to win the war, it's the queen.
Can I
Look,
say something?
go ahead, Queen.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Um, so I was just gonna definitely agree with what Codified said. I don't know if y'all can hear me. I got this mask on.
I hear
But
you a
I was
little bit.
with what Codified said as far as making sure that you figure out, what calms you down, as far as just being, emotionally intelligent. So one of the things that you definitely have to do is like learn yourself. That really takes you learning yourself, being by yourself and really sitting down with yourself and just, figuring out what calms you down, what soothes you. And for me, I didn't figure this out until I was like 31, and now I know like, okay, candles, um, quiet is what brings me peace. More than anything. So I know that's what I need to do. And then I also picked up different hobbies. So like I'm in a book club. So that also helps me with emotional intelligence. So I just think if we just, educate ourselves more on certain things, we'll be able to probably thrive better in our relationships.
Okay. Shoot, I'm probably about to call it, y'all, man, so I can be rested for tomorrow.
Yes, sir. 'Cause I gotta get. I'm sorry, I got stuff to do
You
tomorrow.
feel me? You
But it
feel
was
me?
nice hanging with you guys.
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Codified, for his professional take as always. Clear and cutthroat. But yes, good talking with you,
Author,
Jen and Kev.
you. Oh yeah.
Are we going
author,
tomorrow night? Look.
All right.
let
Yeah,
let
you already know I'm
let
on
me
tomorrow.
author, let me know what you think of that video if you haven't seen it yet. Like when you watch it,
I figured I'll look.
I want to try to collect some data to go with that video. Um, to see the percentages
All right, Queen.
of the women. So I think it would be great content, and I think it's needed to be talked about.
Mm, that sounds interesting. That sounds like y'all talking
Thank
in
you
codes. I
guys.
know I'm talking about, but I want to see if also gonna do that topic tomorrow because I do that before I go live tomorrow. If we do that,
You talking about that other lie? I was like, I
yeah.
want to ask that question. So
I can't
yes.
wait to go on it because I'm gonna go on your, but I'm not trying to think about doing that topic. I need you to do it. They need your tone, not mine.
Look, my tongue be switching sometimes, so you never know. But
Hey, shoot,
yeah,
I'm. Hey, look, I'm there, man. I gotta bag that one because I'm curious. That was like the best question ever. That's a good one.
yeah, I want to
Your
just
room, you got to be ready for 1,000 in your room. It's gonna be a
look. I'm trying to keep it real under the radar. Like we just chilling, yeah. I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, because it can definitely get
do
lit
do
if you want to be on
do.
there 4 hours, right? Exactly. But yeah,
Y'all have
tomorrow be cool.
Kev,
Shit
another
tomorrow.
live that I enjoyed. I love the peaceful dialogue. That's what keeps me coming back.
You appreciate
Learning,
you, man.
listening, and learning.
Listening, not right. It's laugh but learn, man, for a reason. So that you get you. If you ain't get a couple laughs, then you might get a couple learns. Wait, I try to make it work in my bad. But yeah, you get some
Of
learn. You
course.
might learn. It's one of the two.
Yeah,
I
it was
appreciate you.
good.
Oh yeah, man. I appreciate you, man. We all trying around here, man. That's how we be able to grow. Expand, man. It ain't about all yelling and cussing each other out and trying to get the numbers to. Well, I don't know about tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Them numbers about to be high. It's like that, but
Right.
yeah,
And the thing that I love the most about yours and the panelist is that I hear people talking, and then the appreciation for the opinions and other people's viewpoints, and nobody's trying to win.
mm,
It's just
word.
understanding and learning, and picking up pieces that we can apply to our lives. I think it's great.
Facts. That's the goal. That's the goal. That's the power and diversity. That's what my man's Hormiga had told me about that. I can never not forget about that now because it show you the different ways. We can just piece off different things instead of learning everything one way. It's multiple ways to get somewhere. You know.
Yes.
Good
Well,
evening,
yeah.
everybody.
What's the
Good
deal,
evening,
my brother of Chicago in the building?
everybody. You know, I'm perplexed. I'm here having a conundrum about what in the hell are we trying to do?
Go to bed.
I guess that'd be the
You asked me
best
at the
thing to
wrong
do.
time.
Right. I guess that'd be the best thing to do. You know,
But yeah, what you
it's too much. This shit is getting too much like high school. Or if anybody was around when Yahoo was popping, and all the cliques were doing their thing because everybody had an affinity to one certain group or another certain group, and everybody was warring factions, and nobody could come together. And I'm watching I'm watching things morph. And I've watched the attitudes of women change as the internet has grown.
oh
I'm
my.
watching I watch the attitudes of men have changed also as the internet have grown. But I have to say it's more so with the women because the women get more attention than we ever will.
Facts.
That's you know, and nobody's hating on that. But the thing is that it's like inflation or hoflation. You know,
Oh my.
But I mean, but the thing is that we cannot come together as a people because people do not want to accept when they're wrong, when
Right.
they made the wrong choices.
Ego.
You know,
Ego.
I say all the time, I've created. Well, my first child was born when I was 15, so I wasn't ready to be a father. Okay, period. Okay, but I still was being a father to my daughter all of these years. My second child was born after a 5-year relationship with her mother because she started taking fertility drugs because she wanted to get pregnant. We still broke up. All right. My third child was born after my marriage broke up, and I had a child after that. So I have 3 daughters, all with different women. So I'm in all intents and purposes, I'm still a pookie. Or you may call me a pookie, but I'm not a pookie because I still was in my daughter's lives. I done run from my responsibilities, I negated. But what I'm saying is I can accept what I've done, how I've contributed to the culture and the choices that I make. There are too many people that don't want to accept the choices that they make, and then they get on these panels and it's always us against them or this room against that room and all this shit, and it becomes circular, and it's like, what are we really doing? Are we helping each other, or are we hurting each other, or do we want to see each other hurt? That's the question.
Right.
That's the question. Just that, do we want to see each other hurt? And I'm sorry for taking up your time, but I just wanted to get that out
Oh
there.
no. I
But
hear you.
Chicago,
yeah, what's up?
Chicago.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm mostly a listener, with different channels, different panels, and when you speak on women, I've listened to almost all of the men speak, and as a woman, a matured woman, what I don't hear, what I do hear is the women don't take accountability. Um, women are difficult, blah blah blah, and I do agree to some degree. But at the same time, as an older woman, I have yet to hear solutions. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, no, no. Okay. Here's the thing. Ladies want leadership, but they say that men aren't leading. But the men who are trying to lead, you ladies aren't listening to. So therein lies a problem. So here's the thing, and this is how we think about it, how we see it. When the family was stronger, but then you guys say that men were all abusers and deviers and rapists and whatever. But family marriages were commitment, I should say. Marriages were commitment. How are we going to be? People were committed to each other for lifetimes. Prior to 1965, at 85% clip, we were getting married more than YT people back then, and we had a sense of pride in our culture. Now, the morals of society are dictated by the women. Okay, this is how we feel as men. Women have this inherent value based upon their sexuality. A man to be valuable to most people or most women has to build his value. He has to be able to earn money and support a family. That's where his value lies. So, if the morals of society are dictated by the women, and if sex today is the most accessible that we've had it in our lifetime or in history, and we're having more children outside of marriage, and men who are having sex with you don't want the baby in the first place, what we are saying to you is avoid those men and vet them better. We are not telling you to, because all men are not having children and running away from them. We're talking about, because this is how it goes, and this is what I see. Men who are more than likely to fight for their children are the men that have been in relationships with these women. Men who are running away from that responsibility didn't want you or that baby in the first place. You were just a hit. That's what we're saying. So we're saying protect yourself, because at the end of the line, or the detriment, you're going to see more of a detriment than a man walking away, because now you're stuck with a child or stuck with choices. So abstinence, condoms, 33 forms of birth control, adoption, abortion, those choices are yours. The two choices that both of you have is abstinence and condoms. So if you don't require a man to wear a condom, then are you choosing to be pregnant? No, I said you could consider me a pookie because I've had 3 daughters outside of marriage, but I'm not a pookie because I still took care of my kids. I didn't run away from my responsibilities. That's what I said. So,
Right.
but the thing is that I can admit where I stand. I can admit where I'm at and how people will judge me based on that. Judge me. But the fact of the matter is that I'm saying that a man like me is a problem. And as I tell my daughters, and as I told my daughter, I was trying to give you life from a man's perspective, because we know how we judge women and how we view women and how we vet them. Does it make any sense?
Oh, no. And I've heard your story a handful of times, and I can appreciate it that you're transparent, with your history. However, I have to say this, it comes across how I've taken it is that it comes across as you've given yourself grace and you hope that everyone else does. What I don't hear are the men giving the women that have made bad choices any grace. Because, I mean, you identified yourself back in the day as a pookie, and yes, you were, according to TikTok standards. And I've given you grace. I don't even know you, but I've given you grace because, you've changed your life, you've changed your behavior, right? But what I don't see very often on the flip side of that, the women that made bad choices, they're just told you made bad choices, now deal with it. And they're not even coming off combative. They're just not offered the same type of grace.
I disagree with that, and it all depends
It's
on who you're
okay.
listening to.
It's
Right?
okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, we're all entitled to our opinion, and we're all entitled to what we see,
Correct.
our perception. We're all
Correct.
entitled to that, because I've been giving myself grace because I'm still responsible for my daughters.
Correct.
My oldest
Right. No.
daughter's
No. And,
40.
and, and
Right.
I and I
So
applaud
right,
you for not for
right.
not
So
continuing to be a pookie. Yes.
right. No, I was no. Listen, what I'm saying. I said by TikTok standards, I could be considered to be a pookie. I was never a pookie.
Right. Right.
That
Right.
that's
To the
let's
standards.
not get it right. Let's not get it twisted. I mean, because I had children outside of wedlock, that
Right.
in some people's eyes would be a pookie. No, I'm saying that the choices I made allowed me to have children without marrying the women. But I didn't negate my responsibility and run away from my responsibilities to my children. So that is
Correct.
what a pookie is one who runs away from his responsibility of having children. But but people are calling, Nick Cannon a pookie. I mean, or who else? Future. Because they still take care of their kids, but they're not running away from their responsibility. But the fact of the matter is, I can handle that.
But what I'm saying to you women is avoid men like us. Even if I am a pookie, avoid men like us. That's what I said.
Oh yeah, no, no, no.
Avoid. That's what we're telling you.
I'm all good.
Avoid.
You
Right.
know,
No, but
I'm all
this
good.
one was
I
this.
was raised in a two-parent home, and I got married to someone very similar to my background. He came from a large family. I came. We were both raised in church. We all, we had the same core values, and so I did it right. And when I was young, you know, that's what I knew to do. And I saw my mother be a great wife and a mother, so I
Now,
learned it right. But but my kids are grown,
here's
30
okay.
and 28. So I'm all good. I'm exempt from the topic. But what
Absolutely.
I
But
see,
here's the thing. Here's the thing right
right.
here. Okay. If this is where most men push back on. Men can accept their decreased market value based upon the dating market. When I had my first child, I knew that I would be exempt from dating certain types of women because they would want to date a man with children.
Yeah,
Our women are telling us we have no right to make choices based upon whatever they look like or whatever they've been through.
I gotta
This is
go.
where, yeah, okay. This
yeah.
this is where,
I'm sorry,
yeah,
Kev.
okay. But anyway, Kev, let me get off here. But this is where men have a problem with, you know. So see that part you understand when you say you're a package deal, I gotta accept you out of shape. Why don't you like me? Why are you body shaming me? We have rights to make choices too. Can
Of
we?
course.
Right, but
I can
there's so
totally
many women.
agree.
Right, but there's so many women say that we don't have the right to tell them what we like.
But you
That's
know
where,
what?
yeah.
I think, and I said that earlier on this live earlier. It is that. Oh, hold on. Keep talking. I got to do something. Keep
Okay,
talking. I'm listening.
but I think Kev said he got to go. Did you say you got to go, Kev?
Yes, I done
Okay,
went
all right,
way
Kev.
past.
All right, well, hey, Kev, good night, man. I appreciate your
Shit.
time. I'll see you later, Alter Ego,
Oh yeah, for
Codify,
sure. Codified and all y'all.
Jen. We'll
For
talk.
sure.
Y'all be good.
All right, man. All right, Black. I'll be on tomorrow. Y'all get to talk all day y'all want. All right, y'all.